Whispers of the Ghost, a psychological crime thriller/murder mystery that follows the story of a haunted investigator, Detective Joan Finn, as she chases a sadistic serial killer known only as the Ghost. The Ghost is a phantom murderer whose victims vanish without logic or trace. Each crime scene is perfect, clean, ordered, unyielding, except for a single drop of blood left on the front door. Over 5 years, more than 40 bodies have surfaced across the country. No DNA, no witnesses, no mistakes. Even the FBI is baffled. Finn's pursuit becomes an obsession that pulls her into a shadowed network of secrecy and manipulation, where the Ghost might be more than just a man. This is a Moon Dragon original production. All rights are reserved. Prologue: The snow that never melts. The storm had rolled in without warning. One moment, the Montana highway was a ribbon of asphalt under a violet dusk. The next, it was erased beneath white. Emily Hart slowed the car, squinting through the flurries that swarmed like insects in the headlights. Her wipers thumped a tired rhythm. She'd driven this road a dozen times, from the hospital in Billings to her father's ranch in Stillwater County. But tonight, it felt like she was the last woman alive on Earth. Her phone had no signal. The radio was static. The hum of the engine was her only companion. When she saw the figure on the shoulder ahead, a shape barely discernible through the storm, she almost missed it. A man, maybe, walking with his head bent, hands deep in a coat. For a second, she considered not stopping, but the reflex of decency was older than fear. She slowed to a crawl and rolled the window down halfway. "Hey, you okay out there?" The man didn't turn at first. He just stopped walking. Then, slowly, he raised his head. Snow streaked his dark hair. His face was unreadable behind the swirling flakes. "Car trouble?" she asked. He nodded once. She hesitated, then reached across to unlock the passenger door. "You can get in. It's freezing." He didn't move, just stood there. Then he said something softly, almost conversationally. She caught only the last words. "You opened the door." "What?" He stepped closer. Her pulse stuttered. The window fogged between them, a milky veil. His breath left no vapor, and that small absence struck her as wrong. "Look," she said, forcing a nervous laugh. "If you're in trouble, I can call someone. My phone's just out of." A sudden impact. The door yanked open. A gloved hand seized her by the throat. The world folded into silence. She kicked, gasped, clawed at his arm, but he moved with impossible calm, as if everything had already happened before. Her vision blurred. The headlights painted halos in the snow. She heard his voice again, close to her ear. "I make them whole." Then nothing. 3 hours later, a patrol cruiser found her car idling on the side of Route 212. The driver's door was ajar. Her purse sat on the seat, contents neatly arranged. On the outer handle, just below the window, glistened a single drop of blood, not hers. Chapter 1. the pattern of nothing. The storm had burned itself out overnight, leaving behind a landscape scrubbed raw and silent. The kind of silence Joan Finn associated with death. Clean, hollow, expectant. Her rental sedan creaked as it rolled to a stop behind the yellow tape. Headlights swept across a row of county cruisers, their light bars dulled by frost. It was barely 6 a.m. The sun hadn't yet breached the rim of the Bitterroot Mountains. Everything was gray: the sky, the snow, the faces of the deputies stamping their boots to stay warm. Finn stepped out into air sharp enough to slice. The snow crunched like glass under her boots. She zipped her coat to the throat and glanced once at the car idling in the ditch. The victim's Toyota. Hazard lights still blinking a slow metronome of orange against the pallid dawn. Detective Finn. The voice came from a short man in a parka too big for him, Sheriff Darnell. If she remembered the name right from the call-out. He looked relieved to see her, the way small-town lawmen often did when someone from the outside arrived, as if she might bring sense to the madness. "Yeah," she said, flashing her badge more out of habit than necessity. "What have we got?" Darnell rubbed his hands together, breath ghosting. Vehicle found around 3 a.m. by a plow driver. Engine running, driver's door open. Belongs to an Emily Hart, 27. Nurse out of Billings. Last seen leaving work about 8 last night. No sign of her. He shook his head. Not a trace. Purse inside, phone dead. Prints on the steering wheel match her, nothing else. Scenes clean as a sermon. Finn ducked under the tape. The snow around the car had frozen into crusted ruts of tire and boot marks, all tagged and photographed already. She paused at the door of the Toyota. The interior light glowed faintly, illuminating a neat little world of order. Purse on the passenger seat, coffee thermos in the cup holder, a faint scent of lavender hand cream. Then she saw it, the thing she'd come for. A single drop of blood, half frozen, clinging to the outer door handle. Dark against the pearl sheen of the car. Her stomach tightened. Has it been tested? Prelim says female, but not the victim's type, Darnell said. Lab'll confirm. Finn nodded, staring at the droplet. Even half frozen, it looked deliberate, as if placed rather than spilled. He's back. The sheriff blinked. The ghost, she said quietly. She crouched, studying the ground around the vehicle. No drag marks. No prints beyond the responders. Snow had started again just after the call came in, erasing everything within an hour. Perfect cover for someone who planned for weather. Jesus, Darnell muttered, realizing what she meant. You're telling me this is. I'm not telling you anything yet, Finn cut in. Just keep your people tight and your radios clear. FBI's going to want this scene untouched till they arrive. He nodded, stepping back as she pulled on nitrile gloves and leaned closer to the blood. The drop had thickened, congealed against the cold, but the surface was smooth. No splatter pattern, no smear. intentional placement, a signature. She remembered the first one she'd seen 4 years ago in Kansas City. Same thing, same stillness in the air after. 42 known victims now. 42 families left with nothing but this. A single drop. A void dressed as evidence. Fins straightened, spine protesting. The horizon was paling, washing the snow in colorless light. Where? The plow driver who found her. In my cruiser, warming up. Shaken pretty bad. Good, keep him there. I'll talk to him after the bureau finishes their sweep. Darnell hesitated. You think they'll actually find something this time? She met his eyes, expression unreadable. No, but they'll look, and that's worth something. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of exhaust and something metallic, old blood, maybe memory. She turned away from the car, eyes scanning the tree line beyond the ditch. Flat land, scattered pines, a frozen creek winding through. Nowhere to hide, yet someone had vanished clean off it. Behind her, a vehicle door slammed. She turned to see a black SUV pulling up, tires grinding against ice. The FBI seal caught the morning light. Max Alder stepped out, long coat snapping in the wind, face pale with travel fatigue. He looked exactly as she remembered him from D.C. Precise, unruffled, the Bureau's answer to chaos. Finn, he called, striding toward her. Didn't think they'd drag you into this again. They didn't, she said. I came on my own. Alder's breath rose in steady plumes as he approached. He hadn't changed much since she'd last seen him. Maybe more lines around the eyes. Maybe a new suit beneath the overcoat. But the same disciplined posture. The same voice that carried without ever being raised. You were supposed to be in D.C., he said, as he stopped beside her. I was, Joan replied. Then I saw the alert come through at 2 a.m. You don't get the field bulletins anymore. She gave him a look that said you know me better than that. Alder sighed, rubbing a gloved hand across his jaw. This is an active federal scene. You showing up uninvited is not going to make my ASAC happy. Neither will a 43rd body, she said. So let's skip the lecture. He almost smiled. That quick, unwilling curve of the mouth she remembered from the old days. Then it was gone. What do we have? She gestured toward the Toyota. Female, 27, no known enemies. No signs of struggle. One drop of blood, non-victim, female donor, consistent with previous sights. And nothing else. Nothing else. They both looked at the car in silence. The hazard lights kept pulsing, slow and indifferent. The rhythm of a heartbeat that had already stopped. The forensics team was moving through the area, now methodical, white-suited figures, marking grids in the snow, photographing, bagging, logging. Their breath fogged the air like ghosts of their own. Alder stepped closer to the door handle, studying the blood droplet. You think it's his again? I don't think, Joan said. I know. He straightened. You can't know that. We've had copycats. Copycats leave chaos. This is order. She nodded toward the neatly arranged purse, the untouched glove compartment, the keys still in ignition. You see how clean it is. He plans his scenes like architecture, every line intentional, every void speaks. Alder followed her gaze, the skepticism in his eyes tempered by professional respect. He'd learned long ago not to argue with her instincts. Still no pattern in the victims, he asked. Not unless you count variety as a pattern, she said. Different ages, different states, different lives. Nurses, teachers, bartenders. No common thread. It's as if he's erasing the idea of a pattern altogether, or hiding it in plain sight. She looked at him. That's what we said 3 years ago. We're still saying it. A gust of wind rippled the tape. Somewhere behind them, a deputy coughed. The snow reflected a sickly gray light now as the sun strained to rise. Joan crouched beside the car again, tracing the air near the handle without touching it. The blood drop had started to crystallize, forming a thin film of ice. She studied the texture, smooth, undisturbed. He waited for her to stop, she said softly. Made sure she'd open the door herself. Alder frowned. How do you figure? Position of the drop. Top outer edge of the handle. It wouldn't be there if he opened it first. It was deposited after she did. Meaning he wanted her to touch it. Alder stared at her, silent for a moment. You think it's a message? I think it's ritual, she said. And rituals always mean something. They turned as a forensic tech approached, a young woman with a camera swinging from her neck and a tablet in hand. Agents, we've got some trace on the road about 50 yards back. Tire impressions, faint but distinct tread, could be from a commercial vehicle, possibly a van or truck. Alder nodded. Get casts before the sun softens the surface. Compare with known models. The tech hurried off. Joan watched the snow beyond the ditch, scanning the line of pines and the long white stretch of highway beyond. He drives something with storage space, enough to keep the victim alive for a while. Alder's expression hardened. You still think he keeps them? I know he does, she said, voice low. 2 of the bodies showed protein degradation, consistent with confinement, minimal liver, irregular cooling rates. He holds them for hours, maybe days. Why? She looked back at the car, at that single red mark like punctuation. Because he wants them to remember. They spent another hour combing through the immediate area. The sun climbed, washing color into the snow, blues, silvers, faint pinks that felt almost obscene against the quiet horror of the scene. Alder moved between the forensics crew and his field laptop, fielding updates. Joan walked the perimeter, methodical, her gloved fingers brushing the air just above each marker, memorizing the spatial rhythm. She learned over years of homicide work that every killer choreographed their violence differently. The ghost's choreography was perfect. At 7:40, the local coroner's van arrived. No body to collect, only the car. sweep it for fibers, hairs, skin cells, anything human. But Finn already knew what they'd find. Nothing. When she returned to the line of vehicles, Alder was speaking to the sheriff. Darnell's face had gone sallow. He handed over a folder, then muttered, "Her father's on his way down from Stillwater. Asked if we'd found her yet." Alder nodded grimly. "We'll notify when we have confirmation." Joan stopped at the open trunk of her rental, flipping through her notes. Her handwriting was angular, compressed. The pages were filled with crime scene sketches, locations, coordinates, timestamps. Each one a point on a vast map stretching across 5 years of murder. She closed the notebook and stared at the snow-blind horizon. Somewhere out there, a man had watched the storm, waited for its cover, chosen a woman who'd stopped for kindness. The storm had passed. He had not. By mid-morning, the roadblock was lifted enough for through traffic to crawl past in single file, each driver craning for a glimpse of tragedy before the deputies waved them on. Joan, Finn stood beside the FBI SUV, sipping burnt coffee from a paper cup that leached heat into her gloves. The caffeine did nothing to cut the metallic taste in her mouth that always followed a ghost scene. Max Alder closed his laptop and joined her. The sunlight hit his glasses and turned them opaque. "We'll finish evidence transport in an hour," he said. "You should head back to Billings with us. The task force analysts can loop you in from there." She kept her eyes on the Toyota being winched onto the flatbed. "You're assuming I'm part of the task force again. I'm assuming you never really left." That earned a dry half-smile. "Last I checked, resignation letters were binding. Maybe, but your insight buys tolerance in the Bureau." He hesitated. "They still talk about Kansas City. They talk about failure. They talk about intuition." She turned to him. Intuition didn't save Nicole Pate. The name hung between them like frost. Alder didn't reply. The wind did instead, worrying at the tape until it fluttered free and snapped against a post. Joan drained the coffee and tossed the cup into a bin. "You still chasing patterns on satellite overlays? Every resource we've got. GIS, traffic cams, purchase logs. We're building motion heat maps. And we still get random scatter." She looked down at the snow, at her own boot prints crossing the churned white. "Randoms, a word analysts use when they can't see the design." Alder frowned. "You think there's design here? I think he's drawing something we can't read yet." He studied her for a moment. "You've been off the grid almost a year, Joan. Teaching consults, private profiles. Why now?" She met his gaze. "Because he came back after a 5-month silence. Because he's escalating. And because I don't believe in ghosts." The sheriff approached with a plastic evidence box. "Bag to the handle section," Darnell said. "Techs are shipping it straight to Quantico. You want the chain of custody form." Alder signed without reading. "Appreciate it, Sheriff. Keep a lid on press until we clear." When Darnell retreated, Joan said quietly. He'll leak it anyway. They always do. I know, Alder said. And when they do, we'll get a dozen confession calls and 200 internet sleuths claiming they solved it. Noise, she muttered. Sometimes noise hides signal. They walked back toward her rental. The sky was bleaching to winter blue. The snow reflected so much light it hurt to look. Where are you staying? Alder asked. Route 90 Motel. 2 exits south. He nodded. I'll send you the lab prelims when they land. Do that. He paused, then added, Finn, try to sleep. He feeds on obsession. Don't give him more than he's already taken. She didn't answer. Later, motel room, 112. The room smelled of bleach and old carpet. Joan spread photographs across the bedspread. 42 crime scenes, each trimmed to identical dimensions, arranged chronologically. The ghost's victims stared up at her through the slick sheen of printed ink, faces erased by flashbulb glare, bodies that could have been sleeping if not for the angles. She traced the order with her fingertip. Kansas City, Reno, Tulsa, Flagstaff, now Montana. The distances made no sense. No migration pattern, no comfort zone. It was as if he teleported between kills. Her phone buzzed. Text from Alder. QNTICO prelim. Blood type OB. Mitochondrial DNA. Matches unidentified donor from Nevada, 2019. No CODIS hit. Joan read it twice. OB was rare, less than 1% of the population. The same trace had turned up in 5 other states. Always female. Always the same impossible clean signature. She opened her notebook, added a line beneath the column of data. He leaves someone else's blood, so he doesn't have to bleed. Outside, a plow rumbled past, pushing slush into new piles. She sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Behind her eyelids, the door handle gleamed again. That single bead of red, deliberate, and small as a tear. Somewhere between fatigue and trance, she thought she heard a whisper, not words, just the shape of breath against silence. When she turned, there was only the hum of the heater and the faint drip of melting ice from the eaves. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the room had just exhaled. At 3:27 a.m., Joan woke to the vibration of her phone. The glow of the screen painted the motel ceiling pale blue. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. The hum of the heater sounded too much like the cooling fan of a bureau evidence van. The caller ID read, Alder. She answered on the second ring. Finn. You awake? Define awake. He exhaled a short laugh. We got something from Quantico. It's not much, but it's weird. Everything about this case is weird. She sat up, grabbed a pen. Talk. Lab confirms trace diatoms on the victim's clothing, Nitsciapalia, Cyclotella mennikiniana. Freshwater species. But there's no open water anywhere near that site. Closest river is frozen solid. Joan frowned. So the body was exposed to untreated water somewhere else before being dumped. Exactly. Analysts cross-referenced the species combination. They're common in industrial runoff, waste treatment, or abandoned mill systems. Factories, yeah, and we found microscopic rust flakes mixed with them. Iron oxide, manganese. Same composite we pulled off that scene in Flagstaff. She scribbled fast. So he's using the same dump site type. Possibly an old facility with access to water discharge. Or a network of them. She heard him shuffle papers. There's more. The O-negative blood. It's consistent across all known cases, but mitochondrial sequencing shows heteroplasmy, mixed maternal lineage markers. Joan's mind clicked through possibilities. Meaning it's not the same donor each time. Someone's artificially blending samples, which makes the blood his signature, but not his DNA. Exactly. He's leaving a forensic decoy. Joan leaned back against the wall, the pen tapping her knee. That's not something an opportunist does. That's a trained mind. Or a practiced one. A pause stretched between them. She could hear his chair creak on the other end, the soft whine of office fluorescence. Alder said, "Finn, I'm sending you an address. Old grain processing plant off Route 14 near Billings. Environmental Agency flagged it last year for illegal dumping. Matches the diatom profile. We're checking it at first light. I'll be there. Try to get an hour of sleep before that." The line clicked dead. Joan stared at the ceiling until the silence turned heavy again. Sleep wouldn't come, not with the knowledge that the ghost might have walked that same ground only hours ago. Sunrise, abandoned mill, Route 14. The frost on the ground snapped under her boots. Pale mist hugged the silos, catching sunlight in thin streaks. The mill had been gutted years ago. Windows boarded, machinery stripped, walls tattooed with graffiti and bird droppings. Alder stood by the van with 2 local deputies, coffee steaming in his hand. We're going in slow. Structures unstable. Assuming he was ever here, Joan said. Hope he was, but hope's not a method. They ducked under the tape and moved inside. The air smelled of rust and something sweet, decayed grain maybe. Frost crusted the floor in places where leaks had frozen mid-drip. For half an hour, they found nothing but rats and the brittle remains of nests. Then, Alder's flashlight caught something beneath a collapsed conveyor belt. A single leather wrist restraint, the kind used for transport cuffs. He crouched, tagged. Joan knelt beside him. The strap was stiff, cracked at the buckle. On the inner side, just visible, a faint smear of rust-colored residue. She scraped a sample into a vial, holding it up to the beam. Looks like dried blood, or oxidized iron. Either way, it's a trace. Her radio crackled. Agent Alder, we've got something outside. They stepped into the pale morning glare. One deputy pointed toward a drainage trench behind the silos. The snow there was disturbed, not footprints, but wheel tracks, deep and narrow. Joan crouched, single axle, no tread pattern I recognize. Could be a trailer or bike dolly. Alder snapped photos. The last known victim disappeared driving a compact sedan. If he used a dolly, it explains why we never find tire overlap. Joan brushed away ice with her glove. The tracks curved toward the back gate and ended abruptly, as if the vehicle had vanished onto the road. A faint metallic glint caught her eye. She leaned closer. Embedded in the ice was a single silver cufflink, circular, etched with a crosshatch pattern, the kind you'd find on a tailored suit. Alder's brow furrowed. He's never dropped anything personal before. Joan turned it over with tweezers. On the back was a tiny engraving, GW. Her pulse quickened. Get this to Quantico. Priority analysis. Alder nodded, but his expression stayed tight. He wants us to find it. Maybe, Joan said. Or maybe he made his first mistake. She wasn't sure which possibility frightened her more. Later task force office, Billings. By noon, the lab had returned preliminary results. No fingerprints, no DNA, but the engraving GW traced to a bespoke jeweler in Denver. Only 10 pairs ever sold. Joan leaned over the computer monitor as Alder pulled up the list. Most of the buyers were corporate executives, lawyers, lobbyists, men with power and polished facades. Could be a false trail, Alder said. Or he's hiding in plain sight, she replied. He gave her a look that was quite skepticism, wasn't quite belief. You're thinking he's someone we'd never suspect. I'm thinking he's someone who knows how we think. She watched the screen glow with 10 names, neat, respectable, untouchable. One of them belonged to a former behavioral consultant for the Bureau's Violent Crimes Division. Joan's stomach turned cold. She didn't say it aloud, not yet. But a thought began to whisper through her mind, quiet as the snow outside the window. What if the ghost used to wear a badge? Chapter 2. The man in the photograph. The flight from Billings to Denver was short, but the silence between Joan Finn and Agent Max Alder made it stretch like an ocean. Alder had the window seat and his bureau issue laptop open, the faint blue light of the screen making his face look carved from glass. Joan sat beside him with her arms crossed, watching the clouds move past beneath them. Endless white over endless white, featureless as the cases she hadn't solved. Neither spoke until the plane began its descent. Denver field office has already flagged the Wexler jeweler, Alder said finally, eyes still on the laptop. Appointment at 10. You'll like him. Ex-military, keeps meticulous records. I like results, Joan said. Alder's mouth twitched. Still the same. I quit being the same a long time ago. He shut the laptop gently, like a man closing a file that never really ends. Downtown Denver, Wexler and Sons Fine Jewelers. The shop was narrow, elegant, the kind of place you wouldn't find unless you knew it was there. Gold letters on frosted glass, an old-world clock ticking somewhere behind the counter. A bell chimed as they entered, and the man behind the register, gray vest, immaculate hair, looked up immediately. "Agents Alder and Finn," he said, smiling with a craftsman's poise. "Arthur Wexler, Jr." He offered a hand, but Joan only nodded. Alder shook it politely. "You phoned about the GW cufflinks," Wexler continued. "I took the liberty of retrieving the ledger." He led them to a back office lined with wooden drawers and ledgers arranged by decade. The air smelled of polish and brass. On the wall hung a sepia photograph of a younger man, Wexler Sr., shaking hands with a senator. Arthur Wexler opened the 2019 ledger, his pen gliding to the correct page. 10 pairs were commissioned, all personalized, all by direct order. Joan leaned forward. "The initials GW." He nodded, tapping the page. "Pair number 7. Commissioned by Grant Wilcox, Denver resident. Paid in full, June 4th, 2019. The name hit like a small drop of ice at the base of her spine. "Address?" Alder asked. "Business," Wexler said, pulling out a card. "Wilcox Forensic Consulting, 18th Avenue Tower, Suite 1203. He wanted them as a gift for a retirement dinner, I believe." Joan frowned. "Retirement?" Wexler smiled faintly. "Yes, he mentioned he'd worked for the government, though he didn't say which branch. I assumed law enforcement." Joan's pulse slowed in a strange, deliberate rhythm. "Did he seem comfortable here?" "Comfortable," Wexler considered. "That's not the word. He seemed rehearsed. Denver Tower, 18th Avenue, 11:24 a.m. The office door bore the ghost of a name, Wilcox Forensic Consulting. The frosted glass was cracked, the lock rusted. Inside, the air was still, not abandoned, paused. 2 desks, 1 chair overturned. A faint layer of dust over everything, disturbed only by footprints that weren't old enough to fade. Alder crouched beside the door. "Lock been picked recently. You see the scoring." Joan nodded, scanning the room. Her flashlight passed over a file cabinet. Empty drawers, torn folders. One wall held a single framed photograph, a team of 6 men in FBI windbreakers standing beside a crime scene tent. The photo hit her gut like a fist. "That's behavioral analysis section," she said quietly. "Quantico, 2015. I know that tent. Oklahoma abductions." "You worked that case," Alder said. "I assisted," she corrected. "Wilcox was lead profiler." She stepped closer to the photograph. There he was, tall, silver-haired, confident, not smiling, but watching. The kind of gaze that read you while pretending not to. "He left the bureau the same year the ghost killings started," Alder murmured. "Coincidence? Coincidence doesn't leave cufflinks." Alder took a photo of the picture. "We'll run facial comparisons. See if any of these guys are still active." Joan moved toward the desk. Something about it felt deliberate. She slid open the drawer. Empty, except for a single folded page. She unfolded it carefully. Typed words, center-aligned. The line between hunter and historian is one you draw yourself. Below it, a fingerprint faint, pressed in something red. Not blood, but ink. The same shade that had marked those doorframes. Joan held it up to the light. "He's been here," she whispered. Alder's voice was quiet, but hard. "And he knows we're following." Denver Field Office, 1:40 p.m. They sat in a conference room surrounded by monitors. On one screen, Wilcox's FBI service photo. On another, a map of his last known addresses. "Grant Wilcox," said the tech analyst, a young man with ink-stained hands. "Supervisory Special Agent, Behavioral Analysis Unit, retired 2019. Official reason, medical leave. Unofficially, disciplinary inquiry. Sealed record." "What kind of inquiry?" Alder asked. The tech hesitated. "Internal allegations of data tampering. Profiling bias. They said he manipulated case data to fit predictive models. The review board couldn't prove intent." Joan's pen stilled. "So he rewrote the facts to make his theory right." "Exactly. Where did he go after retirement?" "Cheyenne, Wyoming, for about a year. Registered a consultancy. No taxes filed after 2020. Last known financial transaction, a bulk fuel purchase under a freight carrier alias. Since then, nothing." Alder crossed his arms. "He ghosted." Joan looked at the screen. The photograph of Wilcox stared back, neutral and steady. "No, he became the ghost." The room fell quiet. Late afternoon, FBI field garage. They stood beside the bureau SUV, snow starting to drift down. Alder leaned against the hood, watching her light a cigarette she wouldn't finish. "You okay?" he asked. "Fine. Finn, I've known you long enough to know what fine means." She exhaled smoke and watched it vanish. "He was one of us. That's not supposed to happen." "It happens," Alder said. "It just doesn't usually get this far." She looked at him. "You think he's killing to prove a theory?" "I think he's killing to complete one." The snow thickened, soft flakes catching in her hair. Somewhere behind them, traffic hissed on wet asphalt. Joan felt the weight of the badge in her pocket. Not pride, not duty, just metal and guilt. "He used to give lectures," she said. "Wilcox, on symbolic architecture. He said every killer creates a pattern, whether they intend to or not. The trick is recognizing the architecture of their delusion. Meaning the pattern isn't random. It's a map of himself." Alder gave a low whistle. "So what's he building?" She looked at the falling snow. "Maybe a monument. Evening motel, Denver outskirts." The motel's neon sign flickered in red and white. Joan sat on the bed. Files spread across the comforter, 43 victims, 5 years, 22 states. Every one of them marked by that single drop of blood. She circled the kill sites on a map. The red dots formed no clear geometry, but the longer she looked, the more she saw something spiral inward, as if he were circling a drain that didn't exist yet. Her phone buzzed. Alder, field team, found something at the Wilcox office, hidden behind wall panel. Joan, what? Alder, old hard drive, encrypted, label, mirror study. She stared at the words. Mirror, study. The same phrase Wilcox had used in his last public lecture before his resignation. To study the mirror, he'd said, is to confront the part of yourself that watches you watching. Joan opened her laptop, searching archived lecture notes. The file came up after 3 password prompts. She scrolled until she found the line she remembered. The mirror is not an object. It is an algorithm. Every killer builds one to test his own reflection. Her pulse slowed. Wilcox hadn't been studying murderers. He'd been creating them. Later that night, Denver Federal Annex. Alder and Joan watched the decrypted drive spin to life in the evidence lab. The tech adjusted her glasses. It's fragmented, she said. He wiped most directories, but some video logs survived. The first video flickered on. Wilcox seated at a desk. Calm, measured. His hair shorter than in his bureau photo, his voice even. Day 1. Subject 0 remains theoretical. Observation continues. The question is not why we kill. It is what killing allows us to erase. He leaned forward. The camera's focus shifted slightly. His eyes were the same pale gray as the Colorado sky outside. To erase oneself is to become efficient. To become efficient is to disappear. To disappear is to become pure. The video cut off. The tech looked up, uneasy. There are 10 of these, all dated after his retirement. Joan folded her arms. Play the next one. Day 47. The simulations no longer satisfy. Hypothesis requires embodiment. I've selected preliminary subjects, unconnected variables, geographically diverse. Each one represents an aspect of myself I cannot integrate. He smiled faintly. In killing them, I might learn what I am when I remove what I'm not. Alder's face had gone pale. He's mapping identity through murder. Joan stared at the frozen image of his face. He's not killing strangers. He's killing versions of himself. Midnight Motel, room 108. Joan couldn't sleep. The heater clicked. The snow outside melted against the window. She sat at the desk, writing by lamplight. Every page of her notebook filled with loops, cross-hatchings, spirals, lines that meant nothing until she turned the paper sideways. The pattern resolved into something chillingly simple. A human face, reduced to geometry. She shoved the notebook away, heart pounding. She didn't remember drawing that. The phone buzzed again. A text from Alder. Urgent, toll cam hit near Fort Collins. Freight truck, same company alias. Timestamp 20 minutes ago. Heading north. Joan grabbed her coat, gun, and badge. The parking lot was nearly empty, snow crunching under her boots. Then she froze. Across the lot, beneath a flickering lamp, sat a white semi. Engine idling, cab windows fogged. Her breath clouded in front of her as she stepped closer. The cab lights came on. A shape moved behind the glass, a man's outline, motionless, watching her. Joan drew her gun. FBI, step out of the vehicle. Nothing. She blinked once, twice, and the cab lights flickered out. By the time she reached it, the engine was silent. The door hung open. No footprints, no driver. Only a small item left on the seat. A Polaroid photograph. Joan's own face, taken through her motel window. She was sitting at the desk, head bent over her notebook, the exact moment she'd drawn the spiral. On the back, a line written in that same clean, serif font as before. The mirror looks both ways. The wind caught the edge of the photo, almost tore it from her grip. She stared at it until the night blurred around her. Somewhere in the dark, an engine turned over. Not close, just close enough to hear. And Joan realized, with a calm as sharp as fear, that the ghost hadn't vanished at all. He'd never been hiding. He'd been standing right where she would look last, inside the reflection. Chapter 3: Echoes on the Road. The motel looked different in daylight. Yellow tape fluttered against the wind like weak applause. Bureau vehicles filled the lot. Agents moved in slow, practiced lines. Joan Finn watched from the curb, coat buttoned to her throat, eyes rimmed in the sleepless purple that no concealer could hide. Max Alder spoke with a uniformed officer by the cruiser. When he came back, he carried the Polaroid in a clear evidence sleeve. They swept every room, he said. No prints, no fiber, no camera lenses in the vents. If he was here, he cleaned it like a surgeon. Joan rubbed her temples. The migraine shimmered behind her eyes. He was here. Alder's jaw flexed. I don't doubt you. But she could hear the edge of doubt anyway. In the way, he measured every syllable, careful, as if she might break. They rode to the Denver field office in silence. The city looked washed out through the window. Gray streets, gray sky, the hum of snowmelt gutters. Somewhere between the stoplights, Joan caught a flicker of movement in the glass. A face she didn't recognize, sitting beside her where Max should have been. She blinked hard. He was there again, eyes on the road. Sleep deprivation, she told herself. Just sleep deprivation. Internal review. The conference room lights were too bright. 2 supervisors, 1 bureau psychiatrist, and Max. A table between them that might as well have been a continent. Agent Finn, the senior supervisor, began. You reported seeing a suspect vehicle outside your motel. No corroborating evidence has been found. No witnesses. No security footage. Yes, sir. Do you understand the concern that raises? Joan's voice was calm, even. That our unsub may have compromised bureau systems. or that he knows how to erase himself from them. The psychiatrist interjected gently. You haven't slept in how many hours? Joan met his eyes. 48. Maybe rest first. She almost laughed. He doesn't rest. The silence that followed was heavy enough to choke on. When they released her, Alder waited in the hallway. You handled that well. They think I'm losing it. He hesitated. Are you? She smiled without humor. If I am, I'm in good company. The freight trail. By afternoon, Max had something new. A trace of the freight alias Wilcox, used North Star Intermodal. Dissolved 2 years ago, but still receiving invoices from a defunct fuel depot outside Cheyenne. Paper company, he said. Registered under a different name every quarter. Always cash, always short-term leases on trucks that disappear after one delivery. Joan leaned over the map spread on the desk. The lines of highways crossed like veins under translucent skin. Show me where the fuel shipments end. He pointed to a cluster near the state line. Abandoned freight yard off Route 85. The address isn't listed anymore. How long to get there? 2 hours if we push it. She nodded. We push it. They left Denver as twilight began. Highway lights blurred into comets. Joan drove. Max navigated. The heater rattled, and static hummed low from the radio, white noise that almost shaped itself into words. At first she thought Max was speaking, but when she turned, his mouth wasn't moving. She switched the radio off. The world shrank to the sweep of headlights and the monotonous rhythm of tires over asphalt. Every reflective sign threw their faces back at them, fragmented in silver. In one, she thought she saw the outline of a man walking the shoulder, head tilted, arms relaxed. But when she glanced again, there was only snow. You okay? Max asked quietly. Just tired. Try to nap when we get there. Can't. Because of him. She didn't answer. Instead she asked, You ever wonder why he leaves blood on the door, not the body? Signature, Max said, claiming the perimeter. Joan shook her head. No, it's permission. He's letting himself in. The words hung between them. Cheyenne Freight Yard, midnight. They reached the turnoff at midnight. The yard spread like a graveyard for machines. Rusted containers stacked in uneven towers. Old cranes frozen in skeletal poses. A wind moved through the iron maze, carrying the smell of oil and something older, drier, the memory of heat in metal. Their flashlights carved narrow tunnels through the dark. Tire tracks, Max said, crouching. Fresh. Joan followed them to a container whose door hung half open. The beam of her light swept over a table. A chair, neat surgical cloths folded beside empty vials. No body, only absence, deliberate as punctuation. On the far wall, a single phrase had been stenciled in black ink. Mirror test, Series B. Her breath clouded in front of her. He was here. A faint click sounded, a speaker crackling to life somewhere unseen. Then a voice, distorted but unmistakable. "Joan." Max swung his light toward the sound. "You shouldn't have come alone," the voice continued, calm, measured, Wilcox's tone unmistakable beneath the distortion. "But then again, you've always believed pursuit was purification. Tell me, Static, when did you first realize the blood wasn't theirs?" Joan froze. "He's watching." Max moved toward a small camera wired to a battery pack near the ceiling. He smashed it with the butt of his gun. The voice fell silent. Only the wind remained. The sound of the wind seemed to carry its own rhythm, like breathing in a long corridor. Joan's flashlight trembled slightly as she turned in place, trying to locate the source of that voice. Only the rustle of loose paper answered her. Max knelt by the table, checking the cloths, the vials, the wiring that trailed into a portable battery pack. "He rigged this place for an audience," he said. "Audio only, probably remote trigger." Joan nodded absently. "He knew we'd come. Maybe he wanted us to." She looked down. On the floor, faint boot prints crossed in circles, as though someone had walked for hours within the same small patch of concrete. She imagined Wilcox packing here, listening to his own recorded lectures, perfecting tone, trimming breath, every act rehearsed until nothing human remained. A sound scraped behind her, metal on metal. She spun. The beam of her light caught a door slowly swinging shut in the wind. But for a heartbeat, she swore, she saw a figure vanish beyond it. The brief gleam of a white shirt sleeve. "Max." "Nothing there," he said, scanning the same space. "Just a reflection." That word, reflection, made her chest tighten. She crouched near the stenciled words on the wall. "Mirror test, Series B." Beneath the paint, someone had pressed a thumbprint into the metal. Faint red, barely visible. She didn't need to test it to know what it was. Inside the container office, a narrow corridor led to a smaller office bolted onto the container's rear. Inside, a chair, a single hanging bulb, a shelf of notebooks, identical black covers, unlabeled. Max opened one carefully. Blank pages, every one. Joan took another. Halfway through, she found a page filled with words typed and glued in strips, like ransom letters. "The observer cannot be innocent. She is part of the experiment." Her hands trembled. The letters blurred and doubled. For a second, she thought the page was pulsing like a heartbeat. She blinked hard. It stilled. "Joan," Max's voice was close. "I'm fine," she whispered. "You're not." She wanted to tell him the truth, that for the last 48 hours, reflections had stopped matching her movements, that she sometimes saw herself blink a second late. Instead, she said, "We need to find the control room." The control room. At the far end of the yard, a low structure stood half buried under snow and scrap. Inside, rows of obsolete monitors flickered weakly on backup power. Most screens showed static. One displayed the empty container they'd just left. "Feed looping endlessly. Another showed something else. Joan's motel room. The desk, the lamp, her empty chair. The camera angle from the window. A message crawled across the bottom of the screen in pale text. Every hunter will find herself eventually. Max swore under his breath. He reached for the keyboard, but the cursor moved on its own, sliding across the screen to open a file titled Ecologue. Audio crackled. Wilcox's voice again, no distortion now, calm as confession. Day 200. She follows well, better than I expected. The Bureau will doubt her first. That was necessary. Guilt sharpens instinct. Joan's throat went dry. She believes she's studying me. She is mistaken. She is the study. The file ended. Max turned toward her slowly. He's been tracking you specifically. Joan forced air into her lungs. Then he's close. The tablet. On a metal table lay a slim black tablet, powered but dark. When Max touched it, the screen came alive. Video, the motel room again, from another angle. Joan sleeping, or trying to head bent against her arm. The timestamp read 20 minutes before she'd woken to see the truck. The image dissolved into text. Every observer, BCOMES data. Then the map appeared, coordinates pulsing in red, farther north, near the Wyoming-Montana line. Joan whispered, "He's drawing us a path." Max said, "Or a trap." "Does it matter?" she asked. "We're already in it." They returned to the SUV in silence. The wind had risen. Snow whirled through the beams of the headlights. Joan leaned against the door, closing her eyes, trying to slow her pulse. "Joan," Max said softly, "you need rest. If I close my eyes, he'll be there." "You don't know that." She looked at him, and for once the walls between them thinned. "You think I'm losing it?" He hesitated. "I think you've seen too much, same as me." The words hung there, heavy with something that might have been empathy, or maybe recognition. When he reached out, just briefly, his fingers brushed hers on the console, steady, grounding. Outside, the snow hissed against the windshield like static. For the first time in days, she let herself breathe. Then she caught her reflection in the side mirror. Her mouth was still. The reflection's lips moved. She flinched back. Max followed her gaze. "What?" "Nothing," she lied. But the unease coiled deep, refusing to loosen. The drive north. They followed the coordinates at dawn. The world was stripped of color. Gray sky, white ground, the thin black line of the highway leading them toward something neither dared to name. Every few miles, the radio crackled though it was switched off. Brief bursts of voices half formed, like memories bleeding through static. Joan fought to stay present, to count signs, exits, mile markers. But the distance between thought and reality had begun to stretch thin, translucent as ice. Max drove now. She watched his profile, the tight set of his jaw, the way fatigue carved hollows beneath his eyes. He caught her looking once and almost smiled. "We'll get him." She wanted to believe it. Outside, snow erased their tracks as fast as they made them. Behind them, the freight yard stood empty again, except for a single screen still flickering in the dark. A recording played on repeat. Two agents walking through shadows, their faces blurred, their voices faint. And above the static, a calm voice whispering, almost kind. Every hunter leaves an echo. I only follow the sound. Chapter 4. The Spiral Coordinates. The drive north felt longer than the distance should allow. Snow shifted in thick curtains, the highway dissolving beneath it, until even the lines seemed to fade into the white. The GPS flickered twice and went dark. Joan glanced at Max, but he kept his eyes forward, jaw tight, both hands gripping the wheel. The silence between them was its own weather system, heavy, static, fragile. Signal's gone, he said finally. Last coordinates pointed 30 miles ahead, near a decommissioned NOAA relay site. Joan rubbed at her temple. The dull pressure behind her eyes hadn't lifted in days. Sleep was a rumor now, something other people managed. How old's the site? She asked. Abandoned in the early 90s. Used for atmospheric monitoring before satellite coverage expanded. Bureau records show it was leased last year to a shell company called Mirrorline Systems. The name scraped through her mind like a match strike. Mirror again, always mirror. Joan's phone vibrated once. No caller ID, just the timestamp. 04:17 a.m. The same time she'd woken 3 nights ago to the reflection moving on its own. She pressed the power button and slid it into the glove box without a word. The approach. They reached the turnoff near dawn. A rusted gate hung by one hinge, half buried under snow. Beyond it, a dirt road vanished into the pines. Max shifted into 4-wheel drive and eased forward. Feels like the world's been erased, Joan murmured. He shot her a look. That's the idea. Perfect place to disappear. They crested a hill, and the structure appeared below, a skeletal array of satellite dishes and a squat concrete bunker, both half swallowed by frost and years of neglect. Cables hung from the towers like veins torn from a body. Max parked beside the bunker. The air smelled of iron and pine sap, the cold so sharp it hurt to breathe. EMF interference might still be active, he said, scanning with his field meter. If Wilcox used old transmitters, he could broadcast short range without detection. Joan crouched, brushing snow from the ground. Faint tire tracks fresh. One vehicle, heavy tread, recent enough that ice hadn't formed inside the ruts. He's been here, she said. The bunker. Inside, their flashlights cut through darkness, thick with dust. A row of defunct computer towers lined the far wall, and in the center stood a narrow table, empty except for a recorder and a plastic evidence tag. Joan stepped closer. The tag read, FBI Evidence Archive Ref 11043A RELEACD. Max frowned, That's one of ours. From which case? He scanned the number on his phone. It's one of yours, actually. The Dockside murders 4 years ago. Joan's stomach tightened. She remembered every second of that case, the basement, the silence, the man who smiled as she read him his rights. She'd boxed that evidence herself after conviction. It shouldn't be here. The recorder clicked on by itself. Wilcox's voice, low, near whisper. Agent Finn, do you ever wonder what happens to the things you forget to feel? The playback hissed. The Dockside case was a rehearsal. You were already mine then. You just hadn't looked into the mirror long enough. Joan turned the recorder off, hard enough to crack the button. Max said quietly, he's not talking to the bureau. He's talking to you. She met his eyes. Then we stopped talking back. The lower level. A metal hatch led down into the bunker's lower corridor. The hinges shrieked as Max forced it open. Below, concrete walls sweated moisture. Fluorescent bulbs flickered dimly on backup power. The hall split in two. Joan went left, Max right. Each step echoed too long, the kind of acoustics that make distance impossible to judge. Her flashlight beam slid across the walls, numbers painted in sequence, then scrambled halfway down, reversed, mirrored. At the end of the hall, she found a door-marked observation room. Inside, the space was empty except for a two-way mirror spanning the far wall. On her side, dust and footprints. On the other, darkness. She raised her light. Her reflection stared back, then blinked a beat too late. Her heart stuttered. The reflection lifted its hand, but hers remained still. Joan stumbled back, breath catching. The mirror rippled faintly, as though something behind it had exhaled. Joan, Max's voice from the hall, closer now. She forced her breathing even. I'm fine. He appeared in the doorway, brow furrowed. You're pale. There's a secondary chamber. Could be a live feed setup. Max glanced at the mirror. That glass is coded. Could be one way, could be digital projection. Or something worse, she said softly. The chamber beyond. They found the entrance behind a false wall panel. Inside the adjoining room, a chair faced a bank of screens, showing looped footage Joan's interrogation from 2 years earlier. Her own voice echoed faintly through hidden speakers. Cold, procedural. Do you deny killing Thomas Avery? No, but denial and innocence aren't the same thing. The footage jumped same scene, but her answer was different this time. No, but denial and you aren't the same thing either. Joan felt the blood drain from her face. The system was editing itself, live. Max crouched by the terminal. This isn't stored locally. He's streaming from somewhere close, maybe a kilometer radius. Then he's watching us now. As if on cue, the screens went black. Then one came back on grainy feed. Exterior of the bunker. Snowstorm distorting the image. A lone figure stood by their SUV. Wilcox, the pursuit. By the time they reached the surface, the figure was gone. Only footprints led toward the tree line. They followed, snow whipping around them in frantic gusts. "He wants to be seen," Max muttered. "Good, makes him easier to shoot." The trail wound through the pines, then down into a shallow ravine. At the bottom, a small shack half collapsed under ice. Smoke curled faintly from its chimney. Joan gestured for silence. They approached from opposite sides. Inside, a cot, a propane heater, stacks of photo negatives pinned along the walls, each showing blurred silhouettes, faces caught mid-motion. At the center, a reel-to-reel recorder ran soundlessly. Joan flipped a switch. Wilcox's voice. "You think this is pursuit, but it's recursion. Every question circles back to its observer. The experiment ends when you stop asking who's being watched." Max yanked the tape free, snapping it in two. Enough riddles. Joan scanned the negatives. Most were strangers. Some her. Different angles, different days. Even one from the motel window. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the last frame. The image showed her and Max walking through the freight yard. But in the background behind them stood a third figure neither had seen. Its face was blurred beyond recognition. Collapse. By evening, the wind had turned to a shriek. They holed up in the shack, the propane heater sputtering in the corner. Joan sat on the cot, rubbing her temples, trying to steady the tremor in her hands. "Talk to me," Max said quietly. "Whatever's happening." "I'm not sure what's real anymore," she said. "Every reflection feels wrong. Even yours." He moved closer, hesitant. "You're exhausted. Deprivation does things. We'll get you to a safe house tonight." Joan shook her head. "If I stop, he wins. He's built this entire thing around my reactions. He's measuring decay. You're not an experiment. Then why does it feel like I'm disintegrating on cue?" Max exhaled, the sound more like surrender than breath. "Because you care too much." For a long moment, neither spoke. The silence between them wasn't empty anymore. It hummed with something fragile, unsaid. Outside, the snow howled. Inside, Joan's reflection in the window watched them both, lips moving a fraction, out of sync. Dawn. When morning came, the world outside was white and silent. Their tracks from the night before had vanished completely. Joan stood at the door, staring into the endless expanse. "If we follow the line north," she said, "we'll hit the ridge by dusk. That's where the signal originated." Max nodded. "Then that's where we end this." As they started walking, Joan glanced back once at the shack. Through the frosted window, her reflection still stood there, watching. Then it turned away first. Chapter 5. The Reflection Code. The ridge facility rose out of the snow like something half-dreamed, half-buried. Joan saw it first through the fogging windshield. A long, skeletal outline of concrete and shadow against a dying sky. It was nearly dusk. The peaks around them were rimmed in orange light that bled quickly into indigo. She hadn't slept in 41 hours. Not properly. Her brain was running on fumes and bitter coffee, the kind that left her tongue dry and her thoughts disjointed. But still, she drove, following the GPS's trembling arrow up the mountain road, while Max dozed in the passenger seat, his jaw slack in the faint blue glow of the dashboard. 15 miles to nowhere, she murmured. He stirred. Say something. Nothing. The road narrowed. Pines pressed closer, their silhouettes flickering in and out of the headlights. Joan's pulse ticked in her ears, too fast, irregular, like a metronome winding down. She gripped the wheel tighter and forced her mind to stay on the case. 2 weeks ago, the ghost had resurfaced after months of silence. 4 women, all found within the same radius, all displaying the same precision-cut incisions, the same pale traces of something, ritual or message, in their placement. The only new element, a small mirror shard, wiped clean, left near each body. Now they were here, chasing the one lead that might mean something. The Ridge facility, a psychiatric institute decommissioned in the late 1980s, known for electroshock treatments, sensory deprivation, and whispered experiments in perception realignment. It had been closed after a patient uprising, but according to the Bureau's files, one of Wilcox's victims, number 28, had worked here as a nurse. Max's voice broke the static hum of the heater. You think he picked it for the symbolism? Joan blinked. Symbolism. Mirrors, reflection. Insanity. This place used to treat delusions. Fits his pattern or lack of one. He doesn't have a pattern, she said, sharper than she intended. He has an architecture. Max watched her, head tilted. You're tired. I'm fine. Joan, don't start. He sighed and let it drop, but she could feel the weight of his gaze linger, assessing her the way he'd assess a suspect. Quiet, meticulous, human. She hated that he was good at it. By the time they reached the main gates, night had fallen. The facility loomed above them. 5 stories of rotting windows and snow-laden eaves. The rusted sign read Ridge State Mental Health Center in peeling paint. Joan shut off the engine. The silence afterward was enormous. Ready? Max asked, loading his sidearm. She nodded, her breath fogging the cold air. Let's end this. Inside, the air was colder than outside. A dry, static chill that bit through her coat. Their flashlights cut thin corridors of light through the dark. The walls were scrawled with graffiti, symbols overlapping old patient markings. Dates, please, words scratched in desperate repetition. See yourself. See yourself. Joan's beam flickered over a line of broken mirrors nailed along a hallway, each tilted at a slightly different angle. Her reflection stuttered and fragmented as she passed, one eye too high, one smile too crooked. Something about it made her stomach turn. This place is a labyrinth, Max muttered. Stay right, she said automatically. Always right, keeps the bearings consistent. Smart. They moved in silence for several minutes. Somewhere deep in the building, metal clanged a door. The echo stretched, warped, and died. Joan froze. Max raised his gun, signaling silence. They listened. Nothing. Her pulse didn't settle. The control room was on the 3rd floor, or what was left of it. Banks of rusted monitors, old analog consoles, wires like veins spilling across the floor. Joan set down her kit and began unpacking the portable forensic rig. A small DNA analyzer, a UV wand, the works. You think we'll find anything after 30 years? Max asked. Not about the building, she said, eyes on the floor. About him. She ran the UV light over the nearest desk. Faint streaks appeared, not dust, but something newer. Chemical. He frowned. Bleach residue. Fresh. That word hung between them. Then a hum. Soft, low, electronic, coming from the far corner of the room. Joan turned her light. One monitor, ancient CRT, had flickered to life, its gray surface blooming with static. Max swore, "There's no power." "There shouldn't be," she whispered. On the screen, through the storm of noise, a shape began to form, indistinct at first, then clearer. A man's outline. The static settled into a grayscale figure seated at a table, hands folded. Wilcox. Joan felt her throat close. He was exactly as the archive photos showed him 10 years ago, middle-aged, sharp features, eyes like shards of mercury. But this wasn't a recording. His mouth moved, and the words were real-time. "Agent Finn," he said, "you found the mirrors." Max raised his gun to the monitor, like instinct. "What the hell?" "Stay back," Joan said softly. The voice continued, measured and almost kind. "You've been dreaming of me." She swallowed. "What are you?" "A reflection," Wilcox said. "Your own, perhaps. The Bureau trained you to look for patterns, Agent Finn. But what you don't see is the pattern in yourself." Static licked across the edges of his image. Behind him, the outline of another room, familiar. A flicker of something metallic. Joan's knees felt weak. "How are you doing this?" "I'm not doing anything." "You're dead." "Am I?" The lights fluttered, and the monitor went black. Max crossed the room in 2 strides, yanking cables from the wall. "It's a feed from somewhere, maybe wireless, local. Could be him watching through a drone, or..." But Joan wasn't listening. She saw something else. A faint smear of red on the table where the monitor had stood. A single drop of blood. They stayed through the night. Max wanted to radio the Bureau, but the signal was dead. Joan paced the corridors, flashlight trembling in her hand. Her mind was unraveling in slow motion. She could feel it. The rational part of her kept cataloging the inconsistencies, the impossible elements. Old tech broadcasting a live signal, power lines cut years ago, the absence of footprints in the snow outside. But another part, the quiet, sleepless, raw part, wondered if she had been dreaming of him. She began seeing him in the corners of her eyes. Reflections mostly, mirrors, windows, water stains on metal. each time just long enough for her to register his outline before it vanished. At 3:17 a.m., she woke from a half-sleep on the floor of the control room to find the monitors humming again. This time, the static formed words, "See yourself," and then, beneath it, her own face appeared grainy, distorted, with something behind her. She spun, gun raised, breath frozen. Nothing. When dawn came, Max found her sitting against the wall, staring into a cracked mirror. "Joan." She blinked. Her pupils were blown wide, her skin pale. "He's here," she said. He knelt beside her. "You're exhausted. Whatever this is, it's real." "Then where is he?" She looked at the mirror again. "He doesn't exist in space," she whispered. "He exists in the interval, the moment before you recognize your reflection." Max's jaw tightened. "You need sleep." But she wasn't hearing him anymore. In the mirror, Wilcox was standing behind her again, faint, flickering, smiling. "Hello, Joan." Joan didn't move. The voice was inside her head, or the mirror, or both. It carried that quiet certainty that made disbelief feel like a small, tired lie. Max stood frozen by the doorway, half crouched, gun drawn. "Joan, who are you talking to?" She blinked, and for a moment, Wilcox's image was gone. Just her face in the glass, sleepless, hollow, lips pale. Then the reflection shifted. His face slid over hers like oil over water, his eyes where hers should be. "Tell him to put the gun down," Wilcox murmured. Joan's throat tightened. "You can't hurt him." "Can't I?" "Because you're not real." Wilcox's smile was almost tender. "Real enough that you've come all this way." Max stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Joan, there's nothing there. Look at me." "I am looking at you," she whispered, but the mirror said something else. "No, you're looking at me." Her pulse hammered. She pressed her palm to the cold surface. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, beneath glass. "Joan." Max grabbed her wrist, pulled her back. The connection broke. The reflection flickered back to normal. She gasped, staggering into his chest. He steadied her, one hand on her shoulder. "You're shaking," he said. "He's trying to talk to me," she breathed. "He knows things." "Joan." "About me." They retreated to the second floor, into an office whose windows still faced the dawn. Frost webbed the glass. Joan sat hunched over her laptop, replaying the earlier camera footage. Max watched her pace between bouts of typing. "You're burning out," he said quietly. "I just need to find the feed source." "There is no feed source. It's interference, static feedback. You've been up 2 days straight, hearing echoes in white noise." She ignored him, clicking through the file's spectrogram. The audio showed peaks, too deliberate, almost rhythmic. She enhanced the waveform, isolated the signal. Beneath the static, a voice murmured. Her own. She froze. "Agent, find the mirrors." Max frowned. "What is that?" She didn't answer. She rewound it, listened again. The voice was hers, faintly warped, but unmistakable. Wilcox's voice overlapped it. You see, the reflection always starts with yourself. Joan slammed the laptop shut. They decided to leave the Ridge facility by noon. The wind had picked up. Snow drifted in pale sheets across the road. Max went out first to start the car, while Joan packed the evidence crates. As she sealed the last box, she saw movement in the window glass, someone standing in the courtyard below, staring up at her. A man in a dark coat. No footprints in the snow around him. She froze, her breath fogging the glass. Max. He was already outside, maybe 50 feet away, heading toward the trunk. Max. By the time he looked up, the figure was gone. The drive down the mountain was silent. Joan's hands clenched around the wheel until her knuckles blanched. Every reflection in the car, the side mirror, the windshield glare, even the sheen of his badge on the dashboard seemed to shimmer with faint, impossible motion. You want me to take over driving? Max asked. I'm fine. You're not. You haven't eaten, you're jumpy, and you keep looking at. I said I'm fine. He leaned back, exhaling hard. He's getting into your head. That's what he wants. She stared ahead, voice low. Maybe he's already there. Max didn't answer. That night, they checked into a roadside motel in Pueblo cheap, anonymous, carpet smelling faintly of bleach. Max showered first. Joan sat on the bed, the TV flickering silently. Every so often, her reflection on the dark screen seemed to breathe a fraction after she did. She turned it off. When Max came out, towel slung around his shoulders, he gave her a long look. You need to rest. She nodded, but she couldn't. The walls hummed faintly. Somewhere behind the wallpaper, she thought she heard the same frequency as the static from the Ridge facility. A low, hypnotic vibration. She opened her laptop. No signal, no local drives, only one new folder, SEYOURSELF. Her chest tightened. She clicked it open. Inside, video files, dozens of them, each time-stamped across the last 5 years, each labeled with a city name. She opened the first. It showed a woman bound, gagged, terrified. Wilcox's voice spoke calmly off-screen. Tell them what you see. The woman sobbed. Please. Tell them. I see myself. Joan slammed the lid down, bile rising in her throat. Max turned from the bathroom. What happened? Nothing. She shut off the light. Just go to sleep. But sleep didn't come. When she finally drifted into half-consciousness, she dreamed of the Ridge. Not the decayed building they'd explored, but the way it must have looked decades ago. White hallways gleaming, doors numbered in brass, patients whispering behind glass. She walked barefoot down a corridor lined with mirrors. Each one reflected a different version of her, laughing, crying, bleeding. At the end of the hall sat Wilcox, hands folded. You understand now, he said. What are you? The space between observer and observed. She shook her head. You're a killer. He smiled. You call it killing. I call it editing, removing the false selves until only truth remains. She felt tears burning her eyes. You destroyed them. No, I revealed them. And you followed because you wanted the same revelation. She backed away. I want to stop you. You can't stop what you are. She screamed and woke. The clock read 3:33 a.m. Max was gone. The room was empty, except for his half-packed duffel on the floor. Joan sat up fast, heart hammering. Max, no answer. She went to the door, unlocked. Snow blew faintly under the gap. Outside, the parking lot was empty, except for their car. The driver's door was open. Max, she ran through the freezing air. Inside the car, the radio hissed with static. The rearview mirror was tilted upward. Her reflection stared back, except it wasn't her. Wilcox smiled through her face. You see now, he said softly. She staggered backward, slipping on the ice. No, no, this isn't. Every hunt ends at the mirror, Joan. You've been chasing your own outline. The static swelled, filling the night. His voice layered over itself, dozens of copies whispering in unison. There is no ghost. There is only you. When Max found her at dawn, she was sitting cross-legged on the snow, hands stained with something red. Her lips moved silently. He crouched in front of her. Joan. She blinked up at him, eyes glassy. He's gone. Who? The ghost. Max looked around. No sign of anyone else. The car engine was still running. He touched her shoulder gently. Come on, let's get you inside. But when he tried to help her up, she resisted. You don't understand. He's gone because he was never here. The mirrors, all of them, he built them for me. Joan, you're in shock. She looked at him with terrible clarity. You should check the trunk. He frowned, confused, and moved to the back of the car. When he opened it, his breath caught. Inside, rows of videotapes, each labeled, each bearing a date and location. And beneath them, one last mirror shard, still wet with blood. Later, in the Bureau's Denver field office, Max filed his report under seal. Agent Joan Finn, psychological collapse following exposure to extended field stressors. Involuntary leave recommended. He left the details vague. The tapes were cataloged, their contents encrypted, pending further analysis. But sometimes, late at night, he thought about that reflection, the moment he'd seen her in the snow, her face strangely calm, eyes reflecting something that wasn't there. He'd caught his own reflection once since then, in a rain-slick window outside headquarters. For an instant, he could have sworn he saw someone else looking back, smiling faintly, like recognition. He turned away before the thought could root. The Ridge facility was demolished 2 months later. Construction workers reported finding fragments of broken mirrors buried deep in the foundation. No trace of blood, no human remains. But one worker swore that, when the excavator's floodlights hit the last standing wall, the surface glimmered just long enough to show two silhouettes, one man, one woman, standing side by side. Then the wall crumbled and the reflection disappeared. Chapter 6. The Observation Room. The first thing Joan noticed was the hum. A low electrical drone that never stopped, constant as her own pulse. It lived in the walls, in the ceiling, in the fluorescent lights that washed the color from everything. The bureau called it the observation wing, though everyone inside called it simply the glass. Everything, doors, panels, even the clocks, was designed to be watched from the other side. Joan lay on the narrow cot, staring up at the ceiling. 12 perforations in the panel above her bed. She counted them every hour. Somewhere behind one of those holes, there was a camera. She could feel it tracking her breathing. The air smelled of disinfectant and recycled air. No scent of paper, no trace of the outside world. The walls were a neutral beige designed to be non-stimulating, though after 10 days of it, the color itself felt like madness. A voice crackled through the intercom. Agent Finn. Evaluation session, room 3A. She didn't move right away. The voice was female, precise. Dr. Lena Rowan, bureau psychiatrist. The only one allowed to speak to her directly. When Joan finally sat up, her joints cracked. Her hands were trembling again. She couldn't tell if it was exhaustion or withdrawal from the adrenaline that had driven her for months. The corridor outside was silent, except for the squeak of her shoes. Cameras followed her like eyes on stalks. She walked past identical doors, each marked with a number instead of a name. Somewhere, a clock ticked with inhuman regularity. Inside room 3A, Dr. Rowan was waiting, slim, silver hair tied back, expression calm in the way only practiced detachment can be calm. There was a file on the table, open. Joan's own eyes stared up from the ID photo clipped to the cover. Agent Finn, Rowan said, please sit. Joan obeyed. The chair was metal, bolted to the floor. How are you feeling today? She stared at the doctor's hands, the way the pen hovered above the notepad. Fine. Any improvement in sleep? I sleep. How many hours? I don't count. Rowan wrote something down. You've been here 10 days. Do you understand why? Joan looked up. Because I saw something the Bureau can't explain. Because your field partner reported severe disorientation, insomnia, and dissociative symptoms. Joan's laugh was dry, brittle. You mean I sounded crazy? Your words, not mine. I saw him, Joan said quietly. Rowan didn't look up. The ghost. Yes. In what form? In the mirrors, in the monitors, in reflections. And you believe this? Entity communicated with you. Joan's fingers tightened around the edge of the chair. You make it sound like superstition. I'm describing the incident in your own report. Then you've read it. You know what I saw. Rowan's pen stopped moving. What I know, Agent Finn, is that trauma can alter perception. Prolonged exposure to stress, lack of sleep, the kind of imagery you've witnessed. It can create overlays. The mind trying to impose sense where there is none. Joan met her gaze. You think I hallucinated him. I think you experienced something real to you. Then tell that to the cameras. Maybe they hallucinated too. Rowan's eyes flicked briefly to the glass wall behind her, where the observation blinds hid whoever was listening. No cameras recorded any anomalous figure during your stay at the Ridge facility. Only you and Agent Alder. Joan exhaled slowly, a cold fury simmering under the exhaustion. Maybe that's the point. Rowan studied her. What do you mean? He's not visible to cameras. He lives in reflections. You can't capture a mirror inside a mirror. Or, Rowan said gently, you constructed him from the fragments of what you couldn't process. Joan stared at the surface of the table. Her reflection looked back, pale, hollow-eyed, alien. For a heartbeat, it seemed to blink slower than she did. She jerked her head up. Rowan didn't notice. They let her out for exactly 1 hour a day to walk the perimeter courtyard. The space was walled with reinforced glass, so that from every angle she could see her own distorted silhouette multiplied in faint, ghostly layers. It had snowed that morning. The ground was white, untouched. Joan traced the wall with her fingertips, leaving faint marks of condensation. Sometimes she imagined the reflections moved differently from her, like a fraction of a second late. Agent Finn. She turned. A bureau orderly stood by the door, holding a small tablet. You have clearance for monitored reading. Agent Alder authorized these. He handed her the device. On the screen, several files blinked open. Video transcript 19A tape reconstruction. Denver field office. Alder, M notes. Audio log, encrypted. Her pulse quickened. She scrolled through the transcript first. The header read, Recovered Media, Ridge Facility. Transcript excerpt. Female voice, unidentified. Please, I don't want to see it. Male voice, Wilcox. Truth requires recognition. Noise, static. End of file. She swallowed hard, then opened Max's notes. Recovered materials appear authentic, but untraceable. No known victims matched to transcripts 317. DNA trace inconclusive, possible contamination. Audio distortions consistent with prior reports from Agent Finn. Her vision swam. She had to sit down. They were still treating her like a data point, like contamination. That night, sleep came in shards. She dreamed she was back in the Ridge control room, the monitors flickering with static. One screen showed her reflection sitting exactly as she was now in the glass, under sterile lights. Then the reflection began to move differently, rising from the chair, walking toward her. It pressed a hand against the inside of the monitor, palm aligning with hers. Its mouth moved soundlessly. When she woke, the room was dark. Her heart hammered so hard it hurt, and from the wall faintly came that same low hum, only now It pulsed, in rhythm with her heartbeat. 2 days later, Dr. Rowan brought her a recording device. "Director's request," she said. "They'd like you to record a verbal reconstruction of what happened in the Ridge control room. No edits, no interruptions." Joan stared at the small microphone. "And if I refuse?" Rowan smiled faintly. "You won't." The doctor left her alone. The red light blinked, waiting. Joan took a deep breath. "This is Agent Joan Finn, Ridge Case Reconstruction." She closed her eyes, let the words fall out. "I saw him through the monitor. He spoke to me. He said I'd been dreaming of him. I thought he was manipulating the feed, but it wasn't a feed. It was a mirror. He used reflections because that's where we're most honest," he said. Her throat caught. The red light pulsed. "He said I was part of him, that he didn't exist without me, that maybe I'd made him up to justify the violence." Her hand trembled. "I don't know what's true anymore." Silence. The hum filled the void. Then faintly, through the device, a second voice, impossible, overlapping hers. "Truth requires recognition." She froze. The recorder clicked off. When Dr. Rowan reviewed the file later, she frowned. "Audio feedback," she muttered to the technician. But Joan could see the doctor's hands shaking. 3 nights later, Joan woke to find her door open. The hallway beyond glowed faintly under emergency lights. No sound, no guards, just that omnipresent hum. She stepped into the corridor barefoot, the tile icy beneath her feet. Her reflection followed her in the polished metal panels. At the far end, a security mirror curved into the ceiling, a convex eye watching everything. In its surface, she saw movement. A man standing behind her. She turned sharply. Nothing. In the mirror, he was still there. "Wilcox." "Stop," she whispered. He smiled. "You know the truth, Agent Finn. The Bureau wants their monster. You were kind enough to give them one. You're not real. I'm whatever fills the gap between the watcher and the watched." Her reflection began to ripple, his form merging with hers, features bleeding together. Joan stumbled backward, heart racing, until she hit the wall. "Get out of my head." Wilcox's voice soft. "I never was." The lights flickered, and he was gone. She spent the next morning in silence. The doctors noted her unresponsiveness. Rowan scheduled another evaluation. When Rowan entered the cell, Joan was standing at the mirror sink, staring into the metal surface. "Agent Finn." No response. "Joan." Finally, she turned, eyes bloodshot. "He's in your cameras now." Rowan's pen hesitated. "What do you mean?" "You can watch me all you want. It won't matter. He's on the inside of the glass." "Joan, look at me." "Do you ever wonder," Joan said softly, "who's watching you?" That night, Rowan filed an urgent memo. Subject exhibits heightened paranoia. Possibly infection of delusional framework into evaluative authority. Recommending full sensory isolation for 72 hours. They placed her in observation room B, white walls. No reflective surfaces, no sound except her breathing. But as the door sealed shut, Joan thought she saw something shimmer across the sterile wall, just for an instant. A faint outline, two figures, then nothing. The silence was the worst of it. At first, Joan thought the isolation chamber would be a reprieve from the endless hum. But silence proved louder than any noise. It had its own frequency, pressing against her skull, making her heartbeat sound like footsteps coming from inside the walls. The room had no corners, only soft curves that denied her bearings. The light came from nowhere and everywhere, an even, sterile glow that made shadow impossible. Without shadow, she could not tell what was real. She tried to sleep, but the moment her eyes closed, she saw the shimmer again, the faint afterimage of movement where none should be. Her own breathing became suspect. She began to speak aloud, just to hear a human voice. "My name is Joan Finn. I am an agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I am not hallucinating." The walls gave no answer. "I am not hallucinating," she repeated, quieter. Something clicked faintly, like static breaking the edge of a broadcast. She froze. Rowan. Nothing. She stepped toward the wall. The air felt charged, thin. For a moment, she thought she could see her reflection faintly impressed in the surface. Not a mirror, exactly, but the suggestion of one, as though a layer of glass hovered behind the material. And then, faintly, recognition. Her body went cold. "Who's there?" The word echoed back, warped. "Who's there?" She backed away until her spine touched the opposite wall. The light dimmed for half a second, not an electrical flicker, more like the room itself breathing. Her pulse thundered. She remembered what Wilcox had said. He lives in reflections. But there were no mirrors here, unless the Bureau had built one into the walls, unless isolation itself was the reflection. Elsewhere, Max Alder sat hunched over a bank of monitors in the Bureau's analysis division, the blue light carving hollow lines into his face. He hadn't slept properly in days. The surveillance feeds from the glass played in sterile monochrome. Joan's room, Rowan's office, the corridors looping endlessly like a closed circuit dream. He watched her on screen now, standing, unmoving, staring at the blank wall. The audio readout flickered with bursts of static. Something wrong with the feed? He asked the technician. The man shrugged. Optical interference. Happens sometimes. These rooms weren't meant for long-term containment. Play it again. Timestamp 2313. The technician rewound. Max leaned forward. There for one frame, less than a heartbeat. A distortion behind Joan's shoulder. A dark, human shape. Then gone. Freeze that. The technician did. "Is that a reflection?" Max asked. "No reflective surface in that room, sir." Max exhaled slowly. "Then what the hell am I looking at?" He opened a classified folder from earlier that morning. Recovered tape, Ridge facility. He scanned the technical note from the Bureau's Audio Forensics Division. Distortions exhibit mimetic resonance pattern frequencies, adapting to the subject's voice. Possible feedback intelligence. He rubbed a hand over his face. Christ, Joan. Back in isolation, time had become a concept without meaning. Joan counted her breaths to measure the hours. Sometimes the light dimmed imperceptibly. Sometimes it brightened until she thought her skin would dissolve in it. At one point, the voice came again. Recognition requires reflection. Her throat tightened. What do you want from me? To finish what you began. She covered her ears. You're not real. Then why am I answering? Joan pressed her back against the wall. You're a projection, a trauma response. Is that what they told you? That you made me? Or that you became me? The voice came from everywhere now. The air, the light, her own pulse. You're Wilcox. I'm whoever looks back when you stop pretending. Something rippled across the surface before her, a distortion forming like oil in water. Slowly, impossibly, it took shape. A face, not Wilcox's, her own. Pale, gaunt, expression hollowed by grief. The lips moved soundlessly, then whispered. Truth requires recognition. Joan screamed and slammed her fist into the wall. The light shattered, not the bulb, but the glow itself, splintering into darkness and strobe. For the first time, she heard the hum return louder now, like machinery waking. At the same hour, Max stood before Director Vance's office window, file in hand. Director, the recordings from Ridge and the glass are showing identical interference patterns. They're not environmental. Vance didn't look up. Meaning whatever she encountered, whatever Wilcox left behind adapted. It's in the Bureau's system. It's mimicking her voice, maybe her cognition. Vance finally turned. Are you suggesting contagion, Agent Alder? Max hesitated. I'm saying the walls aren't holding it. We're feeding it power. The director's expression was stone. We'll need proof before we move on that theory. Max leaned forward. Sir, if I'm right, she's not the patient anymore. She's the transmitter. Back in the glass, the walls pulsed faintly, as if syncing to Joan's heartbeat. She sat in the corner, head against her knees, whispering. Recognition requires truth. The other voice whispered back. Truth requires recognition. She looked up. The entire room was shifting, faint human outlines moving beneath the surface, like figures behind frosted glass. Each step mirrored her own. Stop, she whispered. The figures obeyed, all except one. The one in the center tilted its head in the wrong direction, watching her with eyes that glowed faintly from within. Her reflection spoke. It was never him you were chasing. Who then? The one recording. Joan blinked. Max. He's looking through the glass right now. Her skin went cold. You're lying. Ask him. In the monitoring room, Max's headset crackled. A whisper, faint but unmistakable. Ask him. He froze. Did you hear that? He asked the tech. No audio feed running, the man said. Max's throat went dry. Patch me through to Dr. Rowan. When Rowan appeared on screen, her face was pale. She's not responding anymore. The system's reading anomalous biometric patterns, like her pulse, is syncing with the room's electrical field. Max's eyes widened. Pull her out. She's under sensory isolation order. Now, doctor. Inside the room, the wall split open. A seam of light revealing the outline of a door. Joan didn't move. She stared at the glowing surface, waiting. Through the crack, she could see a reflection of herself. Only this time, it smiled. Recognition, it whispered. At last. The door hissed open. Rowan stepped in, flanked by 2 orderlies. Agent Finn, you're safe, she said. You're coming with us. Joan looked past her, at the mirrored panel flickering on the far wall. It's already out. What? The reflection. You should have left it in the dark. Before Rowan could respond, the light surged. Every reflective surface, the doctor's glasses, the polished steel restraints, even the orderlies' visors, shimmered with static. Faces appeared where faces shouldn't be. One of the orderlies screamed. The other collapsed, convulsing. Rowan stumbled backward, clutching her head. What's happening? Joan whispered, almost tenderly, recognition. Then the lights went out. Later, Max stood outside the sealed chamber, staring at the emergency report scrolling across the screen. Containment breach. Multiple casualties. Subject unaccounted for. He watched the grainy footage one last time. The final frame before the blackout. Joan standing amid the chaos, calm, eyes open, lips moving. When the image froze, Max zoomed in. Her pupils reflected something, a figure in the glass behind her. Him, watching. The Bureau's containment. Wings smelled of ozone and sterilized fear. Max Alder stepped through the decontamination corridor, boots crunching over shattered glass that had once been a reinforced observation panel. The fluorescent lights buzzed like dying insects. No one spoke. No one wanted to name what had happened inside. 2 agents in hazmat suits were sealing the entry to the glass, the isolation chamber where Joan Finn had vanished. The white polymer walls were blackened with soot in places, like something had tried to burn its way out from within. Max's badge pinged against the scanner. A voice over the intercom said, Agent Alder, clearance confirmed. You may proceed. He didn't feel ready. He walked in. The room looked wrong. Not ruined wrong. It was too symmetrical. Everything melted and warped, yet still balanced, as though chaos had decided to mirror itself. The restraints lay coiled on the floor in perfect loops, not torn or broken, but arranged. The air shimmered faintly, the way heat rises from asphalt. Record begins at 2316, said a forensics officer, her voice muffled through her respirator. Feed cuts out at 2319. Biometric data lost at the same moment. Lost, Max repeated. Corrupted. The sensors started returning duplicates of their own readings, recursive patterns. It's like the system started measuring itself. He crouched by the observation window. His reflection wavered slightly, as though the glass were breathing. Any trace of Agent Finn? None. Door never opened according to logs. No breach detected. Yet she's gone. The officer hesitated. Yes, sir. Max stared at the central panel where Joan had sat for hours during evaluation. The surface was slick, faintly iridescent. Someone had drawn on it no, etched into it with something sharp. Words carved in the wall's plastic skin. Recognition equals transmission. The forensics officer saw him looking. We ran that through the handwriting database. No match to Agent Finn's known samples. But you checked. Twice. He nodded. His throat felt tight. Something about the lettering. It curved downward slightly, like it had been written while the author's hand was trembling. He imagined Joan here, surrounded by light and silence, scratching those words into the wall, or something scratching them through her. Agent Alder. He turned. Director Vance stood in the doorway, flanked by two security chiefs. His presence filled the room like a new gravitational field. Sir, Max said. Vance's voice was calm, almost clinical. Status. No sign of Agent Finn. Surveillance feeds indicate anomalous optical interference, consistent with the Ridge facility incident. Meaning, Max took a breath. Meaning it's not isolated. Whatever phenomenon we encountered there has replicated within Bureau infrastructure. One of the security chiefs scoffed. Phenomenon. Are you telling me we're haunted by data? Max ignored him. Sir, we need to shut down the internal network, isolate every system connected to the Ridge tapes, and initiate a manual audit. Vance raised an eyebrow. That would paralyze half the Bureau's intelligence grid. Better paralyzed than contaminated. The director studied him for a long moment. Then, quietly, you look tired, Agent Alder. I am tired. Get some rest before your report. Sir, that's an order. He didn't rest. Back in his temporary quarters, he replayed the Ridge audio on a private terminal. The file had been quarantined after the investigation, marked classified. AUD 137, subject Wilcox transmission. He played the first 30 seconds. Static, then a voice low, almost polite. Recognition requires reflection. Max froze. He'd heard it before. Not on the tape. In the containment feed. The same modulation. The same cadence. He scrubbed back and replayed. The same words. Same tone. Except the waveform was different. He ran a spectral analysis, overlaying the Ridge recording with the one from Joan's isolation chamber. Perfect alignment, except for one anomaly. A secondary voice layered underneath, almost inaudible. He boosted the gain. A whisper emerged beneath the main phrase. Max, he slammed the pause key. The monitor hummed softly, like it was waiting. He played it again. Recognition requires reflection. Max, he muted the sound and stared at the frozen waveform, his pulse hammering. It was Wilcox speaking the second time. It was Joan. The next morning, he was in the lab before anyone else. He needed someone to confirm he wasn't losing his mind. Dr. Avery, the Bureau's acoustic analyst, arrived with her usual thermos and irritation. "You know what time it is." "Early," he said. "Listen to this." She put on the headphones, brows furrowed. After 20 seconds, she looked up. "This is composite data. The bass voice pattern is the same as your prior ridge file, but the secondary layer, what did you do to it?" "Nothing. It's mimicking human speech. Frequency structure approximates your missing agent's vocal signature." "Approximates. It's like the system's trying to sound like her." She ran the file again, watching the spectral bands ripple. "This shouldn't exist, Max. The waveform is recursive. It feeds on its own harmonics. It's learning." Max whispered, like an echo adapting to its listener. Avery stared at him. "You think this is alive?" He didn't answer. At 1400 hours, Vance called an emergency meeting in the upper conference wing. A half-dozen division heads gathered around the polished black table. The lights reflected them in long, distorted streaks. Vance spoke first. "Containment at Wing C is secure. Public cover is an electrical malfunction during evaluation. All personnel are accounted for except Agent Finn." A murmur passed through the room. Max sat at the far end, hands folded, watching the reflections move across the table's surface. He waited for his turn to speak. When it came, he stood. "We're dealing with a pattern of intelligent mimicry. The ridge and glass incidents share acoustic resonance signatures that behave like a transmissible code. Not malware, not psychosis, something that adapts through observation." The Homeland liaison frowned. "Observation. Yes, every time we record it, study it, or analyze it, it learns. That's the pattern. Recognition equals transmission. It's what Joan wrote on the wall. Are you saying our instruments are spreading it?" "I'm saying our instruments are it now." The room went very quiet. Finally, Vance said, "You'll forgive me, Agent Alder, if I require more tangible evidence than philosophy." Max met his eyes. "You'll have it." He did not have it. What he had were fragments. A handful of corrupted video files, one missing agent, and a gut feeling that reality itself was starting to feed back. That night, he returned to the observation wing alone. The area had been sealed off, but his clearance still worked. Inside the glass, the air was different, thinner, metallic. He set up a portable recorder and began speaking quietly into it. "Field log, Alder Max. Reentry, containment chamber. Objective, confirm anomaly persistence post-evacuation. He ran his hand along the wall. Smooth, cold. Then, faintly, the shimmer again. The same distortion he'd seen on the ridge tapes. He raised the recorder. Visual interference confirmed. Source appears internal to surface structure. His reflection wavered. He leaned closer. Recognition requires reflection, said the whisper. Max's pulse jumped. Who's there? Silence. He kept the recorder running. Repeat. Identify yourself. The reflection moved, but he didn't. He stepped back fast, breathing hard. The shimmer flattened. Nothing there. He looked down at the recorder. The red light blinked twice, then went dark. He pressed the button. It wouldn't turn back on. In the control room above, the security feed flickered. For a moment, 2 identical Max Alders appeared on screen. One standing by the wall, one slightly behind him. The image glitched, then merged. When the technician replayed the footage later, the duplicate was gone. At 03:14 a.m., Max was back in his quarters, staring at his reflection in the dark window. The city lights below shimmered through the glass like scattered data. He whispered to himself, recognition requires reflection. The reflection's lips moved half a beat later. The evaluation room was smaller this time, not the whitewashed glare of the initial intake, but a muted gray cell with a half-shuttered window looking out over the bureau's psychological wing. The kind of view meant to suggest transparency, while still reminding you that you were being watched. The air conditioning hummed softly, its rhythm slightly offbeat, like a machine stuttering over its own heartbeat. Joan sat cross-legged in the plastic chair, her hands folded neatly in her lap, like a schoolgirl waiting to recite something she no longer believed in. Dr. Halvorsen was across from her, mid-40s, hair clipped short, bureau badge folded neatly into a leather notebook. No affectations of warmth, but not cruel either, the kind of clinical detachment that looked almost kind, until you realized it was just efficient. Agent Finn, he said softly, how did you sleep? Joan looked up. The question seemed to come from somewhere far away. I think I dreamed, she said, but I'm not sure it was sleep. What do you mean? I saw him again, not in the usual way. She paused, uncertain how to articulate it. The ghost had begun appearing in fragments, not in the mirrors this time, but in textures, in the faint shadow of her own reflection against polished steel. He's not always a face. Sometimes it's a movement behind the glass, like light bending the wrong way. Halvorsen didn't react. His pen moved across the paper. And this occurs while you're awake. Joan tilted her head, the fluorescent light flickering above them like an eyelid twitch. I don't know if I'm awake, she said. That's the problem. He studied her quietly. You've been under severe duress for months, Agent Finn. Hallucinations can manifest under prolonged sleep deprivation and trauma exposure. Have you considered taking the medical leave that was previously recommended? Joan laughed, short, sharp, and not entirely human. Leave while he's still out there. You think that would stop him? This isn't about him, Halvorson said gently. This is about you. But that was precisely the lie. Everything was about him now. The files, meanwhile, in the evidence archive 3 floors down, Max Alder's world had narrowed to the sound of whirring tape reels and the low hum of digital playback equipment. The Bureau's audio lab was all cold surfaces and sterile light. Yet, every time he played the recovered audio from the Ridge facility, a kind of static electricity crept into the room. The tapes, 14 hours of ambient recordings from the night before Wilcox's communication, had been decrypted and catalogued. Most of it was interference, wind shear, electronic bleed, faint electromagnetic distortion, consistent with old analog equipment. But there was one fragment, a voice under the static, low and arrhythmic. You see too much, Agent Alder. He'd played that sentence 37 times. The analysts insisted it was pareidolia, the mind's tendency to impose meaning onto noise. But every time Max heard it, it seemed to articulate differently. Once it had said his name, another time it sounded like a child's whisper. He tried isolating the waveform, then boosting the decibel range around 3 kHz, the human voice band. The screen flickered, lines of noise translating into peaks and valleys. The voice wasn't consistent with any known recording artifacts. The modulations were deliberate, almost linguistic. He's speaking through interference, Max muttered. The tech beside him, a young forensic engineer named Trin, frowned. Or you're projecting, like she was. Max's jaw tightened. You think this is the same pathology? Trin shrugged. The ghost leaves immaculate scenes. No DNA, no prints, no trace except a drop of blood. He's not talking through a radio. He's playing with you. Max leaned closer to the monitor. That's what worries me. Because if he's playing, he knows what we're hearing. He paused the recording, staring at the spectral readout. The waveform pulsed faintly, as if still alive. And then, for a split second, every speaker in the room emitted a single tone. Low, subsonic. The glass of the observation booth trembled. Shit, Trin yanked off her headset. The tone cut out. Silence. But on the monitor, the signal continued. A faint line of data rewriting itself in real time. Max, Trin whispered. The system isn't online. How is it updating? He didn't answer. Because in the upper right corner of the waveform window, 4 words had appeared. Hello again, Max. The questioning. Back in her evaluation, Joan stared at the 2-way mirror. The reflection looked like her, but thinner, more transparent, like the mirror was swallowing light instead of reflecting it. Halvorson continued writing. You were the first to recognize the blood pattern as communicative, he said. But you've also admitted to seeing him when no one else does. Do you believe the ghost is targeting you personally? Joan hesitated. Yes, she said eventually. but not in the way you think. He doesn't follow me physically. He moves differently. He inhabits the gaps. The gaps, the moments between perception. When I blink, when I turn my head. He's there, but only for the fraction of a second before my brain fills in the image. That sounds like a description of an intrusive hallucination. Jones smiled weakly. Or maybe he's learned how to live there. There was a pause. The hum of the air conditioner thickened. Havorson set down his pen. Joan, he said, for the first time using her name. Do you understand why the Bureau mandated this evaluation? She nodded. Because I saw something I wasn't supposed to. Because you've lost touch with the case. No, she whispered. I found it. Haverson glanced toward the mirrored wall, perhaps to the observers behind it. We'll continue this next week, he said quietly. As he gathered his papers, Joan looked again at her reflection. This time, she swore it smiled a heartbeat before she did. The descent. That night, Joan was escorted to her temporary quarters, a small suite on the Bureau's campus for agents under psych observation. A bed, a desk, a narrow bathroom, one barred window. Clinical, but not cruel. She sat on the edge of the bed, unblinking. The faint reflection of the city skyline shimmered on the glass. For hours, she didn't move. Around 3:12 a.m., the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then the room went dead quiet. No hum of the air vents, no electricity, only silence. From the darkness of the mirror, a pulse of light, like static caught in reflection, rippled outward. And then, you shouldn't have brought him, the voice whispered. Joan froze. The voice wasn't in her head. It was in the air, like someone speaking from the wrong side of the mirror. You're tired, Joan. You've been chasing ghosts so long you became one. She stood, her breathing uneven. Who are you? I'm the question you keep asking, the voice murmured. And the answer that can't exist. Where are you? She whispered. Wherever you look too closely. The reflection shimmered, and for a fraction of a second, she saw him. Not a man, not really. A shape without edges, like the human form refracted through smoke. The ghost. And then he was gone. Joan stumbled back, her hands shaking. She slammed the light switch, nothing. In the mirror's darkness, she saw movement again, but this time it wasn't him. It was herself, except the reflection didn't move when she did. You can't keep doing this, she whispered. The reflection tilted its head. The field. 2 days later, Max stood in the Ridge Surveillance Center, watching the live feed from the recovered body cam data. Most of it had been corrupted, but what survived showed Joan's descent into the lower tunnels before Wilcox's final message. Her breathing ragged, the camera catching flashes of motion walls that seemed to ripple, the flicker of movement in periphery. He paused at one frame, a distorted reflection on a glass panel, the faint outline of a man's hand touching the lens from the inside. Jesus, Max muttered. He enhanced the still, adjusting the filters. The handprint wasn't blood, wasn't dust. It was light, inverted luminance, as though the reflection had physical texture. The ghost was rewriting the laws of presence, or they were all losing their minds. The Bureau's deputy director wanted to suspend both agents. The case had turned into an embarrassment. Too many dead ends, too many personal breakdowns. But Max refused to close the file. That night, he sat alone in the lab, replaying the tapes again. On the 48th loop, the static whispered something new. "She's almost ready." He stopped the playback. The waveform shimmered, and this time, the voice didn't come from the speakers. It came from behind him. "You always wanted to find me, Max," the ghost said, softly. "Now, you just have to decide which side of the glass you're on." The collapse. Back in her quarters, Joan sat by the window, exhausted. She hadn't slept in 48 hours. Every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of corridors made of mirrors, endless and bright, each reflection moving slightly out of sync. When she woke, the world was quieter than before, not peaceful, but emptied. She turned on the light and saw her reflection watching her again. This time, it wasn't smiling. It was afraid. Her phone buzzed. "Unknown number," she answered. "Joan." Her throat tightened. "Max." "Don't say anything," he whispered. "Just listen." The signal's active again. Whatever this is, it's not human transmission. It's something else. The ghost's signature matches electromagnetic interference across 3 states. It's like he's everywhere. Joan pressed a hand to the glass. Her reflection did the same, palm to palm, but slightly delayed. "Max," she said, "what if he's not sending messages?" "What do you mean?" "What if he's listening?" Silence on the line. Then, "Stay where you are," Max said. "I'm coming to get you." But as she lowered the phone, the reflection whispered, "He's already too late." Fragment I. The quiet geometry of things that die. From the perspective of the ghost, he moved through the world as though it were already dead. Not lifeless, that was too blunt a word, but inert, like an animal whose heart had stopped a second before the mind realized it. The cities, the highways, the rooms people filled with talk and hunger, and light, all of them were just aftermaths. He saw them that way, afterthoughts of a species long expired, still twitching from habit. The ghost didn't think of himself by that name. He didn't think of himself much at all. He preferred to think in terms of structure, intervals, repetitions, the geometry of necessity. People called it killing. He called it removal. When he worked, he listened to the silence between sounds, the hum of a refrigerator before it clicked off, the hush after a passing train. That was where truth lived. Tonight, or perhaps 5 years ago, it was never clear he was driving. A 2-lane stretch of desert highway where the stars hung low enough to look bruised. The car's dashboard light bled faintly across his hands. He didn't need a destination. He never did. The route was part of the ritual, motion as erasure. A body was in the trunk. He didn't think about her name. Names were noise. What mattered was the sequence, the coordinates where she had ceased to exist, and where she would finally become part of the pattern. He had rules, not moral ones, but structural. Never repeat geography within a solar cycle. Never kill within proximity of emotion. Always leave a point of continuity, a drop of blood, a trace of the order that underlies the chaos. That last part had been misunderstood by the Bureau. They thought it was signature, ego. It was. It was notation, a reminder to himself that the pattern was still pure. He had tried once to stop. The year was blurred, maybe the winter after his 39th birthday, maybe not his at all. He had worked a job then, a legitimate one, in a small town hospital. Night shifts, endless corridors humming with fluorescent ghosts. He had watched old men die quietly in their sleep and young mothers die screaming through their teeth. He'd noticed the symmetry of it, how both were, in their final second, identical. And it had calmed him briefly, until the noise returned. The noise was not a sound. It was a vibration in the spine, a static in the edges of perception, the mind's recoil from its own existence. He couldn't sleep when it came. He couldn't think. The only way to stop it was to remove the point of origin, the person whose presence amplified it. That was all killing ever was, canceling interference. He parked near an abandoned rest stop and stepped out. The wind cut through his jacket, dry and metallic. The sky was perfect, no moon, no audience. He opened the trunk. The woman's eyes were still open, milky in the dark. He regarded her calmly, not with cruelty, but with a detached interest, like a cartographer verifying a map. "You'll quiet the static," he murmured. He didn't remember if he said it aloud. The words existed somewhere between breath and thought. When he began, it was with precision. The blade sterilized, measured, never hurried, moved like an extension of geometry. The point of incision always at the left carotid. He had learned, over time, that the left side sings differently when it breaks. She didn't scream. Not now. That part had been earlier, when the mind still believed in survival. Now there was only the small sound, like air leaving a flute. He watched the life leave with the discipline of a surgeon, not a sadist. When it was over, he placed the body with care, parallel to the horizon. He opened the small vial he always carried, pricked his thumb with a sterile pin, and let a single drop of his own blood fall onto her palm. Order, continuity, completion. Then he covered her face. Time fractured after that. Sometimes he was back in the desert. Sometimes in a motel room in Wyoming, watching a television flicker without sound. Sometimes he was nowhere at all, just an observer inside someone else's dream. He didn't know when the Bureau had begun tracking him. He only knew the moment they began hearing him back. It had been an accident. He'd been experimenting with interference, recording ambient frequencies from the crime scenes, feeding them through analog loops to create a resonance pattern. The theory was simple. Every act leaves a sonic residue, a kind of afterimage in the air. If you tune to the right frequency, you can still hear the moment of death replay itself faintly, like an echo that refuses to die. He'd been playing one such loop when the static changed. Voices, a woman's breath, a man's murmur, the bureau listening in. He hadn't expected them to hear him, but they did. And then, slowly, beautifully, the interference became communication. He understood now that the world was not linear. Events did not follow one another, they folded. Each act existed simultaneously in all its iterations. The killing, the investigation, the memory, the retelling. Everything was recursion. That was why he could see them before they found him. He'd watched them sometimes, not in person, but through what he called the mirror intervals. Screens, reflections, feeds. He didn't seek them out. They simply appeared when he tuned the frequency right. The woman, Joan, though he never said her name, appeared often, pale under fluorescence, exhausted. He could sense in her a resonance like his own, the frequency of collapse. She saw him once, or thought she did. That amused him, not out of cruelty, but recognition. The man, Alder, was the opposite. Solid, empirical, blind to the patterns. He'd burn himself alive for proof. They needed each other, those two. Dual hemispheres of the same pursuit. One feeling too much, the other nothing at all. He was neither. He was the silence between them. In his temporary hideout, a basement beneath a decommissioned signal station, the ghost kept a collection of objects. Not trophies. He despised that word. Trophies implied possession. These were coordinates. Each item corresponded to a point on the larger map. A button from a dead woman's coat. A motel room key from Montana. A matchbox from a diner that no longer existed. A shard of mirror from a motel bathroom in Nebraska. Together they formed a grid, an invisible geometry that, if drawn across a map of the United States, would form a pattern no one but him could see. In the center of the pattern was nothing. The absence was the point. He believed that the universe was designed to fail. That entropy was not the end of order, but its truest expression. To create is to interrupt the silence. To destroy is to restore it. He wrote this once in a notebook. Every act of violence is a confession that the world still speaks too loudly. He began recording again, adjusting the equipment. Old military transceivers, analog oscillators, patched cables. The air hummed with residual signal. He tuned it carefully, below the human hearing range, where perception bleeds into instinct. The static murmured, then it spoke. You can't be everywhere. His lips curved faintly. The voice wasn't his, but he didn't argue. They think they can find you. I want them to, he whispered. Why? So they'll understand. Understand what? That the pattern was never about me. The static hesitated, then laughed, a mechanical distortion, low and wet. You think they'll listen. They already are, he said. They just haven't learned to stop hearing themselves. The transmission collapsed into white noise. He closed his eyes. For a moment, there was peace, the brief illusion of stillness before the next act began. But even as he sat there, he could sense the noise rising again. Somewhere, another point of interference. Another life too loud. He opened his notebook and drew a circle. Then another, intersecting the first. In the overlapping space, he wrote a single word. Convergence. Then he looked up. In the reflection of the metal wall, something moved, a shape without edges. His own face, refracted, unplaceable. He smiled slightly. The next act was already writing itself. He drives through the night without headlights. The road is a narrow thread between fields gone feral, the air silvered by the suggestion of distant rain. In the rearview mirror, the world seems to dissolve, not darkness exactly, but a thinning, a kind of optical rot. He thinks of it as the fade. It began years ago, though he couldn't name when. A gradual hollowing of reality, first in people's eyes, then in their voices. Even now, when the radio flickers with talk shows or the low moan of an emergency broadcast test, he hears it beneath everything, that faint, grainy dissolution. Like the world itself is losing signal. He does not find this frightening. He finds it clarifying. When the static started, he began to listen. When it deepened, he began to record. Now he only corrects the imbalance. At the edge of the county line stands a defunct signal tower, its skeletal frame black against the sky. He has used it before. He has used many things before. The ghost doesn't own places, he inhabits them. Like interference, inhabits a frequency. Inside, dust lies thick on the floor, broken glass, catching what little light seeps through. He climbs the narrow stair to the control room and lays out his instruments. A portable reel-to-reel, an analog mixer, 2 oscilloscopes. Everything analog. Digital systems lie. They smooth the chaos. They remove the essential human error. He turns a dial, slow and deliberate, until the machine hums low in the room's chest. Then the voices begin to surface, faint, fractured, indistinguishable at first. He tilts his head slightly, listening for the pulse beneath the noise. There, a woman's breath caught mid-word, a man's question interrupted by silence. He isolates the frequencies, spools them into separate tracks, overlays them again. When the mix reaches the right balance, signal, decay, signal, decay. He closes his eyes and presses the headphones tighter against his skull. The hum becomes a heartbeat. The silence becomes speech. You think I kill for pleasure, the echo says. But pleasure requires difference. I am only the constant. He writes the phrase into a small, weathered notebook. Every line begins with the same heading: Statement of Balance. He believes that if he fills every page, the noise will stop. By dawn, he's already miles away, the tower a shadow behind him. The day feels too bright. He drives with one hand on the wheel, the other resting lightly on the recorder balanced on the passenger seat. Through its small speaker, a low, irregular hum persists. He adjusts the gain until it matches his own breathing. He does not like silence. Silence implies expectation. Sound, even the smallest sound, means the world is still holding itself together. He pulls over at a gas station diner just outside Waltham County. The neon sign buzzes weakly, its blue light trembling in the wet air. Inside, a waitress with red fingernails pours his coffee. She smiles, faintly. He watches her hands. They shake when she sets down the cup. He doesn't know her name, and he will not learn it. But he will remember the tremor. Every pattern begins with motion, and the smallest motions matter most. When he leaves, he folds the paper bill beneath the saucer and draws a single line through Washington's face, from the corner of one eye to the other. A record of balance. Back in the car, he spreads a map across the dashboard. Thin red lines connect places he has already corrected. Towns, overpasses, riverside motels. At their intersection lies a blank spot, no name, just a water treatment plant near the old river junction. A dead industrial zone. He circles it with a pencil, slow and precise. Entropy always gravitates toward the forgotten. He drives again. The rain thickens. By the time he reaches the facility, night has returned. The plant sits in the bend of the river, its walls mottled by years of algae bloom. The gates are chained, but rusted. He slips through without effort, moving with the confidence of a shadow already familiar with its host. Inside, corridors snake away into darkness. He moves without flashlight. He does not need it. His eyes have learned to read gradations of dark. Each step echoes softly, and even the echoes seem to pause, as if the building is holding its breath. He finds the main chamber, a vast circular space lined with empty filtration tanks. The acoustics are perfect. He unpacks the small case he brought, wire, recorder, transmitter. He threads the wire through the vent system, connecting it to a power source he rigged days ago. The transmitter emits a subsonic vibration, imperceptible to most ears, but enough to make the body uneasy. Anyone entering will feel watched, even if they are alone. He tests the frequency, adjusts it until the air itself seems to shudder. Then he sits cross-legged on the concrete and listens. It takes time, but eventually he hears the first response, a faint reverberation like breathing through walls. The sound grows until it resolves into a single, sustained tone. He smiles, not satisfaction, recognition. The building is awake again. He pulls a small cassette from his pocket, unlabeled, inserts it into the recorder, presses play. The voice that fills the chamber is his own, but not recent. A recording from years before, speaking into a different dark. The living mistake noise for chaos, the voice says. But noise is order in another key. He lets the tape play to its end. then rewinds it and records over it, repeating the same line, but slower, quieter, until it fades entirely. He leaves the recorder on the floor, still running. He does not look back as he leaves the building. At a motel 20 miles out, he rents a room under a name he hasn't used since the flood. The walls are thin. He can hear the neighbor's television through them. A late-night true crime segment, grainy footage, the same composite sketches, the same question asked with infinite astonishment. Why does he do it? He almost laughs. He knows the answer, but it has no language. It exists in frequencies, in ratios, in the soft collapsing of sound when one note cancels another. He opens his notebook again and writes, "I am not the echo. I am the interference." Then he closes it, places it on the nightstand, and listens to the rain against the window until it becomes indistinguishable from breath. When he finally sleeps, he dreams of nothing. He wakes before dawn, but not from rest. His body rises before his mind does, as though it knows something the mind resists, a mechanical reflex of existence. The motel room is dark, save for the red blink of the alarm clock, marking each second like a pulse in a dying vein. He lies still, eyes open, and listens. There it is again, the low, soft hum beneath the rain, faint but rhythmic. He counts the beats. 16 seconds on, 9 seconds off. Not electrical, biological. He sits up slowly, eyes tracing the lines of condensation along the window pane. For a moment, he thinks he sees movement beyond it, the faint outline of a figure standing by the ice machine, head tilted slightly, watching. But when he looks again, there's nothing. Only the smear of rainlight and the distorted reflection of his own face. He studies that reflection. The features shift almost imperceptibly, as though his face doesn't quite remember the shape it's meant to hold. He says softly, to no one, "You keep trying to give me edges." Then quieter still, but edges are only absence defined. He leaves the motel without paying. The clerk won't remember him. He doesn't erase himself. He simply leaves no trace worth remembering. The human brain discards what it cannot categorize. On the road, dawn breaks in fragments, a soft gray bleeding through the fog. He drives with the window cracked, the cold air slicing his face raw. Every so often he checks the rearview mirror, not out of fear, but ritual. If something is following, it deserves to be seen. He passes the county border, just as the sun breaks over the industrial skyline. He's been here before. The memory arrives not as image, but as smell, bleach, copper, the faint sweetness of spoiled fruit. Then sound, a muffled cry that rises into static before cutting off. The mind doesn't store time in sequence. It stores it in frequency. He's back in the warehouse near the tracks, 5 years ago. A woman sits bound to a chair beneath a hanging light. She's been speaking for hours, or maybe seconds. The rhythm of pleading is hard to measure. He remembers her words, not her face. Why are you doing this? Please, I'll tell you whatever you want. He had wanted nothing. He had only been listening. Her voice broke into 3 separate tones when she wept. He recorded them on reel, then overlaid them with the drone of a cooling fan. When he played it back, the sounds merged into a perfect harmonic dissonance, a note that existed and didn't simultaneously. That was the moment he understood it wasn't cruelty. It was calibration. Now in the car, he mouths the phrase, calibration, not cruelty. The words taste clean, like water. He turns on the radio, scans through the stations until he finds one thick with static. Somewhere beneath the noise, a weather report drones. Then, faintly, a woman's voice again. Not the same one. Not even speech, just the sound of air passing through an open mouth. He grips the steering wheel tighter. It's happening more often now, the bleed between frequencies. The line between what he has done and what still remains is thinning. He wonders if this is what approaching completion feels like. He reaches the water treatment facility by mid-morning. The air smells of rust and ozone. The river beside it moves sluggishly, a gray artery threading through the landscape. Inside, his previous equipment waits where he left it. The recorder, the cables, the faint residue of sound dried into the concrete. He touches the floor, feels warmth. Not physical warmth, but something residual, an afterimage of vibration. He imagines the air, still carrying fragments of all the voices that once filled it. He sets the recorder down again, presses the mic to his throat, and speaks into the hum. All systems return to noise, he says. Entropy is only the honesty of the world reclaiming itself. He pauses, then adds almost gently, and I am its mouth. As the words fade, the space around him seems to shift. Light bends against the metallic surfaces. The air thickens with that subtle shimmer, like heat over asphalt. Then the sound returns, faint but distinct. A voice, layered and delayed, speaking over his own. You are not the mouth. You are the echo. The ghost stills. It is not possible for the playback to have started. He hasn't pressed rewind. He watches the recorder. The reels are motionless, the tape still. Yet the voice persists, seeping from the metal itself, each syllable perfectly measured. You are the echo, it says again. You mistake reflection for depth. He feels neither fear nor surprise, only irritation, as though the universe itself has decided to misinterpret him. He reaches forward, flicks the power switch off. The voice stops. Silence collapses inward. But in that silence, something else moves, a faint whisper of air, not sound but pressure, brushing the back of his neck. He doesn't turn. If you wish to be the constant, the whisper says, almost kindly, then you must become absence. He exhales once, controlled. Not yet, he says. Then he rewinds the tape, presses record again, and erases the intrusion. Every perfection demands revision. That night, He camps near the riverbank, watching the industrial lights across the water flicker like pulse monitors. The fog has thickened, rising in tendrils. Somewhere upstream, the sound of a siren bleeds into the dark, distant, uncertain, the wail of something searching without purpose. He sits cross-legged beside the water, notebook open on his knee. He writes without looking down, pattern approaching completion, silence spreading, the final calibration near. Then, almost as an afterthought, when the frequency holds, the world will stop forgetting itself. He closes the notebook, slides it into his coat pocket, and lies back against the damp earth. Above him, the sky pulses faintly, not lightning, but something slower, like the flicker of a film projector losing sync. He smiles again, small and bloodless. The fade is accelerating, and somewhere across the distance, though he does not know her name, a woman will wake from a dream of drowning and think she has heard a voice calling through water. The morning arrives without color. The light is pale, washed, the sort of light that has already forgotten where it came from. He wakes to it, not rested, not tired, simply present. The sound of the river outside the tent has settled into a steady rhythm. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats, pause. He counts them out loud. Numbers are anchors. If you can count something, you can keep it from dissolving. He has filled 3 notebooks already. Each page is a record of frequencies, times, distances between events. He never writes names. Names are irrelevant. They interfere with the geometry. What matters is interval, the space between disappearances, between silences, between the moments when the air changes pressure. He calls these his nodes of balance. The Bureau and its specialists would call them murders. That word is lazy. It describes the act, not the function. He studies the map again. 41 nodes in 5 years. A pattern beginning to curve back on itself, the edges tightening. Somewhere near the river, the symmetry will complete. He stands, folds the tent with mechanical precision, wipes his hands on the damp grass, and watches his breath evaporate. Every motion, every decision is part of the same experiment, to see how little of himself he can leave behind and still remain operative. His earliest memory is of light, not warmth light. The glare of an overhead lamp in a hospital ward, the smell of antiseptic, the murmur of machines. He remembers the nurse's shoes squeaking on the linoleum floor. He remembers the quiet afterward, when everyone left the room and the machines kept speaking to each other in beeps. That was when he understood. Systems persist after attention withdraws. Life continues not because it is willed to, but because momentum is stubborn. He learned to become momentum. By midday, he's back on the road. He drives without destination for several hours, stopping only once to refuel. The cashier is young, distracted, scrolling on his phone. The ghost studies him for a moment, how his thumbs move faster than his eyes, how his posture slumps toward the glow. "Long shift?" he asks. The boy glances up, surprised anyone's spoken to him. "Yeah, man. Feels like it never ends." The ghost smiles faintly. It doesn't. He leaves before the boy can laugh. He parks the car outside a derelict church on the outskirts of a dying town. The windows are boarded. Graffiti blooms along the walls. Inside, the air is heavy with mildew and the faint tang of dust burned by sun. He walks down the aisle, fingers brushing the backs of the pews, and stops before the pulpit. Someone once stood here and told others what was true. Now the only congregation left are the echoes. He unrolls the map across the pulpit and pins it with 2 pieces of broken glass. He stares at the pattern until the lines begin to blur. From this height, it looks almost like circuitry. He takes out his notebook, flips to a clean page, and writes, "If the world is a circuit, entropy is the current." He closes the book. The sentence feels final, but finality is a trap. That night, he sits outside the church steps, watching the streetlights flicker. A cat moves through the alley, silent and precise. He throws it a small piece of bread from his pocket. It ignores him. He likes that. He pulls out his recorder, presses record, and begins to speak, not confession, not monologue, simply calibration. "Balance requires friction," he says. "Equilibrium isn't peace. It's the exact tension between collapse and continuation." He pauses, listening to his own breath on the tape. "I remove variables. I erase redundancies. What remains is pure function." He rewinds the tape, plays it back. His voice sounds detached, almost kind. He wonders how many of them listen to him like this, through the noise, just before their signal ended. A siren passes on the highway beyond the hills. He tilts his head, timing the Doppler shift. Every sound has a shape. Every shape contains an equation. He begins to sketch on the back of a receipt lines, arcs, curves intersecting. Not art design. He draws until the lines start to tremble under his fingers. He stops only when he realizes his hand is shaking. He can't remember when that started. For the first time in months, he feels something like fatigue, an unfamiliar weight behind the eyes. He closes them. In the dark, the afterimage of the map appears again, glowing faintly. But the pattern has changed. 2 new points have appeared on the curve. He knows, without knowing how, that others have entered it, agents, perhaps, drawn by the pull of the system itself. They will believe they are hunting him. They are, in fact, completing the equation. He opens his eyes, calm again. The tremor subsides. He speaks softly into the recorder. They approach the center without understanding. Every observer alters the experiment. Their observation will accelerate it. That is their purpose. He sits in silence after that. The hum of the recorder, the only proof of time. When the battery dies, he doesn't replace it. He prefers the quiet now. Not silence quiet, There's a difference. Silence implies absence. Quiet still contains the possibility of sound. He stands, looks up at the sky. The clouds have lowered, pressing against the world's surface. The moon is only a faint coin behind them. He thinks, almost complete. He folds the map carefully, tucks it into his coat pocket, and begins to walk toward the highway. His reflection catches briefly in the church's shattered window, a fragmented image, multiplied by the cracks. For a moment, it looks like a crowd walking beside him. He doesn't mind the company. They are all him eventually. He travels at night again. The highway unspools ahead of him like a black ribbon that never touches ground. The world is pared down to what fits in the headlights. Asphalt, wind, the throb of the engine. He prefers it that way. Boundaries keep the mind from diffusing. Each exit he passes is marked in the notebook with a single line, no words, only the distance between markers. When the sequence reaches a rhythm he recognizes, he'll stop. Until then, he lets the miles accumulate. After 3 hours, he finds the place. An overpass half finished, construction long abandoned. Rebar juts from concrete like exposed veins. The surrounding fields are drowned in fog. He pulls over, cuts the engine, and listens. No cars, no wind, only the faint tick of the cooling engine. Perfect acoustic isolation. He walks down beneath the bridge, boots sinking into damp clay. The space smells of iron and earth. A single fluorescent tube flickers overhead, fed by a forgotten power line. The light pulses irregularly, almost breathing. He sets down his case, unrolls the small array of tools. Tape recorder, camera, transmitter, a length of copper wire. Everything simple, analog, mechanical. Complexity breeds failure. He begins by measuring echoes, whispering single syllables, recording their delay, adjusting the angles of the concrete. The chamber will remember these tones long after he leaves. Memory resides in material, not consciousness. Every structure wants to speak, he murmurs. You just have to tune it. When the resonance feels right, he ties the copper wire along the rebar and connects it to the transmitter. A low hum fills the air, barely perceptible, but enough to raise the hairs on his arms. He tests the signal, frequency steady, amplitude clean. The ghost exhales, slow, controlled. He places the recorder on the ground and speaks into it again, voice level. Node 42. Alignment verified, correction imminent. He closes the case and begins to walk the perimeter of the bridge, marking distances with chalk, each line precise, equidistant. He doesn't hurry. Haste creates asymmetry. Above him, a truck roars past, shaking dust from the girders. He waits until the sound fades, then continues. Hours later, when the work is finished, he climbs to the top of the overpass. The horizon is beginning to pale, dawn approaching. From this height, he can see the entire valley, the river cutting through fog, the dark smudge of the derelict town in the distance. He imagines the pattern overlaid on the landscape, each node a point of pressure. The shape it forms is neither cross nor circle, but something in between, an imperfect symmetry, almost human. He sits on the concrete edge, legs dangling, notebook open on his knee. The last page is nearly full. He writes, "When the pattern closes, entropy will stabilize. The world will forget the noise." Then he pauses, pen hovering, as though waiting for correction. None comes. He adds one final line. "I will not be here to witness it." He tears out the page, folds it twice, and tucks it beneath the metal rail where the wind will eventually carry it away. He descends, retrieves his equipment, wipes every surface with a cloth soaked in solvent. His movements are slow, reverent. He leaves behind only the hum of the transmitter, buried in the bridge's foundation, a frequency no one will notice unless they're listening for silence itself. At the car he stops, hand on the door handle. The fog has thickened, swallowing the horizon. He closes his eyes. Somewhere within that gray distance, someone else is waking, a woman with circles under her eyes, haunted by the pattern she's trying to decode. He doesn't know her name, but he knows her signal. Her arrival will complete the symmetry. He feels no anticipation, no satisfaction, only inevitability. He drives back toward the highway, merging with the flow of early traffic. Commuters, delivery trucks, the anonymous pulse of the living. They pass him without notice, faces half lit by phones and dashboard glow. He studies them briefly, a sea of unrecorded noise. Each heartbeat a frequency unmeasured, each oblivion a small mercy. He presses a button on the recorder resting beside him. Static fills the car. For a moment, it sounds like the ocean. He thinks, that's all the world ever was, waves without shore. Then he turns the dial until the static fades, leaving only the faint mechanical click of the tape reaching its end. He doesn't rewind it. He drives until the sun burns through the fog, and the light erases every shadow, including his. Chapter 9, Transmission. The overpass had been little more than an unfinished rib of concrete and rebar, a fragment of highway project abandoned when the funding dried up. But on that March morning, it drew every kind of authority to its shadow: local deputies, bureau techs, crime scene photographers, each of them standing under its skeletal frame, as though waiting for the structure to speak. Joan Finn arrived just after sunrise. The fog had thinned to white smoke that lingered above the gravel, curling around her boots as she ducked beneath the yellow tape. Behind her, Agent Max Alder was finishing a call, his voice muted against the low rumble of generators. The air smelled faintly of rain and metal. There was beauty in it, a kind of stillness that made the world feel paused. Joan had learned long ago that the worst scenes always began that way, too quiet, too balanced. The calm before the autopsy of detail began. She moved slowly through the perimeter, noting the setup of lights, the angle of the incline, the perimeter markings the local sheriff's team had made before the bureau arrived. To one side of the overpass lay a cluster of chalk arcs, white lines intersecting in deliberate symmetry. At first glance, they looked like ordinary surveyor markings. Up close, they were something else. The curvature was too precise, the geometry intentional. She crouched, tracing the edge with a gloved hand. The texture was fine, almost silky contractor's chalk, likely drawn with a line reel. "Photograph these first," she said to one of the techs, a young woman whose nervousness betrayed her first major case. "Before they get trampled." The tech nodded and began setting up the camera. The strobe lit the underside of the bridge in brief bursts, throwing the rebar into hard relief. Joan rose, brushing grit from her knees. Max approached, offering a quiet nod toward the chalkwork. "He's refining his process," she said. "Or getting bored," Max replied. That was the difference between them. Max believed the ghost was escalating, testing limits. Joan suspected something colder, that the killer was not escalating at all, but clarifying, paring down everything that wasn't essential. They moved to the southern footing, where the forensics team had cordoned off a smaller area. A rusted beam jutted from the soil, and beside it, half buried, was a small handheld recorder. Old model, analog tape. Joan slipped on the headphones, pressed play. Static at first, then a voice low, unhurried, almost serene. "Node 42. Alignment verified. Correction imminent." That was all. She replayed it twice more. The cadence was too deliberate to be random. A ritual, not a message. Max was watching her face. "That's new." "No," Joan said. "He's used the phrasing before. Hidden in the GPS data at the church site. 42 was part of the file name at the warehouse. It's a sequence." He frowned. "You think he's counting?" "Maybe, or measuring." She bagged the recorder herself, labeling it with neat block letters. For the bureau, procedure was a way of staying sane. Everything bagged, sealed, categorized, control imposed over chaos. But Joan felt something loosen inside her as she held the evidence. The tape felt warm, as though it had only recently stopped recording. A folded scrap of paper was found later under the guardrail. The ink had run from moisture, but the words were legible enough. "When the pattern closes, entropy will stabilize. The world will forget the noise. No signature, no prints." The field agents dismissed it as the killer's usual poetic indulgence. But Joan read it twice, then a third time. The phrasing matched fragments from earlier intercepted transmissions, bits of digital static that analysts had dismissed as noise. The ghost wasn't writing riddles. He was constructing a grammar. By the time the team discovered the transmitter buried under the south footing, still emitting a low-frequency pulse, it had already gone dormant. 30 minutes out of sync. Whoever had placed it, there had likely been watching from the ridgeline, hidden in fog, observing the scene unfolding with surgical detachment. Joan ordered all wireless devices powered down. "He's mapping us," she said. The crew complied without question. The silence that followed was physical total. Back at Quantico, the Bureau's forensic wing seemed unnaturally sterile after the field. The labs glowed with cold light. Everything hummed faintly, like air filtered through electricity. Joan preferred the field to this, preferred dirt, cold, rain, anything that made the work feel human. Now, alone at her station, she studied the copper dust samples under the microscope. The particles refracted the light in shifting hues: rose, gold, rust. At certain angles, they seemed to pulse, forming faint geometric clusters. She typed her observations mechanically, trying to ignore the dull vibration behind her ears. She had heard it since the overpass, a low, steady hum that matched no known frequency. It grew louder whenever she was alone. Max Alder appeared in the doorway, carrying 2 coffees. He looked as though he hadn't slept either. "You've been at this since dawn," he said. "So have you," she replied. He set 1 cup beside her and studied the screen. Copper traces again. Yes, and chalk. Same as the last 3. You think he's leaving residue intentionally. I think nothing he does is unintentional. He hesitated, then said softly, "You mentioned the sound again on the drive back." Joan's hand stilled. "What about it?" "You said it hadn't stopped, that it followed you." She stared at him. "You're suggesting auditory contamination." "I'm suggesting you've been under for 5 years on this case," he said. "Maybe your brain, trying to find patterns where there aren't any." She almost smiled. "That's the job." When the lab emptied, Joan stayed behind. The city outside was a lattice of sodium light. Inside, the hum persisted. She began overlaying data from the last 6 sites. On screen, the chalk arcs and copper residues formed a pattern elliptical, intersecting lines that resolved not into an image, but into a waveform. It was not spatial at all. It was temporal. Each site, each configuration, corresponded to a shift in time, locations arranged like intervals in a signal. He wasn't mapping geography. He was tuning something. The hum intensified until it filled her head. She pressed her palms against her skull. In the noise, words began to coalesce. Node 42. Alignment verified. Correction imminent. Her pulse raced. She looked up at the speakers, dead. The hum came from nowhere and everywhere. For a moment, the lab dissolved. She was back beneath the bridge, copper dust glinting under the flashlight. The air smelled of solvent. Mist pressed against her skin like breath. "Joan," Max's hand on her shoulder snapped her back. The lab reassembled around her, the monitor, the hum of vents, the cup gone cold. He studied her quietly. "You didn't show for debrief. Cameras show you've been talking to the monitor." Her voice was raw. What was I saying? He shook his head. Audio glitched, static. She turned back to the screen. The waveform pulsed faintly steady, alive. She wondered, not for the first time, if the ghost had ever been a person at all, or if he'd only ever been an equation, a structure built to replicate itself inside whoever tried to decode it. That night, Joan lay awake in her quarters. The fluorescent light from the corridor spilled in beneath the door, a pale strip cutting the darkness in half. The hum was quieter now, buried deep, like a pulse under skin. She tried to remember what silence had sounded like before this case, before she'd heard the ghost's voice in every piece of static, every blank frequency. In the half-dark, she whispered the words from the tape, as though repeating them might exorcise them. Node 42, alignment verified. Her own voice startled her, and somewhere in the distance, inside the walls, or far beyond them, something seemed to answer back, faint but precise, like a signal received. The man arrived at the motel before dawn, a cheap one off Route 17, where the light from the vending machine threw a sickly blue hue across the asphalt. He parked 2 spaces away from the office, shut off the engine, and waited. He had the kind of patience that came from repetition, habits worn smooth by use. For 15 minutes, he sat motionless, watching condensation gather on the windshield. When he finally moved, it was only to reach for the paper bag on the passenger seat. Inside, a thermos, a pack of gum, a small spiral notebook. At 6:14 a.m., a woman exited room 6. She carried a duffel bag and smoked half a cigarette before leaving it burning on the railing. The man noted the gesture, nervous, unthinking. He recorded the time in his notebook. He didn't follow her. Observation came first. Movement came only when he was certain of the pattern. He checked the parking lot's sightlines, walked its perimeter once, then again in reverse. He moved with the mechanical economy of someone trained to erase presence. Shoulders relaxed, gaze steady, no wasted motion. By the time he re-entered his car, he'd left nothing behind, not even a footprint in the thin layer of morning dew. The motel clerk remembered him as quiet, polite, paying cash for one night. The clerk didn't notice the second room key missing from the wall rack, nor the faint outline of a latex glove left on the front counter. Those details would surface later in reports, but only after context made them meaningful. He spent the day driving north, staying off the interstates. He avoided toll booths, cameras, and places where the light caught too many faces. He stopped once at a diner near Lake Marin, where the cook's radio murmured through static. He didn't eat much, just coffee, black, and dry toast. He wrote in the notebook while he sat there, head bent slightly, lips moving soundlessly as though repeating a list. The waitress, later interviewed, said she thought he was some kind of inspector. He had that look, meticulous, composed, but not local. He tipped 20% exact change and left without a sound. By dusk, He'd reached the Ridge facility's perimeter. The structure was visible from the overlook, a collection of aging research buildings set into the hill like teeth. Floodlights lined the chain-link fence. The man parked half a mile away, walked the rest of the distance through the trees, and crouched at the ridgeline. He stayed there for hours, motionless in the damp. He didn't use binoculars or night vision, just waited, letting his eyes adjust to the gradient of dark. From this vantage point, the facility seemed abandoned, but he noted 3 lights still burning inside, 1 in the eastern wing, 2 in the admin block. Someone was still there. He wrote down the coordinates and the time each light flickered out. Then he waited another hour, just to be sure. When he moved again, it was slow and deliberate. He followed the maintenance path down the slope, pausing at every turn to check for sensors. He didn't speak. He didn't hum or breathe loudly. To anyone watching, he might have looked like part of the landscape, a brief distortion, gone before the mind could register it. He reached the fence. The wire had been patched recently. He examined the seams, found where the repair met the old section, and slipped a wire cutter from his sleeve. The sound it made, a soft click, vanished into the wind. Inside the fence, he kept to the shadows. The ground was soft, pine needles absorbing each step. He moved toward the administrative wing, where one of the lights still glowed faintly. A window stood half open, curtains shifting with each breath of air. He paused there beneath the sill and took a small glass vial from his pocket. He held it up once, tilting it toward the faint light. Inside, a piece of paper folded into a square, edges darkened. He placed the vial on the windowsill. It balanced there, perfectly still, like an offering. Then he turned and walked back into the dark. He didn't look back. When the security guard made his rounds at 2:47 a.m., the vial was gone. By morning, the ridge was silent again. Dew coated the gravel road leading down to the main gate, and the air had that brittle stillness that came just before sunrise. A truck passed once, local utility. No one in the cab but the driver. And then the road returned to stillness. The man reappeared an hour later on foot, moving along the service route that curved around the base of the hill. He carried no visible bag now, just a dark jacket zipped to the throat and gloves tucked neatly into his belt. To anyone passing by, he could have been a surveyor or maintenance contractor, though there was no vehicle nearby and no tools in hand. He paused at the drainage culvert where the runoff pooled from last night's rain. It was half clogged with leaves and a torn scrap of yellow plastic, the kind used for caution tape. He crouched and peeled it loose. Restricted area was printed across it in black. He folded it twice and pocketed it. Evidence, reminder, or simply a ritual of control. Nothing in his movements suggested which. The road led to a back lot behind the facility where the fence dipped slightly with age. Beyond it stood a utility shed, padlocked, its door rusted at the hinges. The man knelt by the lock examined it, then produced a narrow piece of metal from his sleeve. The pick moved with silent precision. 2 minutes later, the lock clicked open. Inside, the shed was mostly empty. A few rusted tools, a broken fan, a smell of old paint. But the corner held what he wanted, an electrical junction box, half disconnected, its casing loose. He unscrewed it and pulled the line gently, inspecting the exposed copper. From a pocket, he withdrew a small capsule and inserted it into the conduit. A faint mechanical chirp sounded, nearly inaudible. He closed the box, reattached the screws, and left without a trace. From there, he followed the service line downhill, past the perimeter fence, toward the main road. He moved like a man measuring each step against some internal rhythm, as though bound to a precise schedule. At the base of the hill, he stopped again, checked his watch, and looked back toward the ridge facility. Nothing stirred except the wind through the trees. He removed a disposable camera from his pocket, old analog, the kind still sold at gas stations, and took 3 photographs, one of the ridge, one of the distant water tower, and one of the empty road behind him. Then he rewound the film until it clicked. He placed the camera inside a hollow cinder block near the culvert, covered it with a flat stone, and continued walking. It would be found 3 days later by a local groundskeeper. At 9:42 a.m., the man entered the town proper. He stopped at a laundromat across from a gas station and fed a handful of quarters into a machine. His jacket went in dark fabric, faint trace of pine resin on the sleeves. While it washed, he sat in a plastic chair near the window, reading a folded newspaper. He didn't seem hurried. When the dryer cycle ended, he removed the jacket, folded it once, and placed it inside a paper grocery bag. He left the laundromat, turned east toward the bus terminal, and bought a one-way ticket to the city. The clerk remembered his hands. Clean, no visible scars, nails trimmed evenly. He paid in cash. By the time the Bureau's field team arrived at the ridge that afternoon, there was little to see. No sign of entry, no footprints, no security breach. Only the faint residue of adhesive on the window where the vial had rested. Crime scene analysis would later note that the residue matched a medical-grade sealant, the kind used in laboratory packaging. The security logs showed nothing. The tape recordings from the facility's internal system, however, were another matter. Between 2:00 and 3:00 a.m., the hallway camera had registered intermittent bursts of static. The intervals were regular, exactly 37 seconds apart. Audio extraction revealed a low-frequency pulse embedded in the hum, too weak to identify as a voice or device. When the analysts enhanced the signal, they found a single repeated pattern, 3 short pulses, 1 long. Morse code. The sequence translated to 4 letters, JOAN. The team lead logged the finding, sealed the data, and marked it for psychological operations review. Meanwhile, the man was already in transit, seated in the back of the bus, face turned toward the window. He watched the landscape pass, low hills, gas stations, rows of weathered billboards. His reflection in the glass was faint, distorted by the motion blur. At one point, he raised a hand to his face, not to wipe sweat or fix his hair, but to measure the distance between palm and reflection, as though testing how far a surface could hold an image before letting it dissolve. When the bus crossed the county line, he leaned back, eyes half closed, and mouthed something silently. The passenger beside him thought it might be a prayer. It was. Chapter 10, The Interference. The Bureau's technical division occupied the 6th floor of a government annex in D.C., a building with no signage beyond a code on the door, BF 42. Inside, the air smelled faintly of ozone and copier toner. Rows of analysts sat before darkened monitors, their screens calibrated to display noise, not images, patterns of interference, pulses of static, anomalies that most agencies would discard as corrupted data. Max Alder had been there since before dawn. He stood over the evidence table, a coffee cooling beside him, the remains of the Ridge case laid out in plastic envelopes. Every item had its own ID tag, the residue swab from the window pane, a sliver of black adhesive tape, a soil sample from the culvert, and the small capsule recovered from the junction box. Each object seemed harmless in isolation. Together, they formed the outline of a man who refused to exist. The signal team replayed the footage again, camera 3, hallway east. The static burst appeared at 02:13:24, then again at 02:14:01. Always the same interval, 37 seconds apart. The distortion crawled across the frame like interference from an old television, freezing briefly before dissolving into grayscale noise. No figure, no motion, no heat signature, just the pulse. Run it through the time slice filter, Max said. The technician nodded, inputting the sequence. The system broke the footage into millisecond frames and overlaid them. A composite emerged, a faint vertical band, 3 pixels wide, bisecting the center of the corridor. Too thin to be a person, too symmetrical to be random. What about the audio? Max asked. Same pattern. 3 short pulses, 1 long, consistent across the whole hour. Morse code. Yes, sir. JOAN. The technician hesitated. We checked metadata. No edits, no signal injection. It's native to the feed. Max didn't answer immediately. He rubbed a thumb against the edge of the table, tracing the outline of the evidence bag. His reflection in the glass looked strained, eyes tired, jaw set too tight. Could it be crosstalk from the external comms? Negative. The system's isolated. No external line since the renovation last spring. Then it's intentional, Max said. He left the lab without signing out, his mind already replaying the events from the Ridge. The empty corridor, the adhesive trace, the capsule that wasn't a bomb or sensor, but something in between an emitter. Portable, precise, and purpose-built. Joan Finn sat in a windowless evaluation room at Quantico, her reflection faint in the one-way glass. The psychiatrist assigned to her case, Dr. Vance, sat opposite, hands folded on a clipboard. The fluorescent lighting was too bright, deliberate in its neutrality. "You haven't been sleeping," Vance said. "I've been working," Joan replied. "That's not what I asked." Joan leaned back, eyes fixed on the ceiling. "No, I haven't been sleeping." "How long?" She hesitated. "Since the ridge, maybe before." "Any medication?" "Caffeine." He made a note on the clipboard. "You mentioned hearing something on site. A frequency." "I didn't hear it exactly. It was more like a pressure." "You ever stand near high voltage lines? That low hum that sits behind your thoughts?" "And this was before you located the vial?" "Yes." "Could it have been suggestion? Environmental stress?" Joan's gaze sharpened. "You think I imagined it?" "I'm asking if it might have been perceived stress, amplified by fatigue." "The Bureau is concerned about your stability, not your competency." She smiled thinly. "Those sound like the same thing." Vance set down the pen. "Agent Finn, you've been on this case 5 years. You've reviewed 42 confirmed scenes and twice that number of potential matches. That's an unusual duration for any investigator, let alone one directly involved in field response. It's natural that the pattern begins to consume you." "There isn't a pattern," she said, voice low. "That's the point." Vance studied her. "And what if the absence of pattern is itself the pattern?" Joan's pulse quickened. She looked toward the mirror. Beyond it, she could almost sense the quiet hum of surveillance, recorders, observation notes, data flowing through hands she would never see. "He left something this time," she said. "Something directed at you." Joan didn't answer. Max arrived an hour later, still wearing his coat, the smell of rain clinging to it. Vance gave him a curt nod and left, leaving the door ajar. Joan didn't look up as Max sat across from her. "They think I'm losing it." He studied her face, the fatigue under her eyes, the restless motion of her hands. "You just need rest." "Rest doesn't fix intrusion," she said. He waited. "There was something in the signal," she continued. "It wasn't just code. It had depth, like it was folding back on itself. Depth, layered bandwidth, as if multiple channels were running simultaneously, but only one was meant to be heard." "You think he was sending a message?" "I think he was testing a connection." Max leaned back, weighing the words. "The techs found a capsule embedded in the junction wiring. It was broadcasting, but they haven't traced the signal yet." Joan's eyes flicked toward him, focused now, almost lucid. "Then he's watching to see if we can." Max looked at her a moment longer before standing. "I'll have forensics send you the file when it's cleared." She didn't move as he left, only reached up to touch her temple, as if checking for static beneath her skin. The lab lights were dimmed for calibration. Screens cast a faint green glow over the room, outlining the faces of the technicians. On one monitor, the recovered capsule spun slowly under magnification. A smooth cylinder, no longer than a thumb, metal casing seamless, no visible access point. Its surface bore a faint discoloration near the base, as if it had been handled with gloved fingers, but left momentarily exposed to heat. Max Alder stood at the observation window, arms crossed. The chief analyst, a compact woman named Ree, adjusted the focus on the imaging scope. "It's not a transmitter in the conventional sense," she said. "We're not picking up an outbound signal now. Whatever it did, it's dormant." "Can we tell what kind of frequency it used?" Max asked. "Not yet. The spectrum data's scrambled too many harmonic peaks, too regular to be noise. My guess is it broadcast in bursts, then shut itself down. Could be pressure activated or time triggered." She gestured toward the display where faint oscillation graphs moved across the screen. "See that modulation? That's not environmental. Someone engineered this to mimic electrical hum. It could have been running under the facility's own current, invisible to their systems." Max looked at the graphs. The waves appeared calm, deliberate. Could it have stored data? Possibly. We'll know once the chemical layer's stripped. But there's something else. She brought up a secondary feed from the spectrometer. The surface of the capsule flickered with patches of residue, invisible to the naked eye polymer traces consistent with medical-grade tubing. "Where did he get this?" Max asked quietly. "Some of it's proprietary. The kind used in hospital diagnostics, meaning he either works in or steals from that environment." "Exactly." She typed another command. The capsule rotated again, and a section of its surface lit faintly under UV. A symbol appeared, etched so fine it was almost a scratch. A single downward line intersected by two shorter ones. "Tagging?" Max asked. "Unclear. Could be manufacturing residue. But I doubt it." Max made a note and left the lab, his shoes echoing softly on the linoleum. Joan's evaluation continued across the building, behind reinforced glass and controlled lighting. The observation cameras ran continuously, each feed time-stamped and archived. She had stopped answering questions after the second hour. Most of her responses now were nods or silence. She sat at the table, sleeves rolled, hair tied back loosely. The posture was that of someone conserving energy. Dr. Vance's voice remained even, his tone professional. Yet the pauses between his questions grew longer, as if he too felt the weight of repetition. "Do you believe the message in the footage was directed at you?" he asked. Joan blinked once, as though considering whether to answer. "It had my name," she said, "but that doesn't necessarily mean it was personal. The suspect may be projecting familiarity." "It wasn't projection," she said. Vance noted something, then adjusted his glasses. "Agent Alder reported you've been experiencing insomnia and heightened sensitivity to noise. Is that correct?" Joan didn't respond immediately. "There's a pattern behind silence," she said after a while. "If you listen long enough, You can hear it folding over itself. Vance looked toward the mirror. The two observers on the other side remained still. Do you feel the sound here now? Her gaze shifted slightly upward, toward the ceiling light. The hum of the ventilation system filled the room, steady, low, mechanical. Sometimes, she said. Vance leaned back, his tone careful. If this continues, we'll recommend a period of leave and further assessment. I'm fine, she said. He didn't contradict her. He simply made another note. Across the corridor, Max entered the observation booth. He stood beside the two officers watching the evaluation feed. On the screen, Joan sat motionless, her reflection faint in the table's surface. Has she said anything about the ridge data? Max asked. Only fragments. Mentions of resonance and structure, one officer said. We're flagging the transcripts for psych review. Max kept watching. The camera captured her profile, focused, restrained, her expression unreadable. There was no overt sign of instability, only fatigue. Yet something in her stillness felt precarious, as if each breath had to be measured against something unseen. The intercom clicked. Alder, it was Dr. Vance's voice. You should see this. They met in the analysis suite. Vance held out a printout from Joan's latest session, a pattern she'd drawn on the edge of her notepad while answering questions. 3 vertical lines intersected by one horizontal, identical to the etching on the capsule. Coincidence? Max asked. I don't know, Vance replied. But she drew it before you brought in the physical evidence. They stared at the page in silence. The data extraction from the capsule completed just before midnight. Ree sent the file to Max's encrypted terminal, a binary sequence too short to contain a full message, too structured to be random. The first analysis pass converted it into waveform notation. The pattern pulsed in 4 beats, a pause, then repetition. The system translated it automatically. JON. Chapter 11. The first crime scene. The call had come in just before dawn, a domestic disturbance that was. By the time Max arrived, the scene had already been secured, the yellow tape up, the usual choreography in motion. A 5th-floor apartment overlooking the Eastern District, not a derelict site, not a forgotten alley. Middle income, anonymous, the kind of place where routine lives repeat themselves into dull perfection. The air in the corridor was dense, with detergent and metal, the kind of sterilized chill that follows the first responders' cleanup. Yet nothing had been moved. Nothing needed to be. Inside, the apartment looked staged, not in the cinematic sense, but in that faintly impossible way a place looks when someone has made a deliberate effort to erase all trace of themselves. The furniture was perfectly aligned. Every surface had been wiped, though not to sparkle, only to neutrality. No fingerprints, no dust smears, not even the ordinary residue of living. The victim, a woman in her late 30s, name withheld, was seated upright in a kitchen chair. No visible trauma. Her expression was still, not peaceful, not terrified, just neutral like the rest of the room. Max stood a moment before approaching, his eyes catching on the faintest irregularity, a shadowed ring at the base of her neck, as if something had pressed there briefly. Not strangulation, contact, a thumbprint, perhaps, or a small circular bruise. The forensic tech leaned in beside him, whispering something about post-mortem timing, the absence of struggle, the intact fingernails. He tuned it out. His gaze moved across the apartment, the precision of it, the almost liturgical balance. No photographs, no personal papers. The digital clock on the microwave read 3:00 a.m. exactly, frozen in its last recorded minute. In the living room, a faint hum, the air conditioner, still running low and steady. On the coffee table, a single glass of water filled to the brim. Next to it, a folded page. The page wasn't addressed, but the bureau tagger already had gloves on it, recording prints that would never exist. Max waited for clearance, then took a look. It wasn't a note. It wasn't even a message in any conventional sense. The sheet was blank except for a single phrase, faintly embossed into the paper's surface, not ink, but indentation, as though written with a stylus and then erased. "You're beginning to see." He stared at the words under angled light. The pressure marks were precise, consistent, controlled. Someone had known exactly how to write without leaving pigment. A gesture meant to be discovered by accident, by someone like him. He turned to the tech. Any signs of forced entry? None. Door was locked from the inside. Windows sealed. We had to breach to get in. Any surveillance? External cam been looped. 2-hour repeat from the previous night. Whoever did this knew the system. Max exhaled through his nose, a quiet, measured breath. The kind that signaled to everyone else in the room that something about this wasn't procedural anymore. He moved through the bedroom next. Pristine. The bed made, untouched, closet half empty, as though the occupant had been packing to leave or just arrived. No phone, no wallet, no computer, nothing that said who this woman had been or what she might have seen. In the bathroom, a faint scent of alcohol, not liquor, but cleaning solvent. Industrial grade, maybe acetone. He crouched near the sink, tracing a finger over the drain's metallic rim. The reflection came back warped, as though the surface itself were subtly convex, bending light wrong. He blinked, looked again. It was just metal. He was tired. Out in the hallway, the medical examiner was finishing notes. Time of death estimated between 2 and 3 a.m. No apparent struggle. No defensive wounds. Toxicology pending. Cause undetermined. When Max re-entered the main room, he found the folded page again, still lying where he'd left it, still faintly breathing with the draft from the air vent. He imagined the ghost, not the myth, not the whisper, but the man sitting here, at this same table, folding that same sheet of paper with surgical calm. This wasn't rage. It wasn't even performance. It was instruction. He felt it in the back of his neck, a cold awareness that this was no longer pursuit, but correspondence. They worked the scene for 6 hours. It was the kind of investigation that drained sound out of the air, methodical, exhaustive, every movement recorded, every fiber sealed and labeled. By the end, the apartment had become less a home than a negative space, a geometry of absence. Max remained in the kitchen most of the time. The others moved around him like technicians in a clean room, careful not to disturb his line of sight. He had developed a way of seeing that the team trusted, a spatial patience that made the room seem to confess, if you let it. He crouched near the table again. The note lay now under a magnifier, the embossed phrase caught in the soft fluorescence of a forensic lamp. "You're beginning to see." The lettering had been applied with controlled pressure, uniform across each stroke. The analyst called it muscularly deliberate, which was her shorthand for the impossible blend of precision and restraint. No handwriting match. No tool impressions. Whoever had written it hadn't signed it because he didn't need to. They lifted a trace from the glass of water next, but the fingerprint came back partial, smudged in the center, almost symmetrical, like it had been touched and then mirrored. Max looked at it on the tablet screen, the ghost of a pattern, 2 identical halves blurred at the seam. Could be double contact, the analyst said. Someone adjusting their grip, or someone trying to leave something that looks like that. She glanced at him, uncertain whether it was a question or not. He stood, stretched his neck. The muscles were tight. Run it against the archive anyway. He moved toward the hallway. The air conditioning had been turned off. Without it, the building's silence became thick, humid, almost corporeal. He could hear the low buzz of fluorescent lights bleeding through the drywall. A younger agent, field name Vega, was dusting the door hinges. "Nothing," she said without looking up. "Not even latent prints under UV. Check the threshold." Already did. Same result. That meant gloves, of course. But it also meant something more deliberate. The absence itself had pattern selective voids. Max had started calling them, though he didn't say it aloud here. To name the pattern was to let it root. He turned back toward the kitchen one last time. The digital clock on the microwave, still frozen at 3:00 a.m., caught his peripheral vision again. He asked a tech to pull the power logs. The device had been disconnected from the grid for 31 minutes before being reattached. Enough time for someone to manipulate its internal time register and reset it. It wasn't theatrics. It was communication. By mid-afternoon, the coroner's team had removed the body, leaving a rectangle of cool air behind where she had sat. Max stayed after the others had gone, walking the perimeter of the apartment once more. In the bathroom mirror, His reflection flickered in the oscillating light, a fault in the bulb, or in the fixture's ballast. For a fraction of a second, his reflection seemed half a beat out of sync. He froze, then stepped closer. Just the light, the movement of his own breath made the glass tremble imperceptibly. Still, the thought arrived, uninvited and cold. You're beginning to see. He left the bathroom and stood in the living room again, where the forensic team had packed their cases. The sound of distant traffic filtered through the double-glazed windows, a reminder that outside, the city remained untouched, indifferent. He sat where the victim had not, on the sofa across from the table, his body leaning forward, elbows on knees. He imagined the sequence, not as a profiler, but as a witness. The door locked, the air still, the ghost seated across from her, maybe even speaking. Something calm, unhurried. Then, whatever had happened next, not violence, but finality. It was too measured to be impulse, too precise to be random. He noted the faintest shimmer in the glass of water again. The reflection of the window's daylight refracted through it. A distortion, just enough to split the light into twin lines across the wall. It looked for half a heartbeat, like handwriting. He blinked and it was gone. Outside, dusk was settling into the narrow streets below. The bureau van waited in the alley, engine idling. Max sealed the evidence case himself, pressing the latch until it clicked. He carried it down to the van without speaking, the weight of the metal container familiar, but somehow more personal this time. When he handed it to the driver, his hand lingered a fraction too long on the handle. "You good, sir?" the driver asked. He nodded, "Yeah." But when the van pulled away, Max didn't get into his car. He stood there for a long moment, looking up at the darkened windows of the apartment, the faint gleam of that one room. It looked almost exactly as it had when he arrived, neutral, unoccupied, self-erasing. He didn't know what unsettled him more, that the ghost had been here, or that he'd left the place so convincingly untouched that Max could almost believe no one ever had. By the next morning, the lab corridors felt airless, humming with the low thrum of servers and refrigerated units. Every door carried its own fluorescent pulse. Max had walked them 100 times before, but lately he felt the geometry of the place shifting, angles fractionally wrong, the light a half-tone off. It wasn't paranoia. It was exhaustion balanced on the edge of something like awe. He signed into the forensics wing at 0642. The analyst on duty, Dr. Kwan, barely looked up from her console. She'd been running comparative sequences all night, fiber composites, soil particulates, microscopic pollen. "Anything?" he asked. Kwan gestured to the wall display. Trace from the apartment carpet, polyester blend, 30-micron strand, contaminated by industrial lubricant. Same signature we saw in the Denver file 3 years ago. Denver, that was case 27. The warehouse victim, Same drop of blood on the exit door. Same absence of prints. You confirmed cross-transfer. Confirmed. Not just similar, identical lubricant compound. Military-grade solvent, discontinued line. Someone been storing it in climate-controlled conditions. Max stared at the pattern matrix on the screen. Each intersection flared pale blue, mapping 5 cities, 5 years, one impossibly consistent residue. The ghost wasn't only repeating himself, he was cataloging his work. Quan turned to him. He's escalating, isn't he? He's documenting, Max said. Which is worse? She nodded slowly. You think he knew we'd trace it? He wanted us to. Otherwise, he'd have changed supply long ago. They stood there a moment in silence, the hum of the data array filling the room. The conclusion hung between them. Whoever the ghost was, he'd reached a point where invisibility wasn't the aim anymore. Recognition was. By 09:00 a.m. Max was in the field room, walls lined with maps and pinboards layered 3 deep. The new printout of the apartment's floor plan lay on the table beside aerial photos of prior sites. He traced his finger along the coordinates, linking them with a red marker. New Orleans, Phoenix, Denver, Chicago. Now DC, a line that looked random until you measured distance. The intervals averaged 471 miles apart, give or take less than 5. Pattern disguised as chaos. He wrote the number on the board, circled it twice. 471. Across the room, Vega sipped coffee gone cold. You think he's moving on a cycle. Maybe, or maybe it's a psychological comfort zone. A radius. You sound like you're talking about migration. Maybe I am. She laughed once, quietly. You've been at this too long. Not long enough, he said. The board lights flickered as the air conditioning kicked in. For a second, the red lines seemed to tremble. At 11:23 a.m., the bureau director called for an inter-unit briefing. Max stood under the fluorescent ring in the conference room, while a dozen agents watched the projected data. The ghost's symbol, the single red drop, glowed like a wound on the screen. We're treating this as phase escalation, the director said. He's no longer targeting anonymity. He's taunting us. Alder, your point on the joint task coordination with Quantico profiling. Max gave a clipped nod. Understood. Media blackout continues. No leaks. If he wants visibility, we'll deny it. But Max wasn't sure that was possible anymore. The precision of the last scene, the note, the mirrored print, the recalibrated clock, felt designed not for the press, but for them, for him. When the meeting ended, he lingered behind, staring at the still image frozen on the screen. The red drop seemed to pulse under the light. He thought of Joan, still under evaluation, maybe still sedated, and wondered if she'd seen this same symbol behind her eyes, the way he did now. The hallway outside smelled faintly of coffee and antiseptic. He walked it alone, his reflection ghosting along the glass walls. For an instant, the mirrored figure didn't align perfectly, a half-beat delay, as though the image moved of its own accord. He stopped, waited. The reflection waited too. Just fatigue, he told himself. The kind that rewires perception. His phone buzzed. New message from lab control. Trace DNA reanalysis inconclusive. Suggest deeper sample extraction. He deleted the notification without reading further. He already knew the result. The ghost left nothing of himself but precision. By evening, Max returned to his apartment, a narrow, high-ceilinged space filled with case binders and unwashed coffee cups. He left the lights off. The city outside provided enough illumination, a sodium glow bleeding through the blinds. On the table lay the case file he'd taken home despite regulations. He opened it mechanically. Page after page of photographs, incident reports, witness statements that all ended in the same way. No further leads. He flipped to the newest entry, the photo from the latest scene, the embossed phrase, "You're beginning to see." He studied it until the letters blurred. Then he realized the reflection of the blinds had drawn faint parallel lines across the page, aligning perfectly with the indentation marks, creating a phantom pattern like a barcode. He blinked and it was gone. He slept 3 hours, dreamless, until the phone rang at 03:12 a.m. A field agent's voice, static broken. "Sir, another one. Downtown, Union Station restrooms. Same marker on the door." Max was already on his feet. Scene secure. PD locked it down. "But you'll want to see this yourself." He didn't ask why. He was already pulling on his jacket. Chapter 12. Union Station. Union Station was sealed off by the time Max arrived. The morning crowd had been diverted, a cordon of blue uniforms pushing commuters back from the main concourse. Flashing red and amber lights pulsed against the high marble columns, reflecting in the glass storefronts. He parked half a block away and walked the rest of the distance under a gray, low sky. The city hadn't woken properly, yet the air carried the smell of rain and diesel, the silence of an hour suspended between night and movement. 2 FBI field units were already on scene, one stationed near the restrooms, the other logging witness statements. The incident commander, Agent Holt, met him at the entrance. "It's bad," Holt said without preamble. "They always are. Not like this." Max followed him down the tiled corridor, shoes echoing against the hollow acoustics. The smell hit first, sterile cleanser, undercut by something metallic. The door to the women's restroom stood half open, the bureau seal taped across it. The drop of blood was there, of course, just as before, single bead, perfect placement, no visible spatter. "Time of discovery?" Max asked. 04:37. Janitor found the scene, called Metro PD. "We arrived 15 minutes later." "And the body?" Holt's expression shifted, something between anger and disbelief. You'll want to see it yourself. He stepped aside. Inside, the scene was clinical, arranged with the same brutal precision as the apartment. Except this time, the setting was almost obscene in its normality. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, mirrored walls reflecting the same image of red, white, and sterile tile in endless recursion. The victim sat upright against the far wall of the last stall. Her posture was deliberate, spine straight, head tilted slightly left, eyes open. A white cloth wrapped her mouth. There was no sign of struggle, no forced entry, no bruising consistent with restraint. Her wrists were unmarked. Max crouched slowly, studying her face. 30, maybe 32. Well-dressed, business attire. Purse arranged neatly at her side. On the mirror opposite her, written in condensation, were 3 words. "Are you awake?" The handwriting matched the indentation pattern from the last note. He exhaled, stood, and scanned the perimeter. A trace tech entered behind him, careful not to break the containment perimeter. "We've cleared for prints." Nothing yet. But the HVAC logs show a spike in humidity at 0308. Someone steamed the room deliberately. To write on the mirror. Exactly. Max walked the perimeter again. Every angle was accounted for. No footprints, no tool marks, no fibers inconsistent with the janitorial uniforms. He turned back toward the door. Holt was watching him, waiting for instruction. "Shut down the north corridor," Max said. "Run security footage for the last 3 hours before discovery. Pull every maintenance log for the HVAC system and any unregistered access cards used overnight." Holt nodded. "We've already started cross-referencing badge entries. Nothing outside normal staff." Then he's spoofing credentials. Or inside the building before lockdown. Or both. Max didn't bother to soften his tone. He's making it public now. That means he's ready for us to look. Outside the restroom, a Metro officer approached with a small evidence bag. "Found this in the trash bin by the sinks." Empty envelope, no residue, no markings, except. He held it up under the corridor light, embossed faintly on the flap, barely visible. The same words as the last note, but in reverse impression. "You're beginning to see." Max took it carefully, turned it over in his gloved hand. The text pressed outward this time, as if it had been embossed from the inside. He stared at it for a long moment. "Seal it. Priority run to forensics." When the officer left, Holt said, "He's talking to you." "No," Max said. "He's talking through me." By 0700, the crime lab's mobile unit had established temporary processing stations in the North Hall. Evidence trays, spectral scanners, humidity calibrators, every piece of technology the Bureau could move on short notice. Max stood by the window overlooking the tracks, watching the sunrise break across the steel rails. The light turned everything briefly gold, the concrete, the glass, even the blood mark on the restroom door. For a moment, he thought of Joan. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been seated across from her evaluator, expression unreadable, voice calm. She had told him she was fine, and he had almost believed her. He hadn't called since. Now, looking out over the terminal, he wondered whether she'd seen this coming, this shift from private to public. The ghost's move into the open. Sir, Holt's voice broke the thought. Media's getting wind. They're calling it a terrorist incident. Keep it closed. No statements yet. Holt hesitated. What if he wants it open? Then we don't give him what he wants. But Max knew even as he said it. Visibility was already out of their hands. The ghost didn't need the media to see him. He needed them too. That evening, when Max finally left the station, the echo of those words lingered in his head. Are you awake? He wasn't sure anymore. They brought Joan back 3 days after Union Station. The bureau car arrived before dawn, its headlights cutting through the fog, curling over the psychiatric facility's grounds. She was already dressed when the knock came, dark slacks, white shirt, hair tied back. She'd been awake for hours, sitting on the narrow bed, listening to the hum of the security lights. The escort agent stood at her door, expression neutral. Dr. Finn, they're requesting your presence downtown. She didn't ask why. There was only ever one reason. The facility's halls were colorless and cold, their linoleum floors reflecting the soft glow of motion sensor lights. As she walked, her shoes made small, precise sounds. In the reflection of the corridor glass, she saw herself doubled, one Joan walking forward, one slightly delayed. She blinked. The second image caught up. Outside, the morning air was raw. She slid into the back seat without a word. The city blurred past in gradients of pale gray. Construction, cranes against the skyline, steam rising from subway vents. The kind of stillness that came before a storm. No one spoke during the drive. When they reached the bureau's field office, she felt the familiar tightening in her chest. Not fear, exactly, but the weight of rooms she'd once known too well. The elevator ride to the 6th floor stretched longer than physics allowed. At the end of the corridor, a light burned above conference 4B. Max was already inside. He looked different, paler, eyes darker at the edges. The controlled energy she remembered from fieldwork had collapsed inward, replaced by something taut and quiet. He didn't stand when she entered, just nodded once. Joan, Max. The silence that followed felt both personal and procedural. The director broke it. Dr. Finn, we're reinstating you in a consultative capacity. Temporary status, observation only. I understand. She sat across from Max. On the table between them lay a stack of photographs, Union Station, the woman against the wall, the words written in condensation. Are you awake? Her pulse tightened. I heard about this, she said quietly. I thought you might. They didn't release the details. They didn't need to. She reached out, hesitated, then touched the top photograph with the edge of her fingertips. The chill of the print made her flinch. Same pattern, she said. Same control. Yes, but this time he wanted witnesses. She nodded once. You think it's directed at you? Max didn't answer. Her gaze lifted to him, steady but tired. You do. He looked away first. After the meeting, they walked the corridor together, unaccompanied. The bureau building was quieter than she remembered. Maybe it was the hour, or maybe silence had become part of the case. Why me? She asked finally. He glanced at her. Because you saw it before the rest of us did. Because I lost perspective, you mean. Sometimes that's how you see patterns. They reached the observation room. Screens lined the wall, security footage from Union Station, slowed to quarter speed. He gestured to one monitor. There, he said. She leaned closer. The image showed a woman, the victim, entering the restroom at 0304. Then, exactly 30 seconds later, the door opened again. A figure stepped through. Tall, neutral build, cap pulled low, no visible face. He moved with deliberate rhythm, no hesitation, no wasted motion. Then the footage glitched, a single frame distortion. Joan blinked, rewind. He did. This time, the distortion seemed to last longer, a second, maybe two. When the image cleared, the figure was gone. He's manipulating timestamps, she said. Max shook his head. We checked the feed integrity. No digital tampering. Then it's internal. Signal interference. None logged. They watched the loop again. The same glitch. The same disappearance. After a while, she said quietly, maybe it's not the footage that's wrong. He looked at her then, not the way a colleague looks, but the way someone studies a mirror for cracks. Later, she stood alone in the bureau restroom, washing her hands, staring at the water circling the drain. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly above her head. In the mirror, her reflection wavered just a flicker, like heat distortion. She blinked. It stilled. She whispered, almost involuntarily, "Are you awake?" No answer, but somewhere in the reflection, a small drop of water rolled down the glass, leaving a trail that looked, for an instant, like handwriting. She stepped back, heartbeat in her throat. The trail evaporated before she could read it. When she returned to the corridor, Max was waiting. Everything all right? He asked. She hesitated, then nodded. Just tired. He studied her a moment longer than necessary, as if gauging whether to believe her. Then he said, "You're not the only one." They went back to Union Station 2 nights later. It was past midnight when the bureau car pulled up under the western awning. The city had emptied out, leaving only the noise of the ventilation fans and the dull rhythm of the night trains rolling beneath the surface. The glass doors slid open with their mechanical sigh, and Joan followed Max into the concourse. Everything smelled faintly of disinfectant and iron. That specific sterility that clings to public spaces after hours when they're meant to be forgotten. Security tape still sealed off the corridor leading to the restrooms. The floor was clean now, polished to bureau standard, but the air still carried the ghost of what had happened there. Max flashed credentials to the officer on duty. "We're here to review the environment. No contamination risk." The man nodded, stepping aside. They ducked under the tape and entered. The tiles gleamed, a perfect reflection of institutional control. Joan paused near the wall where the condensation had once spelled out the message. There was no trace of it now, but her eyes found the faint pattern of touch where the forensics team had wiped down the surface, streaks invisible unless you looked for them. She reached out, hovered her hand an inch from the tile. Cold radiated off it, as if the wall retained memory. Max crouched near the drain, shining a small forensic light. "They found traces of silicone residue," he said. "Unidentified source. Not industrial. Transfer material," she asked. "Maybe, or synthetic skin." She said nothing. He stood, dusted his hands. The patterns changed. He's not staying hidden anymore. This, he gestured to the spotless room, this was theater. She glanced toward the mirror. "The question is who the audience is." He followed her gaze. Their reflections stood side by side in the glass, precise, colorless, faintly distorted by the fluorescent hum. For a second, the light flickered. Both turned, instinctively scanning the fixtures. Nothing moved. A train rumbled far below. The vibration seemed to pulse through the floor. Could just be electrical draw. Max said quietly, "Could be," but her voice lacked conviction. They moved next to the station's service level, an access corridor reserved for maintenance. A janitor badge, issued under a false name, had been found in the victim's purse. The passage smelled of bleach and old air. Pipes lined the ceiling, wrapped in insulation gone gray at the edges. Joan's footsteps echoed, measured, steady. "If he entered here, there be no record," she said. "Exactly. Blind spot in the camera array. Convenient. Engineered." They stopped before an unmarked door. Max swiped his ID card. The lock clicked open. The room beyond was small, fluorescent, filled with maintenance equipment. Buckets, rags, chemical drums. And on the far wall, written in faint black marker, were the words, "You should have stayed asleep." For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Max said, "Forensics hasn't processed this yet. We found it during secondary sweep. Prints, none, no residue either. Markers bureau issue. Same brand as ours." She exhaled slowly. "He's turning the bureau into his workspace." He didn't respond. Instead, he took a photo flash, igniting the words for a split second before the room sank back into artificial light. The silence after felt thick. Joan stepped closer, studying the lettering. Hand pressures consistent. No tremor. controlled stroke. He's calm when he writes. Max lowered the camera, calmer than us. Their eyes met. Something passed between them, not belief exactly, but shared unease. The understanding that logic, for all its procedural comfort, was beginning to thin. When they returned to the main concourse, the first early commuters had begun to drift in: cleaners, station guards, a coffee vendor setting up his stand. The night's intensity evaporated under the halogen lights, leaving only the suggestion that something had happened at the edge of perception. Joan paused at the base of the escalator. "You'll file the report." "I'll file it," Max said. "You'll omit the part about the flicker." "Yes." She nodded. "Good." They stood there a moment longer, watching the concourse fill. The public world returning, bright and ordinary. Then she said, "It's escalating faster than you think." He gave her a look, half question, half warning. "And what exactly do you think this is, Joan?" She adjusted her coat, eyes scanning the crowd. "A message, but not to you." "To who, then?" She turned, already walking toward the exit. "To whoever's still listening." Chapter 13, Reflection. The apartment had become an annex of the bureau. Cables ran across the hardwood floor in ordered tangles. Monitors stacked in uneven rows. The hum of processors rising and falling like shallow breath. Joan sat in front of the main screen, her eyes dry, fixed on the frozen image of Union Station's West Concourse at 03:12:41 a.m. 2 hours before the discovery of the body. She had been replaying the same 12 minutes for the last 3 hours. The footage was clean, crisp digital clarity, well lit, almost sterile. Dozens of commuters passed through frame, none lingering, none looking up. But there was something about the reflection in the far vending machine glass that kept her there, pulling at the corner of her mind like a thread she couldn't stop touching. She leaned forward, rewound 3 seconds, paused. The reflection of a man tall, coat collar high, no visible face, appeared for an instant. Not walking through frame, but inside the reflection, moving at a different rhythm than the bodies outside it. When she advanced the footage again, he was gone. Joan rubbed her temples, tried to steady her breathing. She opened a new video window, same camera, different timestamp. The vending machine gleamed back, empty, ordinary. But her pulse didn't slow. She marked the frame and noted the anomaly in the bureau's secure log. "Optical distortion," she wrote. "Potential interference from cleaning solution, residue, or layered reflection." It sounded clinical enough, rational. Behind her, the clock ticked past 2:30. The building's radiator hissed once, then fell silent. She reached for her coffee and found it cold. There was no sound in the footage. Union Station's surveillance system captured only video. But as she stared at the paused frame, she felt something beneath the silence. A faint, impossible hum, more vibration than noise, running through the air like feedback through an old wire. She muted and unmuted the feed, checked her speakers. nothing changed. She told herself it was fatigue. 3 days back on active duty after her evaluation, and she was still averaging 4 hours of sleep at best. But the hum persisted, and as it did, she noticed it wasn't random. It pulsed in short, repeating patterns. Like code. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She zoomed into the vending machine glass, pixel by pixel. There was nothing unusual in the patterning. No distortion map, no light bleed. But as she increased the contrast, she caught the faintest trace of motion again, barely visible. A flicker of light that seemed to form letters. JF. She blinked hard, looked again. The pixels blurred, the letters gone. She hit rewind, slow motion, frame by frame. Nothing. The rational explanation came quickly, the way it always did. Compression artifact. Random pixel arrangement. A glitch in the software, or her perception fatigue again. She typed another note, labeling it as false positive. She forced herself to move on to the next file. At 3:04, she noticed something else. Every 45 seconds, for exactly one frame, the feed glitched, a half-second cut to black, followed by a frame slightly offset by 1 degree to the left. When she overlaid them, she saw it clearly. The entire frame had shifted perspective. Not the camera angle, the world inside the frame. As if the station itself had been pulled a few inches sideways. Joan leaned back, throat dry. Her fingers hovered over the mouse, but didn't move. The hum was louder now. She realized it wasn't coming from her speakers at all, but from somewhere inside the apartment. She turned. The sound ceased instantly. Behind her, the wall of monitors reflected her face in miniature. 20 versions of herself, pale, exhausted, caught mid-turn. For a second, one of them didn't move with her. She closed her eyes, counted backward, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When she opened them again, everything was still. Joan shut down the secondary monitors, leaving only one running. The main feed flickered, stabilized. Union Station returned to its indifferent brightness. The vending machine reflection was gone. She reached for the keyboard again, but her hand stopped short. There, at the base of the screen, on the matte surface of the bureau-issued terminal, was a single smudge of red. Small, circular, almost too faint to notice. Blood. Her own, probably. She checked her fingers. The cut at the corner of her thumb had reopened. She wiped it away with a tissue, exhaled slowly. Still, she logged the anomaly. Potential contamination, operator source. She sat for another hour, reviewing random segments, pretending it was still just work. By dawn, the hum was gone, and she had convinced herself it had never been there at all. By the time Max knocked, the sun was already up, though it hadn't reached the inside of the apartment. The blinds were drawn, the air thick with the smell of burnt coffee and electronics. Joan didn't answer at first. He knocked again, softer this time. "Joan," he said, "it's me." A lock turned. The door opened an inch, then all the way. She looked smaller than he remembered, shoulders tight, her hair pulled back in a rough tie, skin pale from sleeplessness. The blue light from the monitors cast uneven shadows across her face. "You're not cleared for field interaction," she said flatly. "Neither are you," he replied, stepping past her before she could argue. The room looked worse from the inside, laptops open, papers scattered, hard drives stacked like building blocks. Every surface glowed faintly with reflected light. He scanned the monitors. Dozens of paused feeds. Union Station. The Ridge facility. One screen looping a still image of an empty corridor. "Jesus, Joan," he turned toward her. "You've been running these all night. Just cross-referencing. You look like you haven't slept in a week." 3 days, she corrected, almost absently. Then, quieter. "I keep finding distortions." He frowned. Distortions. In the station footage. Light reflections, timing inconsistencies, could be compression errors. But she trailed off, pressing her fingers to her temple. "They're too consistent." Max leaned closer to one of the screens. "You filed any of this?" "Draft notes. Nothing conclusive yet." He watched her hands shake slightly as she adjusted the playback speed. There was a methodical rhythm to her movements, precise, practiced, but underneath it was something brittle. "You know what Wilcox will say," he murmured. "I know," she replied. They stood in silence as the footage ran, people walking, the vending machine gleaming, everything perfectly normal. Then, for a fraction of a second, the frame jumped. The angle shifted, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. "There," she said, "every 45 seconds. He rewound, replayed, counted. 45 exactly. "That's not a hardware glitch," he said. "No," she whispered, "it's deliberate." The hum of the processors filled the silence. Max crossed his arms, eyes fixed on the reflection in the glass. "You think it's him?" Joan didn't answer immediately. "I think," she said slowly, "we're missing something about how he operates. We've been assuming physical evidence patterns. Maybe he's working on temporal ones. Timing, synchronization. He's building something we can't see yet." Her voice was calm, measured, but he could hear the exhaustion underneath, the edge that comes when rational thought frays into obsession. "Joan," he said quietly, "you need to step back. Just for a day. Sleep. Eat something." "I can't." "You have to." She turned toward him, and for the first time, he saw something like fear behind her eyes, not panic, but the fear of losing the one thread keeping her anchored. "If I stop watching," she said, "I'll miss the next signal." He hesitated. "Signal." She nodded toward the screen. "He's talking to us, Max. I don't know how, but he is." He wanted to tell her she was wrong, that she was just exhausted, that the ghost wasn't capable of communicating through footage. But when he looked at the timestamp again, he saw something he couldn't explain. At exactly 04, 12:45, one of the security feeds glitched again. The frame turned to static, then stabilized into a single word, handwritten in the reflection of a kiosk panel. Still watching. Then it was gone. Max replayed the footage twice, then again in reverse. No trace of it appeared a second time. He exhaled low. Could be someone splicing the footage, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Joan didn't move. She stared at the monitor like it was a living thing. He took a step toward her, careful not to break the silence. Joan. She blinked once, as if waking from a dream. He's changing the game, she murmured. He's watching the watchers now. Max wanted to say something, anything, that would pull her back from that edge. But all he could do was stand there, the two of them caught in the cold, steady light of the monitors. The hum returning beneath it, all like a second heartbeat. Outside, sirens passed in the distance. The city moved on, indifferent. When Max finally left, Joan didn't follow him to the door. She just kept watching the screens, waiting for the next distortion. The bureau servers froze her out just after 8. Joan had been cataloging a sequence of frames from Union Station. Routine follow-up for her anomaly report. When the screen blinked once, and a notification bar slid across the top of her main monitor. Access restricted. Classified archive lockdown. Authorization override. Washington Field Command. She sat back, blinking. It wasn't unusual for a flagged report to trigger internal review, but Washington Field Command wasn't a division. It was a routing tag reserved for multi-division cases, terrorism, counterintelligence, top-tier security breaches. Not homicide. A second line appeared beneath the first. Local terminal access suspended. Do not attempt restore. Her cursor froze. The workstation fans spun down one by one until the room went almost silent. For a long moment, she didn't move. The apartment felt smaller without the hum of the servers, the space too quiet, her heartbeat too loud. Then her phone vibrated. Unknown number. She hesitated, then answered. Agent Finn. The voice was male, even-toned, practiced. This is Systems Security, Division 4. We've received your anomaly report from last night. You'll need to step away from your equipment. I've already been locked out, she said. That's standard. Please remain in your residence. An assessment team will arrive shortly to collect your devices. Assessment team. Correct. This will be a quick review. You'll be informed when clearance is reinstated. The line clicked dead before she could respond. She stared at the phone a moment longer, then set it down. Her pulse thudded behind her temples. It had happened before temporary holds, system reviews, but never like this. Never without a supervisor's notice. She tried Max. No answer. Then Wilcox, straight to voicemail. A few minutes later, a black bureau vehicle stopped outside her building. She watched from the window as two men stepped out, plain clothes, both carrying sealed data containers. No insignia. No introductions when they knocked. Agent Finn, the taller one said, flashing a neutral badge. We're here for a systems extraction. They worked efficiently, unplugging drives, scanning devices with portable readers, cataloging everything in silence. Every once in a while, one of them would glance at her monitors, as if noting the arrangement of screens for record. When they were done, they asked her to sign a chain of custody form. What's the classification level? She asked. Undisclosed, the agent replied. You'll receive notification when analysis is complete. She signed. The pen felt heavy. As they left, one of them paused in the doorway. Agent Finn, just for protocol, did you share your anomaly findings outside Bureau systems? No. He nodded, as if expecting the answer. Good. That'll help expedite reinstatement. When they were gone, she stood in the doorway for several minutes, listening to the sound of the car pulling away. The apartment looked gutted, bare desks, dark monitors, only the clock ticking softly in the background. She made coffee just to fill the silence. Her reflection in the microwave door looked older than she remembered. At 09:23, her phone buzzed again. This time, the number was familiar. Max, she answered on the first ring. Your report got flagged, he said. His voice was low, clipped, the way it got when he was choosing words carefully. I just got pulled from the morning briefing. They're calling it a containment review. Containment of what? That's the part they wouldn't tell me. Joan sat on the edge of the desk. They wiped everything. My drives, terminals, said I'd be reinstated once analysis is done. Sounds like a sweep, he said. They might have found intrusion signatures. Or planted them, she said quietly. There was a long pause on the line. Don't say that over the phone, Max murmured. The silence between them stretched. Finally, he said, I'll see what I can pull through secondary channels. If this is internal, then it's not just about the ghost, she finished for him. Exactly. The line crackled. Joan, he added after a moment, until we know what this is, don't use Bureau devices. Don't log in. Don't write anything down. I don't have anything left to log into. He hesitated, then sit tight. Max, but the line was already dead. She lowered the phone slowly. The apartment was very still again. The only sound came from outside, the faint thud of footsteps in the hallway, then a door closing somewhere below. When she looked back at her dark monitor, she caught her reflection in the glass. Pale, hollow-eyed, the outline of a woman who'd been erased from her own case. And for a split second, she thought she saw something move behind that reflection, just a flicker, like someone passing by in the next room. But when she turned, there was nothing there. Chapter 14, Project Glass. Surveillance room, 23:47 hours. The Bureau's analysis wing was built for silence. Rows of glass-walled compartments hummed with quiet machinery. The air filtered, scentless, and dry enough to sting the sinuses. Joan sat alone at station B12, 6 monitors casting cold rectangles across her face. Every surface gleamed stainless edges, polished glass, black keyboards lined in measured symmetry. Nothing ever looked lived in here. Her headset murmured faint static as she rewound another segment of footage. Timestamp 23:02:11. Location: Linden Avenue intersection. Subject ID: unconfirmed, possibly the ghost. The figure moved across the intersection in the corner of the feed, a blur under sodium light. Joan advanced the footage frame by frame. The man's gait was fluid, confident. Too casual for someone who had eluded national manhunts for 18 months. She leaned forward, freezing the frame as the figure passed a reflective storefront. In the mirrored glass, the motion didn't match. She blinked, went back 4 seconds, forward again. In the reflection, the figure's head turned first, as if it anticipated being watched. A half second before the body followed, Joan made a notation. Possible lens desync, 0.43's offset between subject and reflection. She wrote it mechanically, her tone clinical. Still, her throat had gone dry. She checked the calibration logs. The camera was synced. No dropped frames, no compression lag. Everything aligned perfectly. She moved to another angle. A traffic cam 50 meters east. Timestamp 23:02:13. Different vantage, same figure. The man crossed the street smooth, deliberate, neither hurried nor hiding. But again, there it was. The reflection in the opposite window moved wrong. The mirrored figure's hand lifted before the real one's did. Her pulse ticked up. Joan zoomed in, slowed playback to 1/8 speed. The effect was subtle, imperceptible to anyone not looking for it. But once seen, it was undeniable. She made another note. Reflections inconsistent. Possible software artifact. Another feed. Another timestamp. She watched the ghost pass under a flickering streetlight. The camera caught a brief distortion across the lens, a ripple, like heat shimmer. Behind it, a shadow lagged, 1 step out of sync. Joan rewound again. The distortion vanished. Playback forward, it reappeared, precise, identical. She checked the metadata. All footage confirmed authentic. No interpolations, no external edits. Still, something inside her, the disciplined part, trained to reject narrative leaps, began constructing one anyway. She reopened earlier case files. Warehouse surveillance from 6 months prior. A fuel station feed from Caracas. A customs checkpoint in Belize. Different cameras, different environments. And yet, in each, a flicker of movement just beyond the focal point. A turn of the head that preceded action. A presence that seemed to mirror observation itself. Joan sat back, exhaling slowly. The room seemed to constrict. Across her monitors, the still images of the ghost stared back at her, never facing the lens directly, never offering a full profile. Just fragments, a shoulder, a reflection, the suggestion of someone who knew precisely when to be half seen. She opened the bureau's anomaly log. Forensics required full documentation, no conjecture. Report draft, observation note 47. Subtle discrepancies observed in multiple recordings. Potential reflection lag or pre-frame offset requires technical validation. No confirmed visual of suspect's face. She saved it, detached the headset, and rubbed her temples. From the far end of the corridor came the faint hum of cleaning drones. The surveillance wing always felt sterile, too much white light, too little human presence. But tonight it pressed closer. Joan switched off the central monitor and leaned into the dimness, the residual blue afterglow reflecting in the glass. For a moment, her own reflection appeared where the ghosts had been. The same tilt of the head, the same unblinking gaze. She looked away first. Verification loop, 0112 hours. Joan returned to the feed after midnight. The bureau lab was emptier now. Only 2 analysts remained, shadows behind frosted glass, their screens pulsing with silent footage. The air vents exhaled a steady rhythm, soft enough to mimic breath. She restarted the system diagnostics. Her fingers moved in practiced precision. Check the checksum logs, verify data integrity, confirm chain of custody. The footage had come straight from city infrastructure servers. No proxy transfers, no gaps in the data trail. Still, the reflections didn't line up. She split the feed into 2 channels, primary and mirrored. Side by side, played them back simultaneously. At 00:03:22, the figure passed a bus stop window. In the main feed, he kept walking. In the mirrored feed, his reflection paused, as if looking straight out of the screen, toward her. Joan stopped playback. The silence that followed seemed to deepen the sound of her own heartbeat. She went back several seconds, played again. Same pause. The rational part of her mind, sharp, procedural, searched for causes. Frame blending, data corruption, hardware echo, but nothing fit. There were no missing frames, no sync drift. The recording was perfect. She opened the internal diagnostics, scanning for pixel anomalies. No compression errors. No timestamps rewritten. Everything about it was too clean. She checked the city surveillance grid again. The same timestamp corresponded to 4 other feeds: a traffic camera, 2 storefronts, a light rail junction. She aligned them, adjusting for perspective. There he was again, the ghost. A different posture in each frame, as though each lens captured a slightly different version of him. In one, his hands were at his sides. In another, his head tilted upward, mouth slightly open. In a third, his outline seemed to blur, edges indistinct. She stared until her eyes watered. Joan took off her glasses, rubbed her face, then typed a quick note into the anomaly log. Multiple feeds indicate positional inconsistency at timestamp 000322. Possible cross-lens interference. She didn't write what she wanted to. Subject appears to acknowledge observer. Instead, she cued the frames for forensic rendering and leaned back, staring at the ceiling's sterile light grid. At 0137, she called up a secondary database, historical surveillance from the Ridge facility perimeter, 6 months prior. The footage was older, grainier. The ghost had been sighted near the northern ridge the night before the last killing. Joan slowed the video, searching for any repeat anomalies. The landscape was static, bare, windless, pale, under moonlight. The suspect moved through it in shadow, a human shape disassembling between frames. Then she saw it again. That flicker in the periphery, barely perceptible, like the eye misreading motion. The figure stopped, tilted its head. The camera, old, analog, glitched for exactly 1 frame. And in that instant, there were 2 figures standing in the same spot. One in shadow, one made of reflected light. Her throat tightened. She replayed it at 1/16th speed. The duplication lasted less than half a second, but once seen, it was unshakable. Joan opened her case file folder and stared at the ghost's fragmented history. Unconnected events, multiple jurisdictions, each with slight visual discrepancies. In some reports, the suspect was 6 feet tall, in others, closer to 5'9". Always a different jacket. Always walking, never running. There was no verified voice recording. No fingerprint, no DNA. Only images, and those images disagreed with each other. The Bureau had theories. He used doubles. He altered footage remotely. He was part of a coordinated disinformation effort. But none of them explained the impossibility of 2 identical shadows in the same physical frame. She wrote another note. Possibility of mimicry or adaptive projection. Visual duplication unresolved. It was a deliberately vague phrase, bureaucratic language for what she couldn't articulate. The feeling that the footage itself was watching her. The hum of the monitors deepened. Joan turned off 3 screens to reduce light exposure, but the remaining ones seemed brighter, as if compensating. Her reflection appeared faintly in the glass again, layered over the paused image of the ghost. Her features blurred into his outline. She blinked hard, leaned closer, and saw just for an instant her reflection smile when she didn't. The pen in her hand clattered against the desk. She sat motionless for a long time, the sterile hum of the lab settling around her like static snow. Then, almost methodically, she began writing her final note of the night. Recommend independent verification of surveillance datasets. Observer bias cannot be ruled out. She saved it, closed all feeds, and sat in the glow of the darkened screens until the first lights of morning filtered through the high window slats, thin and colorless. Timestamp audit 0304 hours. Joan resumed at 0304, the hour when the Bureau's data servers were least active. It was the best time for clean throughput, no delays, no competing processes. The lab was silent, except for the hum of the cooling units. Rows of monitors floated in darkness like suspended windows, each showing a still frame from a different city. She set up her cross-reference grid, 6 feeds, 1 control line. The goal was simple: verify whether the timestamps aligned across jurisdictions. They didn't. Each feed was off by less than 2 seconds. That was normal in theory. Time drift across municipal systems happened. But these offsets weren't random. They formed a pattern. 1.47, 1.46, 1.45, 1.44, 1.43, 1.42, descending by hundredths of a second. She checked again, ran a sync recalibration script. The offsets remained identical each time. That wasn't a drift. It was a countdown. Joan felt the muscles in her jaw tighten. She reached for her notepad and began writing quickly. 1 ridge feed slash, offset 1.47s. 02 bus stop feed 1.46s. 03 rail junction slash 1.45s. 04 market cam slash 1.44s. 05 city square slash 1.43s. 06 apartment feed slash 1.42s. She circled the last line. The apartment feed had been collected from a case still under review, the most recent suspected ghost killing. Joan opened that file. The screen filled with an image of a small living room, neat, almost antiseptic. The camera's perspective came from a hallway placed there by the building's landlord for insurance purposes. A woman entered the room, carrying groceries. Joan scrubbed through the footage. The woman moved about the apartment, calm and unhurried. Then, precisely 1 minute before the reported time of her death, she turned toward the hallway camera and hesitated just long enough for the faintest flicker of movement to appear behind her. A silhouette. Joan froze the frame, enhanced the contrast. It wasn't clear. Could be a coat hanging on a door. Could be nothing. She overlaid the timestamp discrepancy. The offset was 1.42 seconds. For procedure's sake, she decided to trace backward, see if the same countdown existed across earlier cases. She opened archived data from the past 5 years, one by one, entering them into the same grid. Each case had an offset, each one lower than the one before it, starting at 2.01 seconds in the first recorded file, ending with 1.42. The intervals had been decreasing with every new murder. She leaned back, running her hands through her hair. Her eyes ached from the light. It was a ridiculous connection, pure numerology, pattern recognition gone feral from exhaustion. Still, The regularity held. Joan tried a different control. She plotted the offsets as coordinates on a digital map, overlaying the continental United States. The points curved diagonally across the screen from Washington to the East Coast, a trajectory. If the pattern continued, the next coordinate fell somewhere along the Atlantic seaboard, possibly Maine or Massachusetts. She caught herself starring. It wasn't how real investigations worked. No one plotted killings on countdowns and coastlines. It was intuition masquerading as data. Still, she logged the results. Procedure demanded documentation, even when the logic bent inward. Observation. Timestamp discrepancies appear sequential. Possibility of intentional digital watermarking. That phrasing was safe, vague, rational. She opened the Bureau's data portal to submit a request for secondary verification. The form asked for justification. She hesitated before typing. Potential systematic error across homicide footage. Pattern suggests embedded code sequence, a lie of omission, but one that would get it reviewed. She leaned back again. The hum of the equipment blurred into a kind of tinnitus, faint and omnipresent. She realized she hadn't had coffee or water in hours. Her fingers felt cold. On the far monitor, one of the paused images flickered, a pixel correction artifact, likely from overclocked memory. But in the fraction of a second it shifted. She thought she saw the ghost again, standing half a block from the crime scene, head turned toward the camera, eyes unfocused. She rewound frame by frame. Nothing there. The timestamp had corrected itself. Every offset now read 1.41. She stared at that number until the clock on her terminal ticked to 03:15. Then she shut down every open feed and sat motionless, breathing through her teeth until the adrenaline subsided. It was procedural. Everything she did was procedural. And still, somehow, the data was watching back. Internal review, 07:42 hours. Joan submitted the anomaly report just after dawn. The report's header blinked green on her terminal case review. Serial homicide, codename, ghost, and then disappeared into the Bureau's intranet queue. For protocol, she tagged it technical verification required. It was the bureaucratic equivalent of whispering into a void. She leaned back, waiting for the system to confirm receipt. Already up, Max's voice came from behind her. He sounded casual, but it carried the brittle tone of someone who hadn't slept either. She turned slightly in her chair. I wanted to clear last night's audit before the next pull. He nodded, half listening, eyes scanning the darkroom's scatter of monitors. You've been on the Ridge data since Monday, cross-referencing time signatures, she said. Something off with the feed integrity. Off how? Joan opened her notepad, hesitating a fraction before showing him the numbers. Timestamp drift, not random, sequential. Max studied the lines she'd written. 1 47 to 1.42 and frowned. So you think he's manipulating the source code? It's possible. Possible, he repeated, setting his coffee down. Or probable. Probable would imply intent, she said. And I can't verify that yet. He leaned on the desk beside her, folding his arms. Look, if you're suggesting the ghosts using a digital signature, that's a major escalation. You'd need infrastructure for that kind of precision. Timing servers, injection protocols. This isn't someone splicing VHS in a basement. I know, she said quietly. That's what bothers me. Max stared at the data longer than necessary. We'll flag it for cyber forensics. Maybe it's just a synchronization loop in the grid systems. Some of those municipal servers are archaic. Joan didn't argue. She had checked those servers herself. The offsets weren't system-specific. They were human-patterned. Max exhaled and straightened. You've been burning hours. Get some rest. I'll sleep after verification comes back. Joan. She looked up at him. He hesitated, then said, You can't do this case alone. Whatever you think you're seeing, don't chase it into abstraction. Data does strange things under fatigue. It was almost gentle, but it still landed like a reprimand. When he left, Joan reopened the report to review what she'd sent. The Bureau's system had already assigned it a tracking code. She expected to see the standard pending status. Instead, the field read, Internal Review COMPLETD. That wasn't possible. It had been less than 4 minutes. She scrolled down. The verification response was already attached, a single line of text under analyst comment. No discrepancies found. Dataset verified. Joan sat back. The cursor blinked at the end of the sentence, a metronome against the pulse behind her eyes. She refreshed the page. The report header was gone. Only the system log remained, showing that the file had been archived to a restricted repository. The Bureau had processed it before anyone could physically read it. By 0900, the building was fully awake, phones ringing, analysts trading notes, screens flickering with routine updates. Joan watched her colleagues move with the dull efficiency of repetition, each unaware of the small, procedural impossibility she'd witnessed. She tried to access the archive. Permission denied. Tried again, using her clearance code. Denied again. She considered walking to Max's office, but didn't. Instead, she logged a secondary note into her private file. Report 47A received automated clearance. Timestamp drift unexplained. Verification inconsistent with initial input. A minute later, the note blinked and disappeared. She froze, checked her keyboard, then her terminal. The local cache had been wiped clean. She typed a new line. System interference suspected. The screen flickered once and went black. Joan stared at her reflection in the dark monitor glass. Her pulse slowed. Somewhere in the next room, someone laughed, a normal sound in a normal morning. The system rebooted itself, the bureau logo reappearing in bright blue. Everything looked the same. She reconnected to the database, methodically testing access levels. Her permissions were intact. Her private notes folder was empty. Only the main surveillance feeds remained, waiting for her next login. At 0922, she stood, stretched, and walked to the glass partition where Max was talking to another agent. She knocked once. He turned, eyebrows raised. "You got a minute?" He nodded, stepping into the hallway. "What's up?" Joan held his gaze. "Did Cyber verify my report?" His expression flickered, something between confusion and caution. "Report. The timestamp anomalies." He shook his head slowly. "You didn't send anything through me." Her mouth went dry. "The system logged it under technical verification." Max frowned. "I didn't see it, but I'll check the queue." He turned back toward his desk. She waited as he scrolled through his terminal, the reflection of the screen bright against his glasses. After a moment, he said, "Nothing here. Maybe it got rerouted." "Rerouted where?" He hesitated. "Internal ops sometimes absorbs preliminary data if they think it intersects with active cases. They think the ghost system contamination qualifies as active." "Joan," he said, softer this time, "whatever you found, it's already been noted somewhere higher up. Don't chase it. They'll review it quietly." She nodded, but the look she gave him wasn't agreement, it was calculation. As she turned back toward her desk, she saw it again out of the corner of her eye. The reflection in the monitor glass. 2 figures in the room. Only one moving. Chapter 15. Silent Archive. Joan waited until the analysts cleared for lunch before beginning. The Bureau's data division was nearly silent during midday. Most agents took that hour to decompress, step outside, or drown in caffeine. The hum of servers filled the absence of voices, steady and mechanical. It was the sound she trusted most now. Machines didn't lie. They failed predictably. She checked the corridor camera outside her section, standard habit. The feed looped on a 6-minute delay, enough time to mask small deviations. That was her window. She returned to her station, slid the portable drive from her pocket, and palmed it against the terminal's lower port. It was bureau issued, a standard 1 TB forensic backup device, but this one carried no registration. She'd found it in the Ridge archive room weeks ago, untagged, forgotten in a drawer beneath stacks of CDRS and typed memos. The drive's light flicked on green steady. Her fingers moved fast, but deliberate, navigating through the surveillance log indexes. She located the ghost folder, 5 years of data, segmented by jurisdiction, timestamp, and signal source. Each file was encrypted at level 5 clearance, but she had the keychain authorization from her earlier audit. She wasn't stealing data. Not yet. Just creating a mirror set for independent verification. That's what she told herself. She selected the last 12 months, footage from the Ridge facility, 3 metro corridors, and the most recent Boston perimeter files. Together, they amounted to roughly 92 terabytes. The drive could only hold a fraction. She prioritized the timestamp anomalies, the countdown files, and the reflection feeds. Transfer initiated, 11%, 23%, 41%. Each number ticked upward like a heartbeat. Joan turned toward the glass wall. Beyond it, the corridor was empty. A cleaning drone hummed down the far end, its mechanical arm wiping the railings. The sound echoed like footsteps. She returned her focus to the terminal. The transfer slowed, then froze at 68%. Her pulse quickened. She rechecked the process log. The system had paused to perform an integrity scan. Not unusual, but inconvenient. The log header read, "Background verification active, operator. Admin internal." Joan frowned. There shouldn't have been any administrative oversight at this hour. She canceled the scan manually, but the command didn't execute. "Come on," she muttered, typing override codes. The terminal beeped once, then resumed. 69%, 70%, 71%. Relief bled through the tension. At 89%, she heard the soft click of a door behind her. Her body froze. A figure stood at the far end of the lab, silhouetted against the corridor's light. Tall, broad-shouldered. Not Max. He had a different stance. The man lingered a moment, then turned away. No words, no greeting. She waited until the sound of his footsteps faded before exhaling. Her palms were damp against the keyboard. The drive clicked softly, transfer complete. She ejected it cleanly, wiped her session logs, and reconnected the terminal to its security sync. The clock read 12:47 p.m. She'd been inside her window by only 30 seconds. Joan slipped the drive into her jacket's inner pocket, then wiped her fingerprints from the plastic casing. It was habit. She knew there would be no real forensic check, not unless someone was already watching. She looked once more around the lab. Everything was in place. Only the faint scent of warm circuitry and stale coffee betrayed her presence. Before leaving, she reopened one feed, the Ridge footage from 6 months ago. The moment she'd replayed countless times. A figure pausing near a reflective surface, the suggestion of something else in frame. The timestamp now read 1.4. It had changed again. She stared at it for a long time, long enough to feel her conviction fracture into a dull, trembling disbelief. Then she turned off the monitor, pocketed her ID badge, and walked out of the data division, her expression neutral. By the time she reached the elevator, she had convinced herself of a single truth. She hadn't done anything wrong. She was preserving evidence. Still, her hand trembled when she pressed the button. Joan returned to her apartment after dark. The sky above the city was an opaque, bruised gray, the kind that erased horizon lines. She preferred it that way. Night blurred the edges, made things cleaner. Her building stood at the edge of the old financial district, renovated but sterile. The kind of place designed to look anonymous. Brushed steel elevators, sound-dampened corridors, recessed lighting that never flickered. It was the illusion of safety through maintenance. She paused at her door before unlocking it. A faint, chemical scent lemon polish lingered in the air. Too recent. Her cleaning cycle wasn't scheduled until Friday. She scanned the doorframe. No scratches, no sensor tampering. Still, the air inside felt disturbed, molecules rearranged. Paranoia, she told herself under her breath. Just data stress. The lock released with a quiet click. She stepped in, keeping one hand in her coat pocket where the drive rested. Everything looked as it should. Couch precisely aligned, blinds drawn halfway, mugs on the counter drying in symmetrical rows. But there was something small, unplaceable. The air was cooler, the shadows sharper. She shut the door and activated the internal privacy screen. The digital locks sealed. A faint pulse in the frame indicated jamming mode. No incoming or outgoing transmissions until she disabled it. Only then did she exhale fully. Joan moved to her workstation, a narrow desk, dual monitors, neutral light. She removed the drive, connected it to her offline system, and initiated the sandbox environment. The machine booted in isolation mode, no network, no trace. A window opened. External device detected unverified signature. She confirmed the override. The files unfolded. Timestamp logs, motion capture overlays, mirrored frame extractions. Her private archive. The footage began to play automatically. Sequences she'd copied from the Ridge facility. At first, it was normal. The ghost files always were. Then, halfway through one loop, she noticed something impossible. A frame repeated twice, but not identically. She froze the feed and scrubbed back. In the first version, the corridor was empty. In the second, just 3 frames later, a shape appeared near the reflective panel. Too fast for recognition. Just movement, a bend in the pixels. She adjusted the playback speed to 1/10 normal. Frame by frame, the distortion resolved. A figure at the edge of vision. Human silhouette, posture uncannily still, facing the wrong direction toward the camera. Joan leaned closer. The timestamp at the bottom corner flickered between 1:40:13 and 1:40:14. Then it reset. Her cursor hesitated over the loop icon. She pressed play again. This time, the anomaly was gone. The corridor was empty. Every pixel restored to order. She ran diagnostic checks. No error, no corruption. Her throat felt dry. She typed a quick log note. Possible artifact, non-persistent. Requires verification. It was clinical, detached, safe. But the hairs on her arms remained raised. She continued reviewing the other data sets, metro feeds, harbor angles, Boston perimeters. The same pattern emerged: random frames, then subtle reflections. A face that shouldn't exist. Once her own. Joan forced herself to stand, step away from the screen. She walked to the kitchenette, poured a glass of water, drank half of it without tasting. When she returned, the monitors had dimmed to screensaver mode, black, save for the faint reflection of her silhouette. Except there was movement behind it. Not an image on the screen, but a delay, her reflection reacting half a second too slow. She blinked hard. The reflection caught up. Joan sat down again, pulse rising. She checked the drive's activity log. The system listed recent background access. Process SOSVISULCACHE/user. Unknown/timestamp 23/11/07. She hadn't initiated anything past 22:40. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. The thought arrived without invitation. They're watching the watcher. She disconnected the drive immediately. The monitors went dark. Silence filled the apartment, except for the faint hum of the refrigeration unit. Outside, a siren echoed once, then dissolved into the city noise. She stared at the black screen, the ghost of her reflection faintly visible. And though she didn't move, for a single heartbeat, the reflection did. Joan didn't sleep. She sat in the living room with the lights off, watching the reflection of the street lamp pulse through the blinds in slow intervals. Like a heartbeat, she could time against her pulse. Every flicker seemed to sync with something internal. That alone irritated her. By 02:00, the rational part of her mind had wrestled control back from the unease. There was an explanation, always was. If she couldn't find one, she wasn't looking hard enough. She powered up her secondary system, a forensic workstation used for internal quality audits. It wasn't connected to the Bureau's grid, but it had raw processing power and frame analysis software. Her plan was straightforward. Recreate the anomaly from the Ridge facility logs under controlled conditions. If the frames were corrupted, the artifact would reappear in identical timestamps. If not, the problem lay in her own playback environment. She pulled up the same sequence corridor camera, 0140, 13 to 0140, 14, and began extraction. This time, she ran the raw data through an image differencing algorithm, isolating pixel deviation. Nothing. The corridor was static, temperature balanced, lighting consistent. Then, as the system began its autocompile, a new file appeared in the export directory. It wasn't part of the queue. File name, Mirror 14013 AVI. Timestamp, identical to the original sequence. Joan froze. She hadn't created that output. The system's event log listed the origin process as user. System default, executed 2 seconds ago. No signature, no executable record. She double-clicked, The file opened in a muted window, grainy, monochrome. Same corridor, same timestamp, except this time the figure was there from the first frame. He stood just at the edge of the light, motionless, not facing the camera now, but angled slightly toward the wall, as if listening to something behind it. The posture was wrong, too relaxed, too deliberate. Joan advanced a few frames. The man, or the shape of him, turned his head. The pixels bled momentarily, then refocused. And there it was again, her own reflection, layered faintly over his outline. She paused the video. Her breathing was shallow. Rational explanation. System contamination from cached data. Possibly an afterimage. Still, she knew the protocols. The system was clean. No bleed over, no live cache, no mirrors active. Joan leaned closer, narrowing her eyes at the timestamp overlay. A faint distortion ran through the numbers, a sort of shimmer. She advanced one frame. The timestamp shifted by a fraction of a second. 13, 7, then 13.6, then 13.8, flickering as though responding to her movement. That was when she felt the pressure change in the room. It wasn't sound, exactly. More like a slow alteration of density, air thickening, as if someone had stepped into the space beside her. Joan's instinct was pure protocol. Document, verify, control. She opened the terminal window and began a diagnostic dump. Lines of code scrolled. The system returned. Process mirror, 1 active. Signal origin, local environment. Define local, she whispered. The cursor blinked once. Then text appeared without her input. Within observation radius. Her hands froze over the keyboard. A glitch, it had to be. Residual keystroke echo. She typed, manual override, identify source. The screen flickered. The cursor began to drift slowly backward across the command line, erasing her query character by character. She pushed back from the desk. The chair wheels squeaked loud in the still room. The monitor went black. Then, faint static, a voice, low, measured, and almost conversational, filtered through the speakers. You've been watching the wrong frames, Agent Wilcox. The sound wasn't quite human, like speech reconstructed from fragments. Cadence built from mismatched syllables. There's a difference between what's seen and what waits to be seen. You've blurred them, that's all. Joan stared at the monitor. The voice was quiet, almost polite. She reached instinctively for the power switch. But before she could, the static deepened into a pulse, a bass frequency that made the water glass on her desk tremble. Then silence. The system rebooted itself. Desktop restored. No trace of playback. No file named mirror. 1:40:13 AVI. Logs wiped. Joan remained perfectly still. Her pulse felt detached, delayed by seconds. Her professional instinct kicked in at last. She began to write. 02:46. Possible system breach. Voice communication detected. No identifiable signature. Logs missing. Conduct full offline integrity test. She saved the note to a separate encrypted drive. Then, hesitating only once, she turned the monitors to face the wall. For a moment, she sat there in the semi-dark, staring at their black backs like covered mirrors. And in the polished surface of the nearest one, she thought she saw movement, just a hint of a hand, folding back into nothing. By morning, Joan looked like she'd been awake for days. Her eyes were bright in that dry, overexposed way that came from running on adrenaline and black coffee. The bureau's internal lights made the shadows under them seem painted on. At 07:45, she requested a supervised verification of her workstation under Section 12B, the official channel for suspected cyber intrusion. She didn't mention the voice, not in those terms. Instead, she wrote, anomalous system behavior, unverified local process activation, potential mirror loop corruption. Max met her in the tech division's secondary lab, a sterile cube of light and hum. He was in shirt sleeves, still buttoning his cuffs when she arrived. Morning, he said, eyes scanning her face. You look like you've been up all night. I ran a frame audit, she replied flatly. Something off in the ridge data could be deeper than we thought. He nodded once, waiting for elaboration. She didn't give it yet. They walked to the analysis terminal, one of the bureau's clean servers. No wireless input, no external drives allowed. Joan carried only a single encrypted disk. Her hands were steady. Max keyed the access code. All right, show me. She slid the disk into the port. The system recognized it immediately. For internal review only. Her file appeared. Ridge sequence 01 AVI. No mirror file. No residuals. She opened it. The footage rolled exactly as before. Empty corridor. Fluorescent lighting steady. Timestamp 01:40:13. Nothing unusual. No figure. No shimmer. No distortion. Max stood behind her, arms crossed. That's what had you worried? She didn't answer. She replayed the sequence, zoomed into the reflection zone. The pixels were uniform. It was there, she said finally. A second file auto-generated different process signature. Max's tone stayed even. Could it be a cache ghost? Happens with heavy compression. No, she said, too quickly. The metadata showed an internal trigger. It named itself Mirror 1. Joan. She turned sharply in the chair. Don't patronize me. I didn't imagine it. He didn't flinch. No one said you did. But his eyes softened, which was worse. She forced herself to focus back on the screen, her voice regaining that clipped bureau rhythm. Whatever it was, it executed locally, and it deleted itself clean. I want a forensics run on every system process between 02:00 and 03:00, including dormant threads. Fine, he said quietly. I'll put in the request. They stood there a moment in the sterile hum of fans and electronics. "You haven't slept," he said after a while. She ignored that. "You'll find nothing in the logs, but do it anyway." Max exhaled, long and slow. "You want to tell me what else happened last night?" Her throat tightened. She stared at the reflection of the monitor on the glass wall. The way the light doubled their images, one inside the other. "There was a voice," she said finally. That made him pause. "What kind of voice?" "Male, low, controlled. It said I was watching the wrong frames." Max said nothing. The pause stretched until it became a sound of its own. Then he asked, "You recorded it?" "It's gone. Everything wiped before reboot." He glanced at the terminal again. "You think the ghost could have breached bureau-level encryption on an offline system?" Her jaw worked. "No, maybe, I don't know." He took a half step closer, lowering his voice. "Joan, you need rest. You've been buried in data for weeks. We've both seen what that does." "I know what fatigue looks like," she said. This wasn't that. Her hands were trembling slightly now, visible against the pale glow of the keyboard. Max noticed, didn't mention it. Instead, he said quietly, "Then let's assume it's real." What does he gain by showing himself like that? Joan looked at the frozen screen, the empty corridor, the absence that had once been something. "He doesn't show himself," she said slowly. "He shows me what he wants me to see." Max watched her, expression unreadable. "Then we find out why," he said. They spent the next 2 hours combing through the system's activity logs, line by line. Joan ran recursive searches. Max checked checksum verifications. Everything came back clean. No ghost process, no anomalies, no trace of external access. At 10:17, she leaned back in the chair, rubbing her temples. "He's inside the architecture, or he's inside me," she murmured. Max looked up from his notepad. "Say that again." "Nothing." But the phrase lingered, like static after a broadcast. When she finally shut down the terminal, she caught her reflection again in the darkened screen. For just an instant, she thought it smiled back. The conference room smelled like recycled air and burnt coffee. Everything about it was designed to neutralize emotion. Beige walls, straight lines, a table too long for comfort. The hum of the overhead lights filled every silence before it could form. Joan sat at the far end, hands folded on a yellow legal pad. Across from her were Deputy Director Harlan, 2 cyberforensics analysts, and Max, off to the side, where he didn't quite belong to either camp. The meeting had been scheduled as an informal review. That was bureau language, for we're starting a paper trail. Harlan was a tall man with the bland patience of someone who'd spent his career diffusing crises. His tone was level, practiced. "Agent Finn, we've reviewed your system logs from the night in question. The Forensics Division confirms no unauthorized access, no sign of intrusion or data corruption. Would you agree that's an accurate assessment?" Joan kept her expression neutral. It's accurate based on what remains of the data, but the event deleted itself cleanly. Harlan nodded, as if humoring a child. Of course. And this event, you described it as a file anomaly, correct? Yes. And a voice. Her throat tightened. Yes. You didn't include that in your incident report. She hesitated because it sounded impossible. That's the word you used in your supplementary memo, impossible. Harlan leaned forward slightly, folding his hands. Agent Finn, we have to distinguish between data anomalies and cognitive fatigue. You've been on continuous duty for what? 70 hours at that point. 68, she corrected. Harlan gave a small smile, not kind. Right. That's a lot of time to be inside a screen. I know what exhaustion feels like, she said. I'm sure you do, he replied smoothly. But we can't ignore the possibility of perceptual distortion. You've seen the Bureau's own fatigue reports. We've lost agents to less. Joan didn't answer. Her pulse had begun to pound at the base of her skull. Max shifted slightly, leaning forward. Director, if I may, Joan, been lead on this case for 2 years. Her record's solid. We shouldn't dismiss her findings out of hand. Harlan turned his gaze to him. Agent Alder, I appreciate your loyalty, but we also have a duty to maintain operational integrity. We can't build investigations on, what did you call it, Agent Finn, self-generating files. It's not a matter of belief, Joan said. The system logged it. You're just not seeing it anymore. Then perhaps you could reproduce the conditions, one of the analysts suggested carefully. If it's repeatable, we can isolate the cause. I already tried, she said. It doesn't replicate, it changes. Silence. The words had slipped out too fast, too instinctive. She saw the look pass between the analysts. One of those quick, bureaucratic exchanges that meant noted for the record. Harlan tapped his pen against the table. Agent Finn, we're not here to undermine your work, but there's a point where verification matters more than intuition. The ghost is still at large. We can't afford to chase phantoms. The irony stung. Max watched her. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but didn't. After a long pause, Harlan gathered his papers. You're being placed on a short administrative hold. 72 hours mandatory rest. During that time, no system access, no field work. Standard precaution. You'll debrief again Monday. Joan felt her stomach drop. You're grounding me. Temporarily, it's procedural. I'm not fatigued. No one said you were, Harlan replied, which was worse than if he had. He stood. Get some rest, Agent. We'll reconvene. That was it. Meeting adjourned. Outside the conference room, the corridor felt too bright. Joan stood there a moment, hands still, until the door closed behind the others. Max lingered. They're making you a liability case, she said, without turning. They're covering themselves, he answered quietly. They have to. I told them the truth. I know you did. She looked at him then, really looked. There was sympathy in his eyes, but also something else. Calculation. The bureau kind. "You think I'm losing it too," she said. He didn't answer, which was answer enough. Joan exhaled, long and steady, the way you did before a long-range shot. "Do me a favor," she said. "Don't touch my workstation until I clear the internal drive. If the process resurfaces, I want to see it first." "Joan, promise me." He hesitated, then nodded. "Fine," he said. "But if you're right, if he's actually in the system, we're already compromised." She almost smiled. "Then it's already too late." That night, she returned to her apartment, the one the bureau had rented for her 6-month rotation. It was anonymous by design, white walls, a desk, a single framed print of some ocean horizon. Joan sat at the edge of the bed, unbuttoned her shirt, and caught her reflection in the dark television screen. For a moment, she thought she saw movement again, something small, a flicker just behind her shoulder. She turned, nothing. The air felt colder, though, not by much. She stood there a long time, staring into her own face, waiting for the reflection to blink first. Chapter 16, Glass City. The call came in at 03:12. A female, mid-30s, found in a downtown high-rise apartment. No forced entry, no sign of struggle, no prints. The patrol officer's report had included a single line that changed everything. Small droplet of blood on the doorframe, circular, dried, approximately 3 in diameter. That was enough. The Bureau's alert system flagged it for immediate review under pattern Sigma. The ghost's operational profile. By 03:40, Max Alder was in the car, driving through the washed-out sodium glow of the city. He hadn't woken Joan. She was still under hold, and even if she weren't, she'd have found out before he finished his coffee. The Bureau had eyes everywhere, but so did she. He turned onto 7th Avenue as the rain started. The street was cordoned off with thin yellow tape that looked absurdly fragile against the dark glass of the building. Inside, the crime scene was almost tranquil. The victim, identified as Mara Linscott, a corporate attorney, lay on her side in the living room. No visible wounds except a small incision at the back of the neck, surgical neat. No sign of sexual assault. The scene was undisturbed, furniture in place, television muted but still on. The walls gleamed faintly from a recent cleaning. Too clean. The medical examiner, Dr. Patel, crouched beside the body. "Time of death between 11 and 1, she said, without looking up. "Toxin markers in the pupils. We'll know more after the panel, but I'd bet on paralytic." Max nodded. "Same as the Dayton case. Looks that way." He moved to the door. The droplet was there, microscopic, perfect, dried to a deep maroon. Forensics had already ringed it with UV markers. Max leaned close, eyes narrowing. "Position. Eye level right side," Patel said. "About 4 feet, 9 inches from the floor." Same placement as before, he murmured. She didn't reply. They both knew what that meant. Max stood and looked around the room again. The apartment had the hollow precision of something staged. No clutter, no personality. He scanned the shelves, books alphabetized, dishes stacked geometrically. The ghost always selected environments that could erase the person who lived there. Entry point. Front door, said a young CSI, voice uncertain. Locks intact, no prints, no tool marks. Max's jaw tightened, so he walked in. The CSI hesitated. That's what it looks like. Which means she let him in. Patel exhaled quietly. He's evolving again. Max nodded. Or he's mocking us. He walked into the kitchen. A faint smell of antiseptic lingered, layered over citrus. Every surface gleamed. He noticed a single glass on the counter. No fingerprints, no residue. Only one partial condensation, ring beneath it, perfect circle, no smear. Max crouched, studying it. That's when he saw it. Reflected in the glass's curve, barely visible in the low light, was a blurred shape, almost like a human outline in motion. He leaned closer. It could have been anything, a trick of the lens, residual light distortion from the camera flash. But something in the symmetry made his skin crawl. He turned to the CSI. Run the digital scan on that reflection. I want the raw photo and the depth field map. Yes, sir. He stood, rubbing his temple. The headache had been constant lately. From behind him, Patel said softly, You think he's watching again? Max didn't look up. He never stopped. By dawn, the Bureau's command line was active again, field reports, internal chatter, encrypted threads of speculation. Joan saw it all from her apartment, though she wasn't supposed to have access. Her restricted credentials had been quietly overridden. Through one of the backdoor ports she'd built months ago, just in case. The alert for pattern sigma, match confidence 93%, appeared at 06:12. She stared at it. The pulse of the red notification reflected in her pupils. She didn't open it right away. Instead, she sat still, watching her own reflection blink on the screen's surface. Welcome back, she murmured, and for a heartbeat, no more, the reflection smiled. By 08:00, the Bureau's internal cloud was alive with mirrored traffic. Half a dozen analysts parsing cross-site data from the last 6 confirmed ghost incidents. Timestamps, GPS traces, motion tags. All clean, all impossible. Every trace led to locations where the ghost could not have been. And yet, each bore the same subtle marker, as if 2 versions of the same event had been recorded, and one had been overwritten. Joan sat before her triple screen array, her hands hovering over the keyboard. Her access was technically revoked, but the firewall still recognized her biometric signature. She'd written that patch herself. The footage from 7th Avenue flickered into view. Grainy, static-ridden, filtered through the lens of a hallway camera. A timestamp in the lower corner read 23:54:12. Mara Linscott steps into frame, carrying a grocery bag. She pauses, almost imperceptibly, as though hearing something. Then she smiles, nods once to no one visible, unlocks her door, steps inside. The door closes. Joan rewinds. Again, frame by frame. Freeze. There, a faint double image on the reflective glass of the elevator door. Her brain registered it before she could name it. Two silhouettes, not one. One of them was inverted. A mirror image of Mara standing on the wrong side of the frame. Joan's throat tightened. She scrubbed back and forth through the footage, slowing the motion until the distortion almost resolved into shape. It wasn't light interference. It wasn't compression artifact. It was symmetry. Perfect, predatory symmetry. Her first instinct was to file a data integrity report. But the rational part of her mind, the analyst trained to quantify paranoia, knew what would happen. They'd revoke what little access she had left. They'd cite emotional instability following containment protocol. So she opened a local archive instead. The pattern replication file, the one she'd hidden months ago, labeled Sigma Mirror. She keyed a command, cross-analyze, input, Linscott footage plus Sigma Mirror dataset. The algorithm began rendering. Static, noise, then across a dozen feeds, the system began pulling outlines, movement vectors, phase distortions. In 5 of them, the same figure appeared shadowed, height between 510 and 6, posture indistinct, edges blurred by motion compression. But in one clip, the camera outside the apartment, the blur leaned forward, watching Mara through the door's reflection. And it smiled. Joan froze the frame. The smile wasn't visible in the facial data, but the reflection pattern, the way the pixels curved around the mouth, was identical to a file already archived under Ghost Original Composite 01, which meant he hadn't just returned. He'd known she would see it. Her screen flickered. Once, twice, then text appeared in the command console that she hadn't typed. "You're late." Joan's pulse hammered. She hit escape, nothing. The cursor blinked back at her. "Don't look away this time." And then the feed went dark. Across the city, Max was in the Bureau's temporary field office, standing before a wall of projection data, trajectory maps, door cam captures, positional overlays. "Run it again," he said. The tech replayed the footage from the Linscott lobby camera. Max's eyes tracked the reflection patterns automatically, his brain scanning for inconsistencies. The victim enters. Door closes. 3-second pause. Then the lights in the hallway pulse. A minute flicker. "Stop." The tech froze it. Max stepped closer. Enhance the reflection on the elevator door. "Sir, there's nothing." "Enhance it." The screen magnified. A dark blur hovered just at the edge of the frame. Max's stomach twisted. It wasn't what he saw, it was what he didn't. In every prior ghost incident, the reflections had always been external, something watching from outside. Here it was inverted, from inside the glass. He turned to the tech. Run spectral frequency on that band. I want to see if it matches the Dayton thermal distortion. The tech nodded, hands flying. The scan compiled. Match 98.6%. Max exhaled, low and controlled. He's using the same visual signature. But sir, that tech doesn't exist. The reflection distortion. I know what it doesn't exist, he snapped. Then softer, just flag it. I'll handle the report. He looked again at the blurred figure. That faint outline that seemed to watch itself. It wasn't a recording glitch. It was intent. Across the feed system, one of Joan's screens flickered back to life. Not the bureau connection, but something else. A local file, replaying autonomously. It was the same footage, but this time there was sound. Not voices. Breathing. Slow, deliberate, synchronized with her own. And in the faint reflection of the glass, the inverted version of Mara blinked. Joan had not slept in 30 hours. Her eyes were raw, her fingers numb from navigating key commands she no longer consciously registered. The Bureau's interface moved around her like an extension of her nervous system. Tabs, folders, encryption tunnels, mirrored paths. The fluorescent light overhead hummed in perfect sync with the mechanical thrum of the server fans. She could feel the air vibrating. The system should have locked her out by now. The firewall timestamp showed expired credentials, yet every command executed without resistance, as though the network itself had made an exception. She told herself it was a glitch. She told herself that a dozen times. But then she opened the live data feed. The footage was running in real time, tagged as Sector Cam 0, 8 Residence 212. The same apartment from the Linscott case. Now cleared, sealed, uninhabited. Except it wasn't empty. Someone was walking through the space. A man, indistinct, head slightly tilted, as though listening to something behind the walls. His movements were precise, almost rehearsed. Every few seconds, he paused, turned toward the nearest reflective surface, the black glass of the television, a kitchen cabinet, and seemed to study himself, or what was left of himself. Joan muted the feed. Her own breath sounded too loud. The faint hiss of the server room filled her ears like ocean static. She keyed a trace route. Trace live feed, auth JONMCL. The result came back blank. Not unknown. Blank. No origin, no server signature. As if the stream were broadcasting from the inside of her terminal. Her hand hovered over the disconnect switch. Then a line of text bled across the screen. Slow and deliberate. You wanted to see me. Joan froze. The cursor blinked. You've been seeing me for months. She opened the system console. Echo off. Still, the message kept typing. They think you're recovering. You're not. You're remembering. Joan stared at the screen until the words blurred. Somewhere inside her rational mind, protocol screamed, isolate the node, run containment. But another part of her, older and quieter, wanted to keep reading. She typed, "Who are you?" The reply came instantly. "You already know. You named me." She tried to terminate the process. CTRL plus C. Nothing. Look behind you. Joan turned. The reflection in the dark glass of the adjacent monitor was hers, pale, exhausted. But her mouth moved half a second later than the motion she felt in her muscles. Like a playback delay, she gripped the edge of the desk. "No," she whispered. The screen went white. Then the live feed resumed. The man in the empty apartment, now standing directly before the mounted television. His reflection merging with his image. And in the reflection, another figure. Hurry. She shut her eyes, counted to 10, reopened them. The feed was gone. Static. Across the city, Max leaned over the digital forensics terminal. His tie loosened, his face drawn from sleeplessness. "Run the last 3 IP traces from McLennan's account," he said. The tech frowned. "Sir, that account's inactive." "Then explain this." Max slid a tablet across the desk. The logs glowed on screen, multiple data pulls between 02, 00, and 0315. Could be spoofing, except the node's signatures match her workstation. The tech hesitated. Then someone's using her credentials. Not possible. She's under internal lock. Max studied the feed window, jaw set. He reviewed the Linscott footage himself that morning. In one of the reflections, between 2 frames, he could swear he'd seen movement that didn't align with the scene, not a trick of light, but a deliberate, observing motion. When he'd asked Joan last week if she'd noticed similar anomalies, she'd gone silent. Now her access trail ran straight to the archived data. "She's not supposed to have clearance," the tech murmured. "She doesn't." "Then how?" "I'll handle it," Max said. He turned away, but the question followed him into the corridor. What if she isn't accessing the system from the outside? Joan switched to offline mode, severing the last network thread. The screen steadied, but her own reflection remained. It didn't blink when she did. She reached out a hand, half expecting the glass to be cold. It was. Her reflection raised its hand too, a fraction late, then smiled. She staggered back. The monitor flickered. Text crawled slowly across the lower edge. "Entropy is the purest language." By morning, Max received the system alert. Unauthorized access /archive node 7. Location: internal terminal Joan McLennan. He didn't wait for clearance. By the time he reached her workstation, the screens were dark. No signs of tampering. No external drives. Just one sticky note on the desk, written in neat, careful script. "There's something in the reflection that knows when you're watching. The Bureau's digital analysis wing was never truly dark. Even at 3 in the morning, the blue hum of the servers glowed through the glass partitions like an artificial dawn. Max stood before Joan's inactive terminal, his reflection hovering in the monitor's black surface. The sticky note was still there. He pocketed it without reading it again. He logged in under his credentials, AlterMX, and began a full session trace. The system reconstructed her activity from the cached logs. 32 minutes of unclassified video playback, 15 unauthorized access pings, and 1 untraceable live feed. He leaned closer. The anomaly repeated every 7 seconds. A faint flicker at frame 241, then again at 248, 255, and so on. The same brief distortion, like a film splice catching light. But within each flicker was movement. A head turning, a shoulder shifting, a figure just outside the camera's primary field. He scrubbed through the feed, frame by frame. There, on the edge of the television's reflection, in the Linscott apartment. Not the victim, not any agent he recognized. Just a shadow shaped roughly like a man, standing perfectly still, as if waiting to be noticed. Max marked the frame and zoomed in. The pixels began to separate into digital noise, but the shape remained coherent. The figure's outline carried enough detail to distinguish the profile. Tall, clean jawline, no visible mask or distortion. He'd seen that face before, not in person, but in witness composites, sketches, and blurred night camera captures that always seemed too generic to confirm. The ghost, or what the Bureau believed the ghost might look like. Max straightened, breathing slow. He copied the frame to a secure buffer, then isolated the reflection. The distortion had an internal symmetry, as if the reflected light had bent along 2 planes. Could be camera error, he muttered, but he didn't believe it. He ran a filter overlay, motion heat map, pixel latency readout, optical depth analysis. The reflection persisted. It registered on all 3 diagnostics, real light, not artifact, which meant the reflection wasn't part of the video. It was part of the room. He initiated a deeper metadata extraction. Source hash, origin signature, compare database. The machine processed for a full minute. Then the result populated. Match found. Archive file, field office. 11782, subject. FERRIS Ridge. Max froze. Ferris Ridge. The facility where Joan had reported Wilcox's appearance. He opened the linked file. The footage came up identical in structure. Same flicker pattern. Same 7-second interval. Same mirrored distortion. But this one was from inside the Bureau's own security system, meaning the same reflection appeared in both places, weeks apart, under completely different camera models. That was impossible. He leaned in. The figure's head turned slightly, just enough for the facial structure to align with the earlier reflection. For the first time, Max felt a chill of recognition. Joan's reflection. No, not exactly. The eyes were darker, the expression neutral, too calm. But the shape of the face, the tilt of the jaw, it was her, refracted through something that had learned how to mimic. He pulled back, checking timestamps. Both feeds showed activity at exactly 02:14:07. Two cameras, hundreds of miles apart, recording simultaneous reflections of two different people, both looking at something off-screen. He exhaled through his teeth. Jesus, Joan. He ran the frames through the secure loop, aligning them side by side. The reflections moved in perfect synchronization, one hand lifting, one turning its head a fraction later, as if the two images were attempting to align across the divide. The server clock ticked, 02:14:08. For one frame, both reflections turned toward the camera. The playback paused automatically. System halt, file in use. Max frowned. In use by who? He checked the session log. Another live user had entered the system, remote terminal access, encrypted credentials, not bureau authorized. He froze the feed and opened the trace window. Trace remote user auth. The return string began typing, line by line, without input from his keyboard. You shouldn't have looked. The console went dark. Max stepped back, hand going instinctively to his phone, but the signal was gone. No service in the lab, no internal comms. The hum of the servers deepened, like static moving through metal. For a moment, he thought he heard whispering, faint, toneless, like words forming between the cooling fans. He turned. The blank monitor behind him now glowed faintly, not with text, but with an image. The same apartment, the same reflection. Only this time, the face in the reflection was Joan. It was his. He reached out, hesitated. Then the image blinked off. By dawn, the Bureau had sealed the digital forensics wing. Access lights glowed red. Air smelled faintly of ozone and warm circuitry. Max stood at the end of the main corridor, badge pressed to his chest, while a security unit scanned the terminals one by one. Two technicians from Quantico's cyber response team worked in silence, disconnecting drives, bagging cables in anti-static sleeves. No one spoke to him directly. Word had spread that he'd found something in McLennan's archive and triggered a full systems halt. He didn't correct them. At 07:12, the division chief arrived, eyes hollow from being woken mid-flight. Alder, walk me through what the hell happened. Max kept his tone even. Unscheduled login from a quarantined node. Credentials traced to Agent McLennan. She's inactive. I know. What was accessed? Video archives. Linscott Scene Ridge Facility. One unclassified feed. There was live data in the buffer, but it vanished before I could freeze it. Vanished how? Checksum corrupted. No recoverable source header. The chief rubbed a hand across his jaw. So, what you're saying is we have a breach that spoofed an agent's ID, erased its own trail, and maybe live streamed from a sealed crime scene. That's the working theory. Christ, he gestured for the text to continue. Full sweep, internal and external. Until I have a clean audit, every port stays closed. When the chief left, Max remained in the doorway, watching the technicians mirror his commands on sealed drives. Every monitor displayed the same notification: data integrity, COPROMISED. He pocketed his phone. No calls, no texts, not since midnight. He told himself the reflection on the screen had been a glitch, a recursive mirror artifact triggered by crossfeed latency. Yet the image of his own face turning toward him refused to fade. He needed distance, clean data, daylight. Instead, he opened the evidence locker. Joan's case files filled the top shelf, neat, chronological, obsessive. He scanned the handwritten notes she'd attached to the ridge transcripts, margin symbols, string diagrams of locations, timestamps circled in red ink. At the bottom of the box lay a flash drive sealed in bureau tape. He broke the seal. Inside was a single file, mirror loop final mauve. He hesitated only a moment before inserting it into an isolated terminal. The video opened on static, then resolved into a split-screen composite, half Ridge facility corridor, half Linscott apartment. Both time-coded 02-14-07. The reflections appeared again, faint but definite. This time, he noticed a detail he'd missed before: a line of light running diagonally through both frames, as if the two rooms shared the same unseen window. He froze the image, adjusted contrast. The beam aligned perfectly when overlaid, forming a single continuous corridor of illumination between the two sites. He leaned closer. The line wasn't random. It corresponded to a geographic vector, the exact bearing from the Ridge facility to the Linscott address, a straight path across 3 states. He printed the stills, marked coordinates, checked distance: 612 miles. The precision unsettled him more than the content. Someone had built this alignment intentionally. He uploaded the coordinates into the mapping system. The line cut through a corridor of defunct satellite relays, a forgotten data trunk once used for bureau telemetry, now dormant since 2018. If a breach existed, it could ride that line invisibly, piggybacking through the retired network without authentication. He called the systems officer. "I need registry access to the old S-band satellites. Those aren't active. They don't have to be. I just need to know if any are still power cycling." A pause, then, "That data's classified, sir. You need headquarters clearance." "I'll get it." He ended the call and sat back. The fluorescent lights above flickered once, then steadied. On the far monitor, the static from the disconnected terminal pulsed faintly, rhythmic as a heartbeat. He rose, unplugged the machine, waited. The static continued for 3 beats before fading. By afternoon, the internal investigation had begun. An agent from internal security interviewed him in conference room 4. Agent Alder, were you aware that McLennan attempted multiple unauthorized data extractions prior to her suspension? Yes. And you assisted her? No. You shared evidence. I advised her to stop. The interviewer tapped a pen against the report. Then, why did she leave a personal note at the scene of an ongoing investigation addressed to you? Max said nothing. The man slid a photograph across the table, the sticky note from her desk. He thought he'd pocketed the only copy. You understand how that looks. She was unstable. Unstable doesn't breach federal systems. She was trying to prove something. What? Max met his gaze. That the pattern isn't random. The interviewer frowned. Pattern of what? Max didn't answer. The man gathered his files. Until we verify system integrity, you're on partial duty. No network access without authorization. When he left, Max exhaled slowly. He stared at the mirrored glass wall of the conference room. His reflection looked back, tired, expressionless. Then, just as he rose to leave, the reflection's lips moved a heartbeat late, forming silent words he couldn't hear. He turned. The room behind him was empty. Chapter 17, Tracks. The footage had been looping for hours. Joan sat before the wall of screens, their light flattening her face into pallor, the city flickering across each lens like a living organism, constant, patternless breathing. The building's hum surrounded her, the low mechanical thrum of air vents, the whisper of data moving through servers, the sound of systems watching systems. She replayed the same 3-minute segment from the subway entrance, timestamped 03:41:06 to 03:44:07. The man in the dark coat passed beneath the camera, head down, pace unremarkable. Nothing unusual about his gait, his build, his posture. But then, 5 seconds later, he passed again. Same coat, same stride, same blur at the edge of his sleeve. Joan slowed the footage to quarter speed. The 2 figures moved identically, second for second. The same slight adjustment of the left shoulder as he cleared the turnstile. She cross-checked the adjacent cameras. One caught him turning into the concourse at 03:42:11. Another, facing the opposite direction, captured him entering again from the street above at precisely the same moment. That was impossible. Joan pinched the bridge of her nose, then switched screens. The subway feed bled into another, an intersection uptown, 03:42:15. There he was again, same coat, same angle of the shoulders, crossing against the light. She rewound, then overlaid the clips in diagnostic mode, the software highlighting movement overlap. The algorithm flagged a 97% match in gait analysis, 99% in clothing texture, 100% in facial contour when enhanced. The database called it an anomaly. Joan wrote a note in her log. Possible duplication error. Verify cross-feed integrity. Check for caching interference. She wanted to believe it was just that, a technical repetition, a system hiccup. But the timestamps held. Different locations. Identical movement. She scrubbed back to the earlier incident reports, the park, the bridge, the warehouse perimeter. Each time, there were small inconsistencies she dismissed before. A shadow where no source existed. A figure moving twice within the same frame. She began listing them, one by one. By dawn, she had 13 entries, each marked with the same label, Ghost 47A. Joan stared at the file name for a long moment. It wasn't her label originally. She'd found it already embedded in the system logs weeks ago during her first audit of the archives. A remnant tag from an earlier analyst, someone whose notes ended abruptly mid-sentence. She hadn't thought much of it then. Now, she wasn't sure why she'd never deleted it. The city outside began to stir. Through the high windows, light bled into the sky gray, muted, filtered through dust and glass. Joan felt the fatigue press against her skull, but she kept watching. She switched from real-time to archived mode, diving backward through weeks of footage, tracing the figure wherever he appeared. The more she searched, the more impossible it became to ignore. At 01:12:03 in a recording from 4 nights earlier, the man in the dark coat paused beneath a streetlight and looked directly into the camera. His face was unremarkable, ordinary features, eyes unreadable. But what unsettled her was the small, almost imperceptible nod. As though he knew she was there. Joan froze the frame. She enlarged the image, grain bleeding into the pixels. His mouth formed a line that could have been anything, a trick of compression, a motion caught between frames. But when she advanced 1 second, then 2, she thought she saw it shift, just slightly, into a smile. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She backed out of the system, disconnected the external feed, and shut down the monitors one by one. The last screen lingered longer than it should have, as though resisting shutdown. The face on it remained a heartbeat too long before the image finally dissolved into black. Joan sat back in her chair. The room was silent except for her own breathing. Somewhere deep in the system, a soft tone chimed, an automated alert she hadn't set. A new file had appeared in the anomaly database. 47A, active. Timestamp, current. Her building's own camera feed. Joan didn't move at first. The alert tone still pulsed faintly from the terminal, a rhythmic chirp that seemed to sync with her pulse. She leaned closer to the screen, where the new file entry hovered in a pale band of text. 47A, active location. 17C, internal surveillance / east corridor. Her corridor. She opened the live feed. The timestamp was exact, 04:16:09. The image was still empty, fluorescent lit. The corridor's linoleum shone under the harsh ceiling panels. No movement, no figure, no sound. She scrubbed the playback back 10 seconds, then 20. At 04:15:47, a shadow crossed the far wall, too tall, too solid to be the shifting blur of a passing car's reflection. It moved from right to left, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Joan checked the infrared overlay. Heat trace negative. She switched to the secondary camera in the same corridor. A static angle, older lens, poorer resolution, but the same shape emerged. Only this time, as it passed, the sensor flared white, as if the figure had absorbed the camera's light and returned it amplified. Her chest tightened. She logged the event, tagged it under internal motion discrepancy, and stood. The air in the monitoring room felt too still. The hum of the servers suddenly loud, mechanical, animal. She told herself she was being ridiculous. Systems glitched. Cameras misaligned. Thermal sensors failed calibration all the time. She written those same explanations in dozens of reports. Still, she slid her ID card into her pocket and took the flashlight from her desk drawer. The corridor outside smelled faintly of cleaning solvent, ammonia, and plastic. Her shoes made no sound on the vinyl flooring. Down the hall, the light flickered once, then steadied. The motion sensors had triggered automatically as she stepped through. She followed the sequence she'd just seen on screen. 6 paces to the bend, 4 to the service junction, 1 to the fire door. The air here was cooler, as if the ventilation had been adjusted only for this stretch. At the bend, she stopped. Something moved, a faint distortion, like the shimmer above a hot road. She blinked hard, but the shimmer didn't vanish. It simply shifted, aligning itself just beyond the reach of the emergency light. Joan stepped forward slowly, the flashlight steady in her hand. She kept it trained on the point where the distortion had been, but it was gone now. Only the faint echo of motion remained, a sense that something had been there a moment before, something that had receded just beyond her line of sight. She crouched, scanned the floor. No footprints, no moisture, no shadow. Then, from somewhere deeper in the building, the sound came. A soft click, the kind a camera lens makes when it autofocuses. Joan turned, heart kicking hard in her ribs. The corridor stretched empty behind her. She waited, nothing. After a moment, she made herself breathe, turned off the flashlight, and walked back to the monitoring room. Her reflection followed her along the glass doors, familiar, normal. Inside, the monitors had reactivated on their own. The system shouldn't have rebooted without manual input. The central screen displayed the feed she'd just walked through East Corridor. Camera 17, see she was there, visible, moving cautiously down the hall. Then she froze. On screen, something else followed her, half a frame behind. A second figure mimicking every motion, perfectly synchronized, except that it did not cast a shadow. Her recorded self stopped and turned the way she had in the hallway. The second figure didn't. It stood still, head tilted slightly toward the camera. Joan's real reflection flickered across the monitor as she leaned closer. For a split second, all three images herself, the recording, the figure seemed to align. Then the feed cut to black. The system beeped. A text alert blinked in red at the corner of the interface. Surveillance link lost. 17C/04, 1752. Beneath it, another appeared. Manual override initiated user. J. Holloway. Her own login. Joan's fingers hovered over the keyboard. The pulse of the alert reflected in her pupils like a heartbeat of light. User. J. Holloway. Her name, her credentials. But she hadn't touched a key. She typed a manual query. User log recent access, 30M, and hit enter. The console processed, scrolled, and then froze halfway down. The command line filled with a string of repeating timestamps, identical to the second. J. Holloway, action. Override 17C feed. 04-1752. J. Holloway, action. Access export temp. 04-1752. J. Holloway, action. Mirror session active. Her throat tightened. Mirror session wasn't standard bureau language. It wasn't in any of the protocols she knew. She checked the session origin. The trace read internal node 17C that made no sense. The node was a passive endpoint, not a system operator. Yet, as she watched, another line appeared. 04-18-03 mirror session response. Active. The cursor blinked once, then began typing on its own. Hello, JOAN. She jerked back from the console, the chair skidding against the tile. For a moment, she just stood there, waiting for the inevitable explanation to surface. A prank, an automated test, a system echo from one of Max's network diagnostics. Something rational. Then another line appeared. You're up early. Joan swallowed. Who is this? The cursor paused, then. You know who I am. The letters appeared one by one, deliberate. The system timestamp shifted 2 seconds forward with each keystroke, as though the machine itself had to wait for the words to arrive. Her training told her to pull the main power, isolate the node, report immediately. Her body refused to move. She typed back. System compromised. Identify yourself. Already did. The monitors flickered. For half a second, the static resolved into a frame she recognized. The same corridor, her standing there, flashlight raised. But the perspective was wrong. The camera wasn't ceiling mounted. It was lower, closer to the floor, like a handheld device, positioned just behind her knee. She could see herself in profile. Her face turned slightly toward the light. You missed a step, the console wrote. She froze. She scrubbed through the recorded footage, frame by frame, inching forward from 04-1710 until she found it. She hadn't missed a step. She'd paused, hesitated, exactly when she thought she'd seen that shimmer of movement. But from this angle, it looked different. The light caught the edge of her reflection in the glass panel to her left. Only it wasn't aligned correctly. The reflection turned its head a moment before she did. Joan pressed both palms to the desk. Her breathing came shallow and fast. "Max," she whispered, though she knew he was still hours away. "You shouldn't have come back." The words flickered across every screen at once, replacing all feeds. Rows of security monitors filled with black text on gray backgrounds, each repeating the same phrase. She grabbed the emergency receiver from the wall and keyed in the intercom frequency. "Control, this is Analyst Holloway, Station 3, Ridge Facility. We may have a system intrusion. Static. Control, confirm copy." The static thickened, turned to a low feedback hum. Then faintly a voice, almost buried in the noise. "Joan." She blinked. It sounded like Max. "Max, you're not on the line. Where are you?" No answer. The hum deepened, shifting tone, not interference anymore, but modulated sound, shaped, intentional. It rose until it almost resembled speech. A whisper stretched across frequencies, indistinct, but forming fragments she could nearly understand. Her own name again, then something else. "The mirrors are not windows." The line cut. All the screens went black except the central one. The live feed flickered back. 17C corridor, empty again. But this time, there was movement. A shape at the far end of the hall, distorted by the camera's angle. It moved forward in slow, deliberate steps. The motion sensors triggered, lights flaring one by one as the figure advanced. It stopped halfway down. Joan leaned closer. Her reflection stared back from the glass of the monitor, but in the feed, the figure lifted its hand, and she felt her own hand rising, unbidden, in perfect synchrony. The image blurred, split, then recombined, and the feed abruptly terminated. Joan staggered back from the console, her pulse pounding in her ears. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then a final line appeared on the dark screen, faint as a breath. "See you at the next mirror." By the time Max reached the Ridge facility, the dawn light had already cut a line of dull silver across the parking lot. The guard on duty gave him a clipped nod, but wouldn't meet his eyes. Word had spread before the official report hit his desk. The main lab was still sealed with bureau tape. Joan sat in a plastic chair just outside the door, her hands wrapped around a paper cup gone cold. The hum of fluorescent lighting filled the silence between them. "Finn," Max said softly, approaching like she might startle. "They told me you called in an intrusion." Joan looked up, her eyes unfocused. Her hair had come loose from its tie. There was a faint tremor in her fingers. "Something happened," she said, her voice low, careful. "It wasn't an intrusion. Or maybe it was. I don't know." He crouched beside her, lowering his voice. Let's start simple. Did anyone else access the system after you logged in? I checked. It was me. But it was. She shook her head, as though the words didn't fit. The system said I was active in multiple sessions at the same time. There was a mirror process running, one that shouldn't exist. Max's expression didn't shift, but his eyes flicked briefly to the tape on the door. You saw something. Yes, Joan hesitated. The feed showed movement. Someone in the corridor, then me. But it wasn't a recording, not one I'd made. She drew in a sharp breath, forcing steadiness. Max, the system typed on its own. It communicated. He stood, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck. All right, let's get inside. A technician unlocked the lab door with a card swipe and stepped aside. The interior was sterile, the air metallic with ozone. Rows of screens still glowed with static, and one terminal bore faint smudges where Joan's palms had pressed hard against the glass. Max leaned over the main console. Run the access history, he said to the tech. Already did, the technician replied. Every record from 417 to 430's been wiped clean. There's no sign of intrusion, but the command stack's missing. Missing how? Overwritten locally, like a hard reset from inside the node. But that requires physical access. Max glanced at Joan. She was watching him, eyes hollowed by exhaustion. I didn't touch the core, she said quietly. He believed her, or wanted to. He turned back to the monitor. Can we recover anything from the cache? The tech shook his head. Not easily. It's been fragmented like something rode over it in microbursts, piece by piece. I can try rebuilding, but it could take days. Do it. As the tech went to work, Max moved to the side desk, where a portable drive lay connected to one of the terminals. What's this? Joan blinked. Backup. I thought maybe I could isolate the anomalies before the system rebooted. He checked the drive, file structure intact. Several gigabytes of raw footage, timestamps consistent with the erased log. Relief flickered in his chest. Good thinking. He copied the drive to his laptop and opened the first clip. The video came up grainy. The same corridor, 17C, recorded from a fixed ceiling mount. A flicker of light, then darkness. He adjusted the playback speed, toggled through frames. At 04:17:52, there was a figure indistinct, moving in the distance. Pause there, Joan said sharply. He froze the frame. That's it, she whispered. That's what I saw. The image was faint, nearly lost in compression blur, but unmistakable. A human silhouette walking toward the lens, deliberate and smooth. As it drew closer, the facial details began to form, pixel by pixel. Then Max exhaled sharply. That's you. Joan didn't move. She looked at the image, her own outline, her own posture, down to the way her hand hovered near her weapon. But something about the gait was wrong, too calm, too measured. I wasn't in that corridor, she said. You're sure? I'm sure. He ran the clip again. The figure reached the midpoint of the hall and stopped. A flicker of light reflection, maybe, swept across the camera's field. And then, just before the feed cut, the figure lifted its hand and pressed it flat against the lens. The playback ended in a blank screen. Joan turned away, gripping the edge of the desk. It's a loop, she murmured. He's showing me something. Or it's interference, Max countered. You've been working for 70 hours with no sleep. The system glitch could have duplicated an old frame. She met his gaze. Then, how did it know my name? Max didn't answer. The tech looked up from his terminal. Agent Alder, there's something else. The system registry shows a manual backup attempt at 0419. The user ID is authenticated as Holloway, but the fingerprint hash doesn't match. Max's pulse quickened. You're saying someone used her credentials remotely. Not remotely, the tech said. Locally, on this terminal. Joan's breath caught. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. Max stared at the console. The pale reflection of his own face warped across the screen. Can you isolate the signature? Trying, the tech frowned. Whoever did this knew the system architecture. They buried the hash under decoy strings, the kind we use for red team operations. Joan's voice was barely audible. He's been inside the bureau. Max turned toward her. Don't jump there yet. But he wasn't sure. He believed himself. He looked again at the black screen where the feed had ended. In the faint glow of static, the words seemed to shimmer for a fraction of a second. Too fast for him to read, but enough to make his scalp prickle. Shut it down, he said finally. All of it. The tech killed the power, plunging the lab into a gray half-light. Joan stood still. Her reflection ghosted across the dark monitors, her face pale, eyes hollowed by sleeplessness. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then she said, quietly, He's watching the watchers. Max looked at her, the exhaustion, the certainty in her tone. And for the first time, he didn't know if she was right or if she was losing her mind. Chapter 18 hints. The Bureau's internal audit unit occupied a windowless wing of the DC field headquarters. A floor so quiet that footsteps carried the length of the hall. Max had been there before, but never under circumstances like these. The Ridge incident was already sealed under restricted clearance. Possible digital compromise, the report said. Analyst psychological irregularities pending evaluation. In bureau language, that was as close as they came to saying, we don't know what the hell happened. He sat at the narrow table in conference room 4B. The light too bright, the coffee too bitter. Across from him, 2 tech analysts scrolled through system logs, projected on the wall, lines of code, access IDs, timestamps, each rendered sterile by the audit interface. Walk me through it again, Max said. His voice carried the flat calm of exhaustion. The lead analyst, a woman named Pierce, cleared her throat. At 0417, Ridge Node 17C registered a local override user authenticated as J. Holloway. The session log shows her active on console 3, but we've confirmed via security feed that she was seated at console 2. Could that be a reflection in the camera angle? Max asked. Pierce shook her head. We checked. Different physical position, different timestamp. Whatever triggered the 17C override wasn't her. Max leaned forward, elbows on the table. But it used her credentials. Yes, Pierce said, and her fingerprint hash. But the biometric string doesn't match exactly. There's a 5-point deviation pattern consistent with partial lift replication. Someone cloned her print. Pierce hesitated. Or someone had physical access to her equipment long enough to copy her surface residue. It's not clean replication, more like a composite. But still means someone was in that room, Max finished. The younger analyst, Chen, spoke without looking up. Except no one was. We scrubbed the footage from every camera in that corridor. Between 04:15 and 04:25, no personnel entered or exited. Max exhaled through his nose, staring at the code projection. Every variable that should have led to a suspect instead folded back into itself. Pierce tapped the screen. There's more. After the 17C override, a process called mirror session activated. Not bureau software, at least, not from any of our divisions. But it was designed to interface with the feed system directly. What kind of interface? It replicated input commands milliseconds after they were made, like a parallel shadow session. It's the reason Holloway's console appeared to type autonomously. Max frowned. You're saying someone hijacked the system in real time. Hijacked isn't the right word, Pierce said. It's more like the system echoed itself. Every instruction Holloway entered was mirrored back, with minor deviations, linguistic, syntactic, almost like it was conversing. Chen added, but there's no external IP trace. Whatever generated those echoes happened locally. Max rubbed a hand over his face. Which means either your system is haunted, or someone inside the bureaus been playing God with our surveillance architecture. Pierce didn't smile. We're still trying to confirm whether it was intentional code injection or a cascade failure from the Ridge firmware update. Either way, Max said, I want every node scrubbed and isolated. No remote access, no automatic sync, manual only. Pierce nodded, making a note. Max stood, packing to the far end of the room. The sterile light reflected off the glass wall, catching his own reflection mid-step, eyes hollow, jaw tight. He looked like someone aging by the hour. How Holloway? Pierce asked carefully. She's on limited duty, Max said. Evaluation pending. She said she saw something. She said she saw herself. A silence followed. Pierce clicked the screen off. The room dimmed slightly. Agent Alder, she said, lowering her voice. Off the record, do you think this could be orchestrated? Max turned to her. By who? I mean internally. The ghost case has burned through a dozen analysts in 5 years. Maybe someone's using this chaos as cover. Max's expression hardened. If someone's using my agent as bait, I'll find out. Pierce nodded once. Then you should start with her workstation. He stared at her. You think she? I think her system was the point of entry. And maybe not for the first time. He didn't answer. When the meeting adjourned, Max carried the portable drive from Ridge back to his office. The corridor outside was empty. The hum of the HVAC filled the silence. He plugged the drive into his secured laptop, bypassed the bureau interface, and ran a deep forensic scan. It found 37 hidden fragments, microfiles, each under 2 kilobytes, stored in a temporary buffer. He decrypted one. It opened into static for a moment, then resolved into an image. The Ridge Facility Corridor, 17C, frozen mid-frame. Joan stood in the center, flashlight raised. Behind her, the wall reflected her image, except the reflection's mouth was open. He killed the playback instantly. Max sat back, heart steady but cold. The clock on the wall read 6:47. Outside, the city was waking cars, light, noise. But inside the bureau, the air felt sealed, preserved in its own pressure. He stared at the drive a long time before locking it in his desk drawer. Then he turned off the light, the reflection vanishing with him. The rain had started before dawn, thin and insistent, tapping against the windscreen as Max parked outside the precinct. The city still felt half asleep, streets slick, neon puddles trembling with reflected signage. He sat in the driver's seat longer than he meant to, staring at the building's facade. Something about its geometry, the mirrored glass, the stacked concrete lines, made him uneasy. Inside, the main floor was fluorescent and cold. Someone had left the ceiling vents open, and the air smelled faintly of ozone and burnt coffee. He greeted the desk sergeant, signed into the evidence wing, and scanned his badge through 2 levels of security. The corridors were narrower here, the light harsher. The case logs had multiplied overnight. Another file, flagged from central analysis. Another location where the pattern had repeated. He opened it on his tablet as he walked a convenience store off Crown Street, timestamp 02/13/47. The footage showed a static camera view, counter, aisles, doorway. For a full 2 seconds, everything seemed ordinary. Then a figure crossed the frame, blurred, almost double-imaged. He slowed the playback. The timestamp flickered. 02/13/47, then 02/13/45, then back again. A feedback loop. He tried freezing the frame, but each time the system resisted jumping back, replaying the same 2 seconds. Come on, he muttered. He ran a data check. No corruption in the file. The footage was intact, but the anomaly was embedded within it, like a recursive echo that shouldn't exist. He replayed it at quarter speed. The figure moved again, hooded, featureless, but something about the gait made his stomach twist. The left foot dragged, just slightly, the same way her subject in the river footage had. He leaned closer. There, in the glass door behind the counter, the reflection doubled. Not one figure, two, layered over each other, but milliseconds apart. A ghost frame, perfectly aligned until it was. Max exhaled through his teeth. He took a still capture, overlaid it on the one from the previous sight. The match was near perfect. Height, posture, time offset, even the blur pattern. A pattern forming. A repetition through multiple feeds. But not algorithmic, something worse. He checked the metadata. The video had been uploaded automatically from a sensor hub on Crown. No human interference. Yet the checksum had changed between the first and second retrieval. A hidden subroutine had rewritten the signature. Someone or something was rewriting the evidence. He tapped through the server logs. Network traffic spiked in 3 locations that night: Crown Street, the Old Harbor Precinct, and a private node under the registry name AURELIA02. The name sent a pulse of static down his spine. That was her node, the one she'd been running her audit from. He switched screens, opened the internal access record. The node had gone dark at 03:11. No signal since. He rubbed his jaw, thumb pressing into the tension there. The ghost wasn't confined to one system anymore. It was propagating. He went to the evidence locker, retrieved the old hard drive she'd turned in last week. It still bore the inspection seal. He broke it, slid the drive into the workstation. The system hesitated, blinked, then loaded her folders, Archive A through EchoR. EchoR, he paused there. The directory was locked, but she'd left a note in the metadata. If the mirror moves on its own, don't follow it. His pulse stuttered. He copied the folder, decrypted it, and the screen lit with dozens of surveillance stills, mirrored corridors, underpasses, apartments. All subtly wrong. Each had the same faint distortion along the central axis, as if reality had bent to accommodate a reflection that shouldn't exist. He scrolled faster. At the end of the folder was a single video file, LASTRUNMOV. Timestamp 03:10:42, the minute before her node went dark. He hesitated, checked the system integrity again, and pressed play. The feed showed her workspace, desk, monitors, dim light. She was there, seated, leaning forward, eyes fixed on something off-screen. The reflection in the monitor showed another version of her, same posture, same tilt of the head, but a fraction too slow, like the second image hadn't received the signal in time. Then the reflection smiled. She didn't. The playback froze. The system emitted a static burst, lines of code flashing across the interface. Then the drive ejected itself. Max sat back, the hum of the fluorescent light swallowing the sound of his own breathing. cursor blinked in the empty terminal, waiting for input. He typed one word, trace. The system responded. Origin unknown. Active mirror node 1. Location internal. Internal. He glanced at his reflection in the monitor. His face fractured across 100 pixels. And for a moment, just long enough to feel the pulse quicken in his throat, he thought the reflection moved before he did. The word internal sat there, steady as a heartbeat. Max stared at it for a long time, waiting for the system to clarify a port number, a file path, something that would tell him the machine had made a translation error. But nothing changed. The cursor kept blinking. He pulled up the network map, ran a recursive trace. The system responded sluggishly, nodes blooming like spores across the interface. One by one, they resolved precinct archive, municipal servers, external backups, until all but one dimmed out. The last node pulsed faintly at the center of the map, tagged in red. Host Max Harrison local. He felt the temperature shift in the room. He checked again, flushed DNS, restarted the diagnostics. Same result. The mirror node wasn't remote. It was embedded in his own terminal. He ran a hardware sweep, verifying connections. Drive, memory, auxiliary ports, wireless links. Everything returned nominal. No external signal. No malware signature. Still, the trace held steady. He leaned forward and unplugged the Ethernet line. The network feed dropped to 0. The node stayed lit. Static whispered faintly from the monitor speakers. Low, arrhythmic, like breathing, recorded too close to the mic. He disabled audio. The sound persisted. Max sat back, one hand over his mouth. His pulse had accelerated without him noticing. He looked at the reflection on the darkened monitor bezel, his own outline, slightly warped by the glass. He told himself the distortion was because of the curvature, the light, the lack of sleep. He killed the workstation, held the power button until the fans spun down. Silence. Then faintly a click. Not from the computer, from behind it. He froze, listening. The sound came again, a soft electrical tick, like a relay engaging and disengaging in slow rhythm. He reached behind the monitor, fingers brushing cables, conduit, the rough edge of the power supply. Cold air spilled from the ventilation slit. He crouched, tracing the sound down the wall panel. A hairline crack ran vertically from the desk to the floor, thin, almost invisible. But he hadn't seen it before. He pressed the panel gently. It flexed under his hand. Something behind it shifted, a faint scrape. He pulled the light closer, pried the edge with a screwdriver. The panel gave way with a dry snap. Inside, cabling, conduit, dust. Nothing unusual. Except, at the base, near the junction box, a small lens glinted. Not a precinct issue. Too small, too new. He reached for it, but the lens retracted, a mechanical twitch, vanishing deeper into the wall cavity. He grabbed the flashlight, followed the tunnel of wires with the beam. It curved downward, disappearing into the foundation. He straightened, breath shallow. Someone had been recording from inside the precinct network. He reconnected the Ethernet and rebooted the workstation. The system flickered alive, resolution stuttering before stabilizing. On screen, the node map had changed. The red pulse was gone, replaced by a text string looping slowly across the screen. Do not erase the mirror. He sat perfectly still. The message repeated once, then vanished. The terminal cleared itself, all windows closing in sequence until the desktop was bare. Max opened the console manually. The command log was empty. The system history wiped. He picked up the drive she had used. The one marked EchoR, its indicator light blinked once, faint blue, though it wasn't connected to power. He felt the air pressure shift again, not from the vent this time, but through the room itself, a subtle tightening, as if the space had drawn breath. He checked his watch. 06:42. The precinct would be waking soon. People, noise, motion, the comfort of normality. He told himself he'd bring it up at briefing, file it as a system intrusion. But he didn't move. Instead, he opened the diagnostic feed again and ran a mirror sweep, standard security procedure, 3-tier confirmation. The scan returned clean for all external connections, but under local loopback, the system displayed something new. Mirror integrity, 97%. Desync threshold approaching. He frowned. There was no such protocol in the system architecture. He clicked for details. The window expanded, listing coordinates, timestamps, reflection indexes. Every camera feed in the building mapped in real time. Each showed 2 overlays, source and echo. And one by one, the echoes began to drift out of sync. A frame late here, a movement ahead there. A man turning a corner twice. A door closing before it was opened. Max leaned closer, dragging the feed of his own workstation to the front. The live camera over his desk showed him, right now, hunched and watching. The echo feed beside it showed the same, except in the reflection, he was standing. And then, as he watched, the reflected version raised its hand, slow, deliberate, and pointed directly at him. Max flinched, knocking the chair back. The monitor stuttered, resynced, and the image was normal again. Both versions seated, both still. He drew a breath, forced the exhale out through his nose. His training insisted on rational explanations. Desync delay, corrupted buffer, heat lag in the GPU. He began typing a report header. Incident log, temporal feed, anomaly/internal audit. Halfway through the sentence, the system auto-completed his words. Not predictive text, direct override. Incident log, temporal feed anomaly, internal audit/confirmed entry. Subject Max Harrison. His hands went still over the keyboard. The cursor blinked once, Then the terminal typed again, unprompted, observation ongoing. He looked around the lab. The mirrored surfaces of the monitors reflected fragments of him: shoulder, wrist, eyes, each at slightly different angles. And in one of them, faintly, his mouth moved a fraction after his thoughts caught up. By morning, the lab had turned sterile again. The kind of sterile that came after you'd cleaned something you couldn't name. Max had stripped down the workstation, logged every anomaly in triplicate, and submitted an encrypted alert to it. He made it read like a glitch report: low priority, system irregularities, request for cache verification. Nothing about reflections. Nothing about the way the feed had known his name. Now he stood in the evidence review bay, mug in hand, the coffee cold. The hum of the servers filled the air, constant, faintly pitched like tinnitus. He pulled up the surveillance cluster again, this time on an isolated terminal with no external connections. Local only. No net, no sync. A closed system. He wanted to prove to himself that what he'd seen was a recording lag. Something procedural. Something measurable. He queued 6 feeds: hallway, lab, briefing room, holding corridor, main entrance, and reluctantly, his own desk cam. Timestamp alignment ran smooth for the first few minutes. Every movement duplicated within 2 frames, well within normal range. Then the minor drift began. Hallway camera, reflection offset by 0.4 seconds. 02:33:06. Lab feed, reflection lag 0.8 seconds. 02:34:19. His desk, reflection ahead by 0.3 seconds. He frowned. That wasn't possible. The feed wasn't predictive. It couldn't render actions before the motion sensors registered them. He toggled the internal log. Mirror integrity, 96%. Desync threshold, rising. He felt a small, involuntary pulse at the base of his skull. That pre-migraine static. The kind that came before tunnel vision. He blinked hard, adjusted focus. The reflections in the playback weren't perfect. They had noise, pixel bloom, faint interference across mirrored surfaces, as if the reflected light came from another source altogether. He switched to forensic overlay, comparing light intensities. In the reflection channels, illumination spikes didn't match real-world luminance. It was brighter, slightly bluer, almost lunar. He documented every deviation. Timestamp, delta rate, estimated spectral variance. It was data, measurable. And if it was measurable, it was explainable. At least that's what he kept telling himself. He leaned in to magnify one segment, a frame from the holding corridor. Officer Lowe walking past, clipboard in hand. The glass door to evidence C reflected her figure with a lag of 0.7 seconds. In the reflected frame, however, the clipboard wasn't there. He scrubbed forward and back, same result. In the mirror, her hands were empty. He cross-checked with alternate angles. None of them showed the clipboard missing, just the one reflection. He froze the frame, took a screenshot, and printed it for physical notation. When he looked up again, the feed had resumed on its own. The reflected Lo had stopped walking. She was staring directly into the camera. He blinked, checked the timestamp. 02:35:44. The main feed still showed her mid-step, halfway down the corridor. The reflection looked out. The system glitched. Both images aligned again. She was gone. He exhaled, long and shaky. He switched to his own desk feed. At first, everything looked normal. Him seated, bent forward, reviewing the footage. The reflection mirrored the same. Then he noticed something subtle, an asymmetry in how the shadows fell. His hand on the desk cast a single faint shadow. The reflection cast too. He zoomed in, frame by frame, until the compression broke down into static. The reflected light fractured into color noise, red, green, and something else. A faint silver hue that didn't belong to the RGB spectrum. He sat back. His body felt hollow. He opened the system's audit trail again. The metadata had changed. Someone or something had accessed the logs 15 minutes earlier using his credentials. User Harrison M. Terminal LOCLHOST. Action duplicate backup / mirror sync. He hadn't performed that action. He pulled up the file path. A hidden directory had been created under a root he didn't recognize. See /reflect /archive /current. The folder contained one file, Joan Finn feed 002 MKV. He stared at it, pulse ticking in his throat. He hadn't copied her files. He hadn't even opened the old recordings since her evaluation. He double-clicked. The video opened in a small frame, grainy, low light. It was from the observation room. Joan sat in the chair, her posture tense, eyes fixed just off camera. She looked like she was listening. For a moment, he thought it was just the same footage he'd reviewed weeks ago. But then, a movement. In the glass behind her, a shape formed. Not a reflection exactly, more like a light distortion. A figure outlined by absence. It leaned forward, close to her ear. She didn't react, not visibly, but her breathing changed. The distortion stayed there, long enough for the pixels to bleed around its edge. Then it straightened, and for a fraction of a second, it seemed to turn toward the camera. The feed cut to black. Max sat perfectly still. He could hear the server hum, the faint whir of cooling fans. He replayed the file, same sequence, except this time, at the end, the figure didn't turn. It stayed by her shoulder, and then faintly, almost buried in static, a voice. "You're late." He stopped the playback. The timestamp at the top had changed from JOAN Finn feed 002 to Max Harrison feed 001. The file had rewritten itself. He rose, disconnected the external drive, sealed it in an evidence bag, and keyed the log manually, physical ink, not digital. As he finished, the fluorescent lights above flickered once, briefly dimming the whole lab. Every monitor blacked out. Then, one by one, they came back on, not to the system interface, but to a single frame. His own face, frozen mid-recording. Each reflection showed him from a slightly different angle, as if there were a dozen versions of him sitting in the same chair. He stood there, watching them breathe. Chapter 19, Anomalies. The Bureau assigned him a field vehicle again, though no one said the words back in rotation. He'd been quiet for 3 days since the system incident. No report, no escalation. Just a memo from Section Chief. Harris stamped, follow-up on surveillance discrepancies, field verification required. He didn't argue. He wanted air, distance, somewhere outside the white noise of the lab. The Crown Street footage had come from a municipal relay hub. Camera 211B, mounted above a laundromat and cross-wired with 3 adjoining businesses. Standard hardware. Nothing exotic. Still, the checksum irregularities had originated there, bleeding into half a dozen feeds across the city grid. He parked 2 blocks down and walked the rest of the way. The rain had dried, but the streets still smelled like metal and detergent. The laundromat buzzed with fluorescent light and tumbling dryers. The owner, an old man with an oxygen tube, barely looked up when Max flashed his credentials. "Cameras?" Max asked. The man gestured with a brittle hand toward the stairwell. "Up there." The city put him in. Max climbed the narrow steps to the roof. The wind cut sharp and cold. Rows of antennas jutted against the skyline. The surveillance mast was easy to spot, industrial gray, bolted into concrete, feeding into a relay box tagged with maintenance stickers. He crouched, unscrewed the housing, and pulled out the data cartridge. It was intact. Factory standard. No splicing, no added modules. The connectors gleamed clean. He linked his portable reader and initiated a local checksum test. The drive blinked once, then twice, then the readout glitched. Checksum mismatch. He reran the test. Same result. He frowned and ran a redundancy scan. Nothing physically wrong, but the packet signatures didn't align. It was like the data had been written twice, almost identically, but not by the same process. He opened the packet header. 2 creators listed: CityNet 211B and LOCLHOST 000. The second tag was impossible. Localhost meant this terminal, but he hadn't uploaded anything yet. He looked up at the skyline, half expecting to see another receiver broadcasting nearby. Nothing but glass towers and exhaust vents. He ran a geolocation trace. Origin ping, 0 meters. He paused. The data was looping back to himself. He unplugged the reader, pocketed the drive, and zipped the panel closed. The city looked normal from up there, traffic gliding through intersections, neon bleeding into puddles. But beneath it, he could feel the hum. Not electricity, not the low buzz of transmission lines. Something quieter, older, like an engine idling beneath consciousness. He exhaled and keyed his comm. Alder to control. Camera 211 be verified. Pulling redundant samples for forensic comparison. Copy that, came the reply, but faint, distorted, as if the line passed through static. He waited for the echo, the usual sign-off tone. None came. The comm crackled again, softer. You're late. His hand froze. The same phrase. The same voice that had whispered through the playback. He turned, slow, scanning the rooftop. Nothing. Just the wind cutting through antenna spires. He switched frequencies, recalibrated, got the bureau channel back. Control, confirm last transmission. Silence. He toggled again. The frequency cleared. Control here. Copy Alder, you're clear on Crown. Normal flat. He swallowed hard and started down the stairwell. Inside, the laundromat had emptied. The dryers spun in mechanical rhythm, the hum steady. He noticed the glass fronts, circular reflections, turning with the clothes. Every rotation flashed a distorted image of the room. In one, just for a second, the reflected shape wasn't his. He blinked. The next spin it was. He kept walking. Out on the street, he stopped beside the bureau sedan, took one last look at the building, and logged the footage transfer on his tablet. The system confirmed the upload, but as the file completed, the verification signature populated automatically. Handler FNNJ, verified by node authority. Finn. He stared at the screen. That was impossible. Her credentials had been locked after her suspension. There was no node authority. He reran the upload. The name disappeared, replaced by undefined user. He pocketed the tablet, jaw tight. The streetlight above him flickered once. A faint hum spread through the air, not loud, but resonant, like a low frequency that vibrated the inside of his ribs. He looked around, trying to find the source, a transformer, a bus, anything that could justify it. Nothing. Then the noise stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the sound had. He got in the car, started the engine, and drove. The Bureau's regional data hub was 20 miles north, near the industrial fringe. An old warehouse turned analytics node. The route was straightforward, yet he caught himself checking the rearview mirror too often, half expecting the empty lanes to rearrange behind him. Each time he looked, they hadn't. But the reflections in the mirror seemed a fraction too slow. When he reached the hub, dusk had settled. Sodium lamps flickered against the high fencing. Security logged him in, no questions asked. Inside, the server aisles were a labyrinth of blinking lights and quiet whirring. He placed the drive into an isolated port, initiated a deep read, and waited for the data to populate. It began normal packet metadata, time-stamped transmission logs, trace identifiers. Then, midstream, a secondary file populated automatically. Shadow mirror log. He opened it. The text was simple, 3 lines. Initiated 0311. Node 2 reconnected. Subject active. He sat back. The timestamp 0311. The same moment Jones' node went dark. He stared at the screen until the server lights blurred in his peripheral vision. For a heartbeat, he could swear the reflection in the monitor wasn't his own. The system logs shouldn't have been there. Max had seen hundreds of forensic mirrors, thousands of packet traces. He knew what valid data looked like. This wasn't it. The mirror log read like someone's idea of code, a facsimile written by something that understood syntax, but not purpose. He reran the metadata header. No creator ID, no checksum, no access trace. The file existed outside bureau authentication, like a ghost line embedded in hardware. He leaned closer, the blue light from the monitors cutting shallow lines under his eyes. He'd been awake for 26 hours. The hum of the servers was a physical thing now, a low vibration that blurred the air if he focused too long. He took a pen, wrote the 3 lines out by hand in his field notebook, underlining the timestamp 0311. Initiated. Node 2 reconnected. Subject active. He stared at the last phrase, subject active, and drew a slow breath. Jones' case file had been tagged subject suspended. The system shouldn't even recognize her. He cross-referenced the term across all bureau logs. 0 results. But the word active flashed once in the cache index before vanishing. Like the system withdrew the answer mid-query. He sat back, rubbed his temples. The caffeine was making him jittery. No, not caffeine. Something subtler. The air in the data wing felt charged, too ionized, like being near a thunderstorm. He turned off the overhead light. Only the server glow remained, washing everything in cold blue and pulse green. He tried a local trace on node 2. The system didn't block him outright. It redirected him. Screen flashed. Access point classified. Referential route. Internal mirror / level C. Level C, the psychiatric wing. For a few seconds, he just stared at it, the lines on the screen vibrating softly. Then he closed the terminal and stood, the motion steady, deliberate, as though his body had decided before his mind did. The elevator down to sea level was badge protected. His clearance covered A and B, not C. He could request temporary access through security. But that would log the request, trigger a review. Instead, he took the older maintenance stairwell at the far end of the floor. The keypad still worked, but the lock was mechanical, legacy, infrastructure no one had bothered to replace. He pulled a tension wrench from his pocket, worked it gently. The tumblers gave after 30 seconds. He descended into cooler air. Sea level didn't look like the rest of the bureau. It had the feel of something retrofitted, walls too close together, light too dim. The sign near the stairwell read Behavioral Analytics / Psychological Oversight Division. He moved through it quietly, each step echoing faintly. The glass-paneled offices were dark. Monitors in some rooms still glowed with standby screensavers. He passed a desk with an old brass nameplate. Dr. T. Hollis, the psychiatrist who'd run Joan's evaluation. The door was locked. He used his badge, denied. He looked through the glass. The office was a paper graveyard, files, old cassettes, reels of surveillance tape. On the desk, the red standby light of an archival recorder blinked faintly. He jimmied the door with the same tool. It clicked open. Inside, dust floated in thin shafts of light. The hum here was subtler, almost like breath. He went to the desk, pressed play. The recorder spun, emitting a soft whir. Then a voice, Hollis's, calm, professional. Session 2, Patient Finn, 13:00 hours. We're continuing from the prior account. Joan's voice followed, quieter, strained. He said there were mirrors that watched. Not glass, not real ones. They were inside things. Cameras, screens, reflections in puddles. He said they were listening to the air between the noise. Hollis, and you believed this? No, I heard it. Max froze. Joan again. I thought it was sleep deprivation. But every reflection lagged. Not the image, the sound. I'd move, and a second later, the echo followed. Not mine. Hollis murmured something inaudible, pages turning. Then Joan again, sharper now. You think it's delusion. I know what I saw. He listened for a long time, every breath mapped to her rhythm. Her voice had the same cadence as in the old field tapes, steady, clipped, analytical. But underneath, something had cracked. At the end of the recording, Hollis's voice lowered. If what you're describing is true, Agent Finn, then it means you weren't observing him. He was observing through you. The tape ended. Max rewound the last 30 seconds, listened again. The phrase didn't change. Hollis sounded certain, not speculative. He sat back, the chair creaking faintly. He should have logged this, should have called it in, but he didn't. He pocketed the cassette, stood, and glanced toward the office window. For a fraction of a second, his reflection didn't align with the movement. He turned fast. Nothing behind him. Just the faint hum of the recorders. Then on the desk, the recorder light blinked once, twice, then the machine, which had been unplugged since he'd lifted it, whispered quietly, You're late. He froze, hand half raised. The light went dark. He backed toward the hall, slow and careful, his pulse hammering behind his ribs. As he reached the door, the glass reflected the office interior. Except in the reflection, the chair he'd just vacated wasn't empty. Someone sat in it, face obscured by static. He didn't wait to look again. He left the wing, climbed the stairs 2 at a time, and didn't stop until the steel door closed above him, sealing the level below. By morning, the Bureau's mainframe was back under routine surveillance, the hum of the night replaced by the mechanical rhythm of office life. Phones ringing, doors closing, agents walking the halls as if nothing had shifted. But for Max, everything had. He'd barely slept. The cassette sat on his desk, a silent, accusing thing. He replayed Holly's voice over and over in his mind. He was observing through you. The phrasing refused to leave him. It wasn't metaphorical. Holly's had meant it literally. And if Holly's believed it, then it was Joan's delusion. He logged into the secure terminal, keyed in finjoan/psyeval archive. No active records. He bypassed the primary index and entered through a backdoor left by the forensics division during a 2028 migration. A leftover exploit he'd never reported because it was too useful. The data opened like a wound. Hundreds of partial files, corrupted transcripts, broken session logs, voice files half recovered, and tagged compromised source. The metadata showed cross-access by 3 users, Holly's, Joan Finn, and an unidentified operator code named Mirror002. That name again. Node 2. Subject active. Mirror 2. He began cross-referencing the timestamps against the homicide database. The murders attributed to the ghost spanned 7 years, 15 victims, each killed with precision, ritual patterning, and silence. But the overlay told a different story. 6 of the killings lined up exactly, down to the minute, with Joan Finn's final psychiatric sessions. Not adjacent, exact. Every time Holly's conducted an evaluation, somewhere else in the city, a body dropped. He stared at the data until his eyes burned. Coincidence was impossible. The system clock was synced across bureau networks. He checked 3 independent sources, all matched. Max's mouth went dry. The cursor blinked on the terminal, steady, rhythmic, like breathing. He typed a new query. trace/HOLLAS, last login. The system hesitated, then responded. User not found. Account REVOKAD. 17 June 2030. Status deceased. But there was a second line below it, faint, almost invisible, until he adjusted the brightness. Alias transferred, node 2. He leaned back, the chair creaking under him. The realization spread coldly through his chest. Holly's credentials hadn't been deleted. They'd been absorbed. He ran the terminal's visual logs. Every session left a trace, camera feed, keystroke echo, retinal pattern. The playback opened in a floating window, a dark office, faint light flickering across Holly's face. He was seated at his desk, head tilted toward the camera, eyes unfocused. Then movement, something in the reflection behind him. Not a figure exactly. A fold, as though the room's geometry were bending in slow motion, its edges curling inward. Holly's didn't react. He just sat there as the distortion reached the frame and began erasing the feed pixel by pixel, the last image before total blackout. Holly's mouth opening slightly, as if speaking to someone just out of view. Max turned off the playback. The silence afterward was unbearable. He opened the cassette case again, slid the tape into a secure digital converter, and let it play through waveform analysis. The system mapped every voice, every pause. But beneath Joan's words, beneath the usual spectrum of human speech, something else appeared, a secondary frequency, too low to be natural, too structured to be noise. He isolated it and ran an FFT analysis. The waveform formed a pattern, not random static, but a signature, a digital map. When visualized, it resembled a face, not a perfect one, fractured, as though rendered through shattered glass. But there was a symmetry to it, a deliberate intent. He watched the image shift across the screen. The eyes flickered. Then, faintly, audio bled through his speakers, not Joan's voice, not Holly's. Something deeper, distant, modulated by the distortion. You keep looking where I've already been. Max's hand froze on the mouse. The voice wasn't in the waveform file. It was outside playback, direct through system audio. He yanked the headphones off. The waveform still moved, but the voice had stopped. He checked the room. Nothing, no one. Still, the reflection on the darkened monitor didn't match his breathing. He reached for the power switch, hesitated, then pressed it. The screen went black. In the glass surface, for just a second before it dimmed completely, the same face appeared again, clearer now, almost human, mouth curving as though it knew he was watching. Then gone. Max sat there in the dark, heart pounding, the tape still whirring faintly inside the converter, as if something on the other side of the recording hadn't quite finished speaking. By midday, the Bureau's power grid stuttered. Not enough to draw alarm, a flicker in the overhead fluorescence, a momentary drop in voltage that caused the monitors to dim and reboot. But Max felt it as a pulse through the floor. He'd already packed the tape and the extracted data onto an encrypted drive, labeled with the false case ID MDX 417, a dead classification reserved for dormant narcotics investigations. If anyone ran a search, they'd find a defunct cocaine trafficking file from a decade earlier. He moved quickly. Evidence bag, gloves, logged exit time, every step methodical, procedural, anything to disguise the rising sense that he was now working against the Bureau. He passed the first checkpoint on the 4th floor. Security scanned the bag, nodded, waved him through. He took the elevator down to the archives division, the one place that wasn't yet migrated to full digital oversight. As the elevator doors slid shut, the lights flickered again. The panel briefly showed 2 floor numbers at once, 4 and 12, before resetting. The elevator continued its descent, smooth, silent. When the doors opened, The basement corridor stretched out in perfect, sterile symmetry. Rows of boxes, inactive terminals, dust layered thick across forgotten files. The hum of the city above was gone. In its place came a low resonance, air moving through ducts, or maybe the echo of his own breathing. He made his way to the far end of the corridor, where the analog archive vault was housed. The vault door was half open, fluorescent tubes buzzing weakly overhead. Inside sat Dana Rhodes, senior analyst, mid-40s, efficient and precise, scrolling through a stack of old optical drives. Rhodes, Max greeted, setting his evidence bag on the table. She looked up. Alder, thought you were reassigned. I was. This is internal audit, he lied easily. Need to cross-check some analog storage for a continuity review. Rhodes leaned back, appraising him. Continuity review. Nobody's done those since 33. Exactly. That's why it's me. Her mouth twitched. You bureau boys love your secrets. He forced a thin smile. Old habit. She shrugged and returned to her screen. Help yourself. He moved toward the backup terminals, older models, each linked to a secure air-gapped storage array. He plugged in the drive. The system whirred to life, ancient fans coughing through layers of dust. He copied the extracted file structure. Node 002. Audio/visual/LOGS. As the transfer completed, the monitor flickered. For a moment, the cursor began moving on its own. A new directory appeared, not from his input. Incoming. He froze. The terminal wasn't networked. No external access. He unplugged the drive, too late. The new directory opened automatically. Inside, a single file began downloading. Reflection 001 img. He hit cancel. It ignored the command. Dana turned from her desk. Everything all right? Yeah, Max said too quickly. The file expanded, an image forming line by line across the screen. It wasn't random data. It was the bureau hallway, this very one, but empty, darkened. The light warped, as though viewed through a pane of water. Then motion. A shadow at the end of the hall. Not walking, unfolding. The outline elongated, its edges dissolving into the frame. The time code on the image matched real time. The system was showing a feed from now. Dana noticed his stillness and came to look. What is that? Before she could finish, the lights cut out. The monitors went black. Total silence. Then the terminal rebooted, static across the screen, followed by a single line of text. We see by what we've already erased. Dana stepped back. What the hell? Max grabbed the drive, yanked the terminal cable free, and pulled her toward the door. Move. They ran through the corridor, footsteps echoing in the dark. The emergency lights didn't activate. Only the faint illumination from the elevator indicators flickered in the distance. When they reached the security gate, Max slammed his credentials against the reader. The door refused to open. He tried again. Nothing. Rhodes panted. System lockdown, someone. A faint sound interrupted her, like glass settling after a break. They both turned. At the far end of the corridor, the vault door, the one they'd left open, was slowly closing on its own. The motion was silent, deliberate, as though drawn by unseen weight. When it latched, the hallway lights came back. Everything appeared normal again. The security door beeped, finally releasing. Max stepped out into the main lobby, his pulse hammering. He turned back toward the corridor, but Dana wasn't following. She stood just inside the threshold, staring at the wall beside the elevator, at her own reflection in the mirrored paneling. Except it wasn't matching her movement. Her reflection was a half-second delayed, its mouth forming words she wasn't speaking. Max shouted her name, but by the time she turned, the reflection had already caught up, perfectly synchronized once more. She blinked, disoriented, then forced a nervous laugh. Must have been a glitch. Max didn't answer. He just kept walking, gripping the drive like a weapon. Chapter 20, Fragments. Max filed the falsified report just before dawn. The Bureau's submission portal blinked with its usual sterile efficiency. Blue interface, confirmation prompt, time-stamped metadata. He entered the classification manually. Closed, insufficient evidentiary basis for escalation. Then uploaded a redacted log summary that concealed every mention of the reflected image, the terminal anomaly, and Dana Rhodes. He double-checked the digital signature, then sat back, rubbing his eyes. The office was silent except for the hum of the ventilation. Behind him, an entire row of dark monitors reflected his silhouette, fractured and multiplied by the glass, like a lineup of men who no longer existed. He needed sleep, but sleep lately felt like crossing into enemy terrain. Instead, he reopened the classified directory and checked the extraction from the Ridge facility, the one he'd taken before the system collapse. The contents were ordinary: maintenance logs, patient rosters, surveillance camera indexes. No trace of the incoming folder. No file named Reflection 001 IMG. He'd copied the directory onto 2 separate encrypted drives, one hidden in his apartment's wall safe, the other stored in his bureau locker behind a decoy flash grenade casing. But every time he opened the directory, the structure looked slightly different. The subfolders rearranged. Timecodes shifted by seconds, sometimes minutes. It wasn't possible, but it was happening. He took out his bureau-issued phone. The device was monitored, of course, but Joan's secure channel still existed. A narrow communication path encrypted through her old credentials. Technically dormant since her medical leave, but not yet erased. He typed, "Need confirmation." Did the Ridge footage ever contain mirror data? He waited, no typing indicator. Then, 5 minutes later, define mirror data. The reply came under her alias, JF12, the handle she'd used for cross-departmental analytics. It was short clipped, bureaucratic. But the fact that she responded at all sent a shiver through him. He answered, reflection anomalies, possible timestamp duplication. You mentioned seeing bleed on old files. Need to know if that was localized or procedural. The cursor blinked, then localized, Ridge and Newark sectors only. Why? Max hesitated. He didn't want to tell her what he'd seen. Not yet. Not through this channel. Following up on archive inconsistencies, he wrote instead. Recommend we compare baseline data offline. Offline, she replied. In person. There was a long pause. Then, I'm under observation. Facility restrictions. I know. Another pause. Then, tonight, same drop point as before. That was all. No signature. No encryption hash. The message deleted itself 5 seconds later, replaced by the automated notice. Message content unavailable. File corrupted. Max stared at the blank screen until his reflection blurred in it. He shut down the terminal and left the office. The rain had started again. A fine mist that softened the edges of the bureau's concrete compound. He passed the north gate, where the floodlights caught the glimmer of chain-link fencing. Beyond it lay the service road, the same road that led to the forgotten underpass they'd used years earlier to exchange data outside bureau channels. The car he'd requisitioned was a nondescript gray sedan. He drove without turning on the radio. Every time he passed a reflective surface, a window, a puddle, he found himself checking the angles, making sure nothing was out of sync. By the time he reached the underpass, it was almost empty. Only a few trucks passed overhead, their headlights tracing slow-moving shadows along the wet concrete. He parked beneath the bridge and killed the engine. Joan was already there. She stood beside the support pillar, hood drawn up against the rain, her bureau ID lanyard tucked into her coat. She looked thinner than he remembered, brittle, but alert, as if sleep deprivation had sharpened her rather than dulled her. Did they clear you? He asked quietly. She gave a short laugh. Clear. They sedated me, monitored me, and told me to keep filling in Rorschach tests until I saw butterflies. Did you? No, just patterns. He nodded. That tracks. She studied him. You saw something. He hesitated. In the archive, a feed. Looked like the same corridor I was standing in. But Liv. Her expression didn't change. A loop. No, the timestamps matched real time. I unplugged the drive. The file still finished downloading. Joan glanced at the ground, rain pooling around her boots. And it showed someone or something at the far end of the hall, moving, like he stopped, realizing how it sounded. It doesn't matter what I think I saw. The system recorded it. She frowned. You copied it. Yes. Then why call me? Because it's gone. Her head tilted slightly. A tick he remembered from briefings when she didn't believe a witness. Erased. No, replaced, directory restructured. The subfolders don't stay consistent. Her gaze flicked up toward the bridge, where the headlights of a passing truck briefly illuminated them. Maybe they're scrubbing the feed. Then why leave traces? Why not wipe it clean? She didn't answer. A gust of wind carried the rain sideways. The city lights beyond the industrial skyline flickered, then steadied. Finally, she said, "You remember the ridge footage, the camera in cell block D?" He nodded. "I ran that through pattern recognition before they pulled me." The system kept flagging anomalies in the motion data, slight recursive loops. 2 frames repeating every 30 seconds. I thought it was compression noise. But when I isolated the delta variance, you found duplication. Not duplication, she said quietly. Prediction. Max blinked. You're saying the footage was anticipating movement. I'm saying the file contained data for frames that hadn't been recorded yet. Silence stretched between them, filled only by the slow drip of rain. Joan finally looked at him, eyes hollow but steady. Whatever we're looking at, it's not a malfunction. He wanted to argue, to remind her they were agents, not philosophers, but he couldn't. Not after what he'd seen in the archive. He slipped the encrypted drive from his pocket and handed it to her. Run it offline. Don't connect to anything Bureau issued. She took it. Their fingers brushed, cold, brief, unintentional. Then she said, "If they're rewriting the footage, Max, maybe we're already in the edited version." He didn't respond. Because, for 1 second, her reflection in the wet concrete wall behind her moved before she did, and he wasn't sure she noticed. Joan took the drive back to her assigned quarters, officially termed temporary medical accommodation, Sector 7B. It looked nothing like a hospital, nothing like home. A square white room with a reinforced door and a single camera fixed above the ventilation grill. The Bureau called it wellness confinement. She sat at the narrow desk by the bed and stared at the drive in her palm. The small black casing looked harmless enough. Another Bureau-issued storage device, indistinguishable from the hundreds she'd handled over her career. But the longer she held it, the heavier it felt, as if there were something inside it that wasn't meant to be there, not data. But wait. She checked the clock. 02:11. The camera's red indicator light blinked once every 5 seconds, rhythmic as a heartbeat. She turned the laptop around so the lens faced the wall, then connected the drive. The system requested authorization. She entered her old credentials that, according to Bureau clearance lists, should have been revoked months ago. The terminal accepted them. The directory appeared immediately. audio/visual/logs. Exactly as Max had described. But when she expanded the folder tree, she found an additional subdirectory. One that hadn't been on his schematic. Her breath caught. She clicked it open. A list of file names appeared, each time-stamped within seconds of the present moment. as if the system were recording right now, generating new entries as she watched. The most recent file. She hesitated, then double-clicked. The video loaded. At first, static. Then her own room, this one, came into view. The camera angle was from the top corner of the ceiling, roughly where the bureau camera was mounted. Joan leaned closer. The video's timestamp matched the current time to the second. On screen, she saw herself, sitting at the desk, holding the drive, looking at the screen, exactly as she was now. Her throat tightened. The woman in the feed blinked, 1 second too late. Then, slowly, she raised her head and looked directly into the lens. Joan froze. The real camera, the one mounted in her room, wasn't moving. It couldn't move. Yet in the feed, the frame adjusted slightly, as though someone had shifted the angle. Then the woman in the video smiled. A small, deliberate, knowing smile. Joan's fingers hovered over the keyboard. Her pulse hammered in her ears. She wanted to close the file, eject the drive, destroy it. But curiosity held her still. The feed continued. The other Joan, the one in the recording, stood up and walked to the window. She paused, turned, and spoke. The sound was faint, distorted, but the words were clear enough to chill her. "You're not watching me, Joan. I'm watching you." Joan slammed the lid shut, heart racing. The screen went black, and for several seconds, she sat motionless, breath shallow, waiting for the adrenaline to fade. It didn't. She unplugged the drive, wrapped it in a bureau-issued handkerchief, and shoved it into the inner pocket of her jacket. Then she crossed to the door and tried the handle, locked from the outside, as always. "Agent Finn." A voice crackled from the intercom near the ceiling. She looked up. The voice was male, calm, official, the neutral tone of a bureau psychologist. "Are you awake?" Her mouth was dry. "Yes. Please refrain from using unauthorized devices during evaluation period. You know the protocol." She swallowed. "Of course." There was a brief pause. Then, "You appear distressed. Would you like to request a sedative?" "No." The intercom clicked off. She stood in the middle of the room for a long time, watching the small red light of the ceiling camera pulse in and out like something breathing. When she finally sat down again, she didn't open the laptop. Instead, she pulled a notepad from the drawer and began to write in shorthand, old training reflex. Notes on the feed, the timestamp alignment, the verbal anomaly. But as she wrote, she noticed the ink on the page seemed to fade slightly, as if something beneath the paper was absorbing it. She flipped the sheet over. Nothing. Just the faint outline of her handwriting pressed into the surface. She turned back to the page. Her last sentence, "Subject appears to preempt observer response," had vanished entirely. Her pen hovered over the paper. Then, without her writing, a new line appeared in neat, printed script. "Observation is participation." The pen dropped from her hand. The camera light blinked once, twice, then went dark. The room held a silence that wasn't silence, a mechanical breathing beneath the walls. The kind that built up when too many machines were running on standby, all humming in slightly different frequencies. Max stood in the middle of it, one hand still on the edge of the monitor rack. The screens had frozen on their own accord, no error messages, no visual glitch, just a frozen moment. A timestamp caught between seconds. 22:14:38. Every frame should have rolled into the next. Instead, the world had paused. A bird mid-flight in one screen, a flicker of motion blur across another, all of it locked, inert, like a still from a film reel stopped mid-reel. He checked the cables. Nothing loose. The system diagnostics read clean. He rebooted the main feed. No change. It wasn't software. Max exhaled, slow and quiet. His reflection in the black edge of the monitor flickered once, as though light had passed between him and the glass. He turned, scanning the room, expecting movement behind him, but there was none. Only the faint hum again, shifting tone, almost tonal, like a voice below audibility. He drew closer to the screen and rewound the file manually, scrubbing back 5 seconds, 10, 30. Nothing wrong, footage moved as normal, smooth, linear. But when he played forward again, it froze in exactly the same frame. 22:14:38. He wrote the timestamp in his notebook. The last few pages had begun to fill with these timestamps, frame numbers, cross-references. A pattern was forming, though not one he could name. The anomalies were beginning to align around particular coordinates, particular hours. It wasn't coincidence anymore. He opened another archive folder, older footage from the same street corner, a week earlier. Different weather, different crowd. He fast-forwarded until something familiar appeared, and there it was again. The same shape, same angle, standing where no one should be. Not a person, exactly. A vertical distortion, barely visible, like the world had been folded along that line. He leaned in, adjusted contrast, nothing, still there. He reached for his headset and pressed the comm switch. Unit 3 to control. Static answered. He tried again. Unit 3 reporting anomaly in feed. Confirm channel. Silence. He set the headset down, then checked the main signal board. Everything green. Transmission live. Then the monitors blinked. Not all at once, one after another in sequence, like someone walking past light sensors down a hallway. Screen 1, Screen 2, Screen 3, each darkening and returning again. The hum in the room deepened. He caught his reflection once more in the center screen, not his face, exactly. Not anymore. The frame was dark, his features barely lit, but the reflections smiled when he hadn't. He froze. For a second, it looked almost like her. He stepped back, breath sharp, hands steadying against the desk. The hum shifted pitch again, flickering through the frequency of the room's fluorescent light. The shadows behind the monitors trembled as if under pressure. Max blinked once. The screen unfroze on its own. The footage resumed. The bird continued its flight. The people moved. The timestamp advanced. 22:14:39. He stared at the number, trying to decide if he'd imagined it. The hum was gone now. The air had settled. He rewound again. 22:14:38. Still frozen. He shut off the feed and leaned against the desk, listening. The room didn't feel empty anymore. It felt observed. The sound began with a click, soft, mechanical, like a relay snapping into place somewhere deep in the wiring. Max turned toward it, but the sound had no fixed point. It came again, closer this time, repeating at irregular intervals. Click, pause, click. He traced the noise along the ceiling, eyes catching the faintest shimmer where the wiring conduits ran. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered, not failing, but breathing, dimming, returning, dimming again, each pulse out of rhythm with the others. He reached for the wall switch. His hand stopped halfway. The monitors had all gone black. No static, no system prompt, just absolute black. Then from one of the middle screens, a faint square of gray light began to build, growing brighter in slow increments, like dawn through fog. It wasn't any camera feed he recognized. No street view, no timestamp, no location tag. Just a dim, colorless image of a hallway. Long, empty, except a figure stood at the far end. Max froze, hand still on the desk. The image had no depth cues, but he could tell the distance by the size of the shape. Too far to distinguish features. Just a human silhouette under washed-out fluorescent light. He leaned closer. The hallway in the image looked familiar. Institutional, but not public. He thought of the facility's lower levels, the archival corridors, rarely accessed. But the figure didn't move. He adjusted the focus manually. The image sharpened slightly. Still no face. Then the timestamp appeared, unprompted. 22:14:38. Max whispered the number, without meaning to. The lights in his own room flickered again. On the monitor, the figure took a single step forward. Max inhaled sharply and hit pause. The feed didn't stop. He hit it again. No response. The figure stepped again, closer. He looked at the controls. The software read unresponsive. He pulled the cable, cutting power to that monitor entirely. It should have gone black. It didn't. The image persisted. Faint glow, humming through a disconnected line. And the figure now stood halfway down the corridor. Max felt his chest tighten. He looked toward the door, nothing. Turned back, the image had shifted slightly. The figure's head was tilted now, as if listening. He didn't remember deciding to move, but he was at the door, hand already on the latch. The hum of the equipment pressed against his skull, low and physical. He opened the door. The hallway outside his surveillance room stretched out, sterile, white, identical to the one on the monitor. Exactly identical. Same lights, same shadows. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the monitor was showing him the hallway ahead or reflecting it back in delay. He stepped one pace forward. The door closed behind him with a pneumatic sigh. Then, from the far end, something flickered, a dark shimmer, like heat distortion. He blinked and it was gone, but his radio crackled to life at his hip. A voice whispering through the static. Only 3 words. Don't turn around. He froze, pulse hammering through his neck. The hum deepened. Behind him, the door handle began to turn. Chapter 21, Aftermath. The footage began at 22:13:59. A standard timestamp, unremarkable, until you understood what it contained. The narrator, and by now, every investigator assigned to the Ridge facility case, had watched these minutes countless times. Yet the sequence resisted familiarity. It remained slippery, refusing to settle into a fixed narrative. Every replay seemed to yield some new distortion, as though the footage itself were rewriting its own record. The first 30 seconds showed Max in the surveillance room, calm, methodical, performing a final cross-reference between the internal and municipal.